Hi there, and welcome to the Sorry I Like This podcast. I'm joined by Ezra, my co host, and my name is Caleb. How are you doing today, Ezra?
I'm doing great, Caleb. It has been a while.
Taz. The true start of the season.
Indeed. Indeed.
Season 2.
Season 2.
We are here. We are ready to go. Uh, we are. I guess the big thing is I don't think we expected this long of a hiatus.
Yeah,
I mean, we've been cooking behind the scenes. It's not like
we
we
have.
haven't stopped because the crazy thing was, I mean, I think one of our last podcasts was either in March or in end of February, and I remember being like, "Oh yeah, I'll have time before the wedding and all that stuff." And you know, we end up did having time, but we focused on a specific project.
Yep.
Um, and I guess we'll talk a little bit more about that on the podcast. And then another project happened, and so we've been working behind the scenes,
Yeah.
um, really just prepping for season 2, I guess, is the big thing. And
Yeah.
so I mean, I did take some time off, in May, for the wedding and all that stuff. So I mean, the we're back at it. We're middle of July. We've gone through Summer Games Fest. We've gone through a lot in that
Yep.
timeline. And also surprisingly very little at the same time. So, I mean, before we kind of get started, Ezra, how have you been feeling these past few months as far as the state of gaming goes?
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting. We uh it's it's kind of hard to talk about cuz I think you're right when it's sort of like there's so much and so little at the same time. Um because right around the time we recorded the last podcast, I think both you and I were saying like, okay, yeah, like we got the Switch 2 is, that's going to be a thing soon.
Hmm.
Because I think the last podcast we recorded proper, they had like just announced they had like just announced like this is the Switch 2, this is what it looks like, and then we had the date for the direct,
Hmm.
um but we hadn't like seen any games or any like hardware specifications or anything like that. um so I think it's just like and it was also before like Clair Obscur came out. I think it was like right before Split Fiction came out.
Hmm.
um and those two games have really gone on to define uh the year, I guess. Like
Hmm.
and speaking more recently, right? Death Stranding 2 has kind of entered that
Right.
conversation as well.
Hmm.
But unlike 2023, which felt like a um 2023 was like everything came out, and 2024 was like uh it was sort of two sides of like a bunch of stuff that like nobody was expecting, like Balatro
Hmm.
and Astrobot, and then a bunch of stuff that people have been waiting for a while, like
Right.
Metaphor and Final Fantasy. This year, it's like it's pretty much all like uh, returning mega hitters with like Split Fiction and Death Stranding, and then complete unknowns with
Hmm.
Clair Obscur. Um, so I it is like really interesting, um to pay attention to the industry and to play a lot of video games. I have played a lot of video games. I think uh I have played not every major new release, but a lot of them. um like I haven't played Death Stranding 2, probably won't, just because the investment
Yeah.
is just it's too high at this point.
Well, have you ever played the first one?
Yeah, I never played Death Stranding 1, so I'm like
See, yeah, you're
extra.
in the same boat as me. Yeah, with
Yeah.
that.
Um, so yeah, I have a lot specifically to talk about in terms of some of the stuff that I've been playing. Um, and you won't get like a full like hour long thing about me talking just about Elden Ring Night Rain because I don't think there's that much to
Mhm.
say about it. But yeah, I mean it's been a good 2025, but I
Mhm.
think um and I mean you'll I judging by the time code of this podcast, I think you can probably tell at least one of these games really got to us.
Yes.
Uh, but yeah, I don't think it's been like it's not like as like mind blowing as like the past couple of years for me at
Mhm.
least. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, largely, I've said this before. This year is not my year as far as gaming goes. Um,
Yeah,
I planned it more to be a backlog year. However, in the most brightest way, a lot of that changed. In the time in the hiatus that we were in, a lot of that changed,
yeah,
and a lot of things came up. Like, I mean, it's been a good year. I'm very. This has been a sleeper of a year, and I think as far as outside smaller titles, I guess the way to say it, um, I've enjoyed this year more than last year in that regard. Um, but I mean, a lot of it's circumstantial. But yeah, it's incredible to kind of see how this year's shifted the plans a bit. But
yeah.
um,
Well, and
I think.
you did
Oh,
get
go ahead.
married, so
Oh, and that, yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's stuff outside of the gaming world that definitely, shifted the hiatus to. Um, I mean, it's just been a good time away, and
yeah,
it's not necessarily a an absence that was there was no problematic absence. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
That happened. It was just
yeah,
we were cooking behind the scenes.
yeah.
Sometimes we overcooked it a bit, and
That's
um,
yep, yep. That's true.
and that's that's foreshadowing for later, I guess. So,
Yeah.
um,
Um yeah, I want to make it clear we probably would have been able to do like one or two things between the last time we were here and now, but there was like some stuff that was out of our control that
mhm,
just kind of made it borderline impossible for us to like also do the other stuff we wanted to do. And I think this is going to be better because we did that other
mhm,
stuff. So
right,
I'm glad we took that route. It did just mean we had to wait for a little while, but again, I think this is I think the better outcome. So
absolutely.
we have an absolute mega show for you
We
today, and
do.
I hope it's at least good background noise.
Yeah,
it,
this is definitely going to be a chaotic episode. I'm
yeah,
not even going to lie to you. It's going to be like, I mean, we've essentially to a peek behind the curtain. We've filmed this in two parts. So, I mean,
yeah,
we'll explain that a little bit more. But I mean, this is going to be quite an energetic, quite a fun roller coaster that we're about to go on. I mean, we got some news to talk about.
Yep.
Some good, some bad, and some ugly
Yeah.
news, uh, and then yeah, we got a mega episode as far as reviews go. So buckle up, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a ride. Let me tell
Get
you that
get
much.
get a snack that's gonna take you a while.
Yes, get some popcorn.
Yeah.
Anything that's going to just munch throughout this because it's going to be a wild ride. So,
Get your favorite game that you need to do some grinding on. Just do
oh
that.
yes, yeah, good point. Um, okay. With that, let's start off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. That
Yep.
is Microsoft. Um, because let's just, I mean, let's put it in this way. I'm going to say 2 years in a row, Microsoft has put us through an emotional roller coaster when it comes to its gaming fest. That
Yeah.
uh, I can't believe like once is I guess fine enough, but the second time it's just like what how how did we get to this coincidence again? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um because I let me double check here because I want to say this before okay. Gosh, it's not in our history, but I was hoping to pop up here. I can't. It could have sworn last year's Microsoft layoffs happened at the same time as the showcase of last year.
Uh,
If I'm not mistaken, because I was like, I think it happened before, and then it happened. Like the showcase happened. Yes, yes. Ah, I found it.
yeah, there
Yes.
were some in
They
June.
closed Arcane. They closed Arcane and Tango Gameworks on May 15th of last year. Or that's
Okay.
when we recorded the podcast. Um, so there was layoffs then, and then a month later they came out with a awesome Xbox showcase.
Yeah.
And
Legitimately
this
like
year,
best showcase of the year.
right? And you know, this year it held that top spot for a few weeks there until they
And
went
then
and
they
did
had
this.
more
Um,
layoffs.
you know, I mean, I get it. And we've talked about this at length on this podcast already. Like, you know, we we understand the business atmosphere that comes with anything that layoffs are a possibility and that there's a lot built into it, but at the same time it is a lot of jobs are at stake, and you know, you cannot help, especially in this industry, but feel bad for all the creatives, all the artists that put so much time into these games, and even as an audience level, the level of disappointment knowing that you'll never really get to experience this stuff.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking to see. And you know, honestly, before I go a little bit too further, Ezra, how are you feeling about this? Hearing about these layoffs that have happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think the it's impossible to like miss commentary around layoffs and stuff. When you're like me and you're just constantly like ingesting games news. Um, the the thing that I think was most striking about this round specifically was when I looked at it and I was like, wow, that's a lot of people that Microsoft is laying off. And then I didn't really like think twice about it, right? Like it didn't like surprise me all that much. It was the
Hmm.
number. It was the number 9,000, which it isn't. That isn't all games related. To be clear, I'm not. I think I heard 3,000 was the was like the amount that would happen in the games in like the Xbox portion. But I wouldn't quote me on that. Um, so I think it is like a it is kind of genuinely a bummer to be like, yeah, no, like of course all these people lost their jobs, right? Like through no
Hmm.
fault of their own either. That's kind of the other aspect is that like when they closed Tango GameWorks, which was it, that was the May 2024 layoffs. Like that's like okay, like you just released like an absolute gem of a video game, and the next thing you know, you're laid off and you don't have a job. Um, and Tango is like a rare example of a company then coming in and scooping up the studio, and now they're hopefully making a sequel to Hi-Fi Rush. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just a total. It is so sad, especially coming off the heels of such a great showcase. I don't think it was as amazing as 2024's, but maybe that's like 2024 set the expectation so high that like nothing coming after could possibly meet it. Um, but yeah, it's just such a sad reality, right? To just know that like somebody somewhere said like yeah, we can, if we cut like this group of people, we'll save like 0.05 cents on every X thing that we sell, right? Like it's I I again, I don't really know the numbers. I'm not super familiar with like top down economics, like so I'm not, but like
Right.
to me it seems like you save so little money in the long term by firing people that it almost doesn't make any sense. That like it
Right.
almost, and it's like tack onto that like what you're doing is also like creating genuine hardship for people who probably don't deserve it. Uh,
Right.
like the human cost of that, which is very easy to forget because this is ultimately like the like product and like thing at risk is video games, right? And I think all of us,
Hmm.
any sane person would be like, yeah, no, like video games don't matter that much, but like there is a human cost, right? And like these people who live and support themselves and their families are now being put through hardship. They probably don't deserve to be put through that hardship, and yet that's a choice that the top level of executives are making, again, to save what is probably a pretty small amount of money in the long term, right? Especially for a
Right.
company like Microsoft, right?
Well, I mean, oh, go ahead.
Just like a company that like people people joke and are like, yeah, they have unlimited money, but like literally, right? Like they
Right.
literally like like them crashing would probably crash the US economy, maybe even a good portion of the world economy. So like uh it is just like it's really frustrating. It's really frustrating.
I mean, here's the thing, like, and as we were talking, I went back and pulled up original articles like from the Associated Press and everything, but um, the main purpose of these cuts, these layoffs, are for the sole purpose of AI, the use of AI
Yeah.
to replace. So it's an investment on AI. At least that's the way Microsoft is branding it, so to speak. And we could go into the tangent of the strengths and weaknesses of AI, but I mean, AI as a tool, as a concept, can be used, I think, in a way in like it's a good tool in the toolbox. That said, you got to realize that the art comes from the artist, right? Like
Yeah.
it's if you're investing in AI to cut artists, then you're not using AI in the way it should be. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, AI is a very very tricky, slippery slope. There's a lot of bad that comes with it,
Yeah.
with very small good. Um, and
Well, part
what
of that
it's
is that the I just want to
go ahead.
cut in and just say like part of the reason for that is that the only like truly like visible and like marketable parts of AI are like the generative
Right.
stuff, right? Where like AI can be a very useful tool when it comes to like I know CapCut has like auto masking, right? Like that if you know anything about video editing, having something that can automatically mask an object for you, very
Right.
useful. That shaves off like
A whole lot of time.
hours, that probably
Mm,
hours of work, right? Um, so like, yeah, I just wanted to. I'm gonna let you continue. I just wanted
well,
to
that's
tack on like sort of like that's sort of why we're seeing so much of like why this feels like such a bad thing is because when you hear jobs are being replaced by AI, you think and you assume they mean, and they probably do mean, that they're going to use generative AI to fill this missing position.
and you do bring up a really good point. Um, I mean, it's it's tricky because that part we don't know, right? I mean, this is
Yeah,
it gets
exactly.
back into the same discussion as what the point of layoffs are. Like we really don't know what goes on behind the scenes, right? We just get we just get the abridged result of whatever is told to us, right? Um, I will say its timing of it's weird, very weird. Like I mean, the stuff that has been impacted and been canceled from it has I think has been largely more surprising um
Yeah.
than what is expected. Like, you know, I guess this goes into the the game the summer games showcase they had.
Yeah.
Um and I mean a lot of those titles that were shown off are now canceled. which is so weird to think about. Like
Yeah.
it's such a
Yeah.
weird feeling. Like Perfect Dark being shown off, and then now
A year later.
it's all for nothing in a sense. And then you also have like, I mean, Everwild, which was like this first showcase of what this game was at Summer Games Fest, is now gone. Although to be fair, I wasn't too impressed with whatever they showed. I can't even remember what they showed
Well,
with Everwild.
Everwild was Rare, so that was the Banjo Kazooie guys,
Okay.
and they. I don't remember. I think they might be the Sea of Thieves developers as well. Um,
Gotcha.
I could be totally mistaken. I could be misremembering, but
Hmm.
that game's been in development for a really, really long time. Like 2014 is the year
Yeah,
I
that's a long
heard.
time.
So like it makes sense that at some point, like, and it's kind of the same with Perfect Dark of like, yeah, maybe it is time to pull the plug.
Right.
Um, at the
I think
same
what's
time,
oh, go ahead.
like on the other hand, there's sort of the aspect of like, does pulling the plug mean these people have to lose their jobs?
Right.
Right? Does this mean that the people have to uh, go searching in a different area, change careers, find multiple jobs, right? Like there's the when Perfect Dark got canceled and they shut down, I think it's the Initiative is what the studio was called.
Hmm.
Um, you're sort of like, for me, it's sort of like, well, I don't mind that the game was canceled, but then why open a whole new studio in the first place? Um,
Right.
and I think Skilla made a video titled like it's time for Xbox leadership to change, and I think he was right. I think like because his basic uh perspective was that like yeah like the project management at Xbox is just not there, right? Like
Hmm.
criticize Sony for their slow rollout of games all you want, but the fact is they know what and where to they know they choose the right projects to greenlight, right? And then if something's not working, they cancel it in an appropriate amount of time or reboot it or whatever. Nintendo, same thing, right? Like Metroid Prime 4 was not working. It was not where Nintendo wanted it to be. So they rebooted the whole project, brought in a new studio, and like made sure that it was going to be up to their quality standards, right? And whether or not you like any of these games, right? Whether or not you're a Last of Us fan or a Spider-Man fan or Ghost of Tsushima or whatever, the project management at these two companies is pretty solid, right? It's something that slips through every once in a while. Um, but Xbox, it just seems like that hasn't been there. It's been really like hit or miss, right? Like, and it makes Hi-Fi Rush seem more like a fluke than anything else, right? Like, it makes it seem like, oh, they kind of just got lucky with this, right? Like, it makes Halo Infinite look even more suspicious of like, okay, like
Hmm.
how did that come together under such dire circumstances? So yeah, it is like really it's really messy. I think something I was noticing going back over and we don't have to transition to the showcases just yet, but I was looking at like what was at the Xbox showcase, and I was like, oh, like a lot of this isn't really Xbox Studios stuff, right? Like a good
Hmm.
portion of it is, but like not nearly as much as you might expect.
Right.
Especially given how much they own, right? Because they bought ActiBliz and King. They bought uh, Bethesda, and that's a whole giant unto itself, right? Like those are, and then there's also like the smaller stuff that they bought that uh, is just kind of like sometimes not there, and then yeah, so it is interesting. It's interesting. I'm curious to see what we'll look at or how it will look in the next like year or so, right? Like will we just continue to see this like shrinking of Xbox, or will we see like some kind of pivot, or will they expand, or what is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's gosh, it's so interesting to think about, like because it's you talk about the troubled state of Xbox development, I'd say this generation. I mean, like you said, PlayStation has its own fair share of problems. We're going to shelve that aspect for a bit, but it's interesting to look at least Xbox development issues in this generation and its successes. On top of that, that it almost like whenever Xbox has a success, it kind of outshines any of its negativity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think it's just more surprising that an Xbox um an Xbox win than like a PlayStation win. That like it's interesting. But I mean this I think hurt, like it hurt me because like I I think between what Xbox has been showing and what Xbox and Xbox knows how to put on a good show, I think at this point. But um I I mean for a month now I was convinced that like Xbox I think Xbox has won this generation. Like as far as like, I mean, not talking about Nintendo aside, but I'm talking like between PlayStation and Xbox.
Yeah.
But like, and then Xbox pulls this stuff out, and it just feels like that's how it's been. You know what I mean? Like it's just like every win that Xbox has, it has like four losses attached to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it it's interesting because I almost feel like when these games are cut like this, I'm like, man, we're talking about how long these things have been in development for, and it's like instead of laying off, and this is more of a hypothetical, and I don't know the business aspect of it again, but instead of laying off, what would have been the cost of just selling those products, getting them out there in a way that keeps people employed, but also you lose the responsibility of having to take a loss, right? So I don't know. It's just a hypothetical. I don't know if
Yeah.
that would have been possible, but like I think at least these games could probably get benefit from a third party buyout, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well, I mean, Perfect Dark to me is like I think that game should have been canceled like 3 years ago.
mhm.
Like
To be fair, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, like that game in like specifically, like it's a bummer because we did just see it last year. Finally, right? Um but like if I'm being honest with myself, it probably should have been canceled a few years back.
I guess my question
And
is, oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say maybe because could there have been a possibility that the Microsoft board looked at metrics of reactions to their showcases over the year, like not necessarily Perfect Dark, but just like stuff like Everwild, all that stuff, and looked at audience reaction and was like, hey, maybe these aren't actually really that good of projects. Maybe they are tracking to flop. Maybe it's time to cut the head off the Hydra now. You know what I mean? Before it
Sure.
becomes, you know.
Yeah. Well, and that's I think a perfectly valid way to look at it. I wonder, is I actually think that in terms of like the game cancellations and like studio closures, this wasn't like as drastic as I was afraid it would be. Um so I wonder a little bit if you're right that like maybe it was more of like they gauged interest and then like that plus the fact that like these projects have just been in development hell for so long. Uh they were just like, like it's time to pull the plug, right? Um yeah, I don't know. It still sucks, right? It's still like really frustrating. Um Rare will never get shut down. At least as a brand, because it's such a like storied developer. Um, but other than like those sort of legacy studios, I can't think of any that are like safe. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, right, like Bethesda Game Works, that's gonna be fine. Like they're not gonna shut down Bethesda Game Works, but like, and like Obsidian's been shipping so much that like it's sort of like, okay, like why would you, like it wouldn't make a lot of sense to shut them down. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bummer either way because the execs are making so much money and like they're profiting, right? Like they're making a lot of money off of Xbox stuff. And so for them to pull the plug on these studios and to pull the plug on these projects is just like, oh man, like you want somebody to fall on the sword eventually, right? Like you need
Mhm.
it, that it needs to happen. Famously, I bring this up all the time, but my goat Iwata, he took like a 50% pay cut just so he could avoid laying off Nintendo employees back in like 2014 when the Wii U was absolutely the worst
Mhm.
bomb of video game history, right? None of the AAA developers, none of the console manufacturers are in that position today, and worse is happening. And it sucks.
It does. It does. I mean, it's just a weird year. I mean,
Yeah.
I I mean, let's. I guess now is probably a good point to segue into Summer Games Fest fully. Like,
Yeah. You want to
I'm
start
sorry,
on Xbox?
I've gone silent because I've started thinking about it all, and I'm like,
Well,
like,
it is a bummer. It is a bummer, to be clear.
yeah. I mean, Xbox, shows this amazing showcase. I mean, we're we're watching it. I didn't have much time to actually watch the full thing. Um, but I watched the beginning pieces of it, and you're watching it, and we're freaking out. Like
Yeah.
they're showing stuff that we never would have expected. Um, I really can't remember a lot of the stuff that was shown off at this point, but I just remember just being in wow. I'm like, they're just showing one right after the other. I mean, a lot of them were third party stuff. It wasn't actual, you know. Oh, that's the showcase where they.
Final Fantasy 16 on
Yeah,
Xbox.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox and 7.
And 7
Um,
remake, yep.
yeah, and it's funny. I remember
Proof
seeing it.
proof that the uh embargo for Rebirth is not up yet. Because that game would definitely have been at this show
Oh yeah,
if that game was allowed to appear on Xbox platforms. But
and
yeah,
then
anyways.
and then I mean I was looking at it. I remember being like before they showed anything, they just showed this like green and red and like I guess artwork. I don't know what to say, but what to call it, but like screen, this green and red screen, and I'm like reddish orange, and I'm like that's like Final Fantasy VII aesthetic right there. And then it cut to Final Fantasy VII. I was like, oh, it is
It
actually it.
is
Okay,
actually FF7.
it's like that's the type of expectations that I didn't like specifically have. I mean, um, like I mean, the entire time I was just having a great time with that. Um, they announced Gears for PlayStation.
Well,
There,
that we'd
I'm just.
already we already heard about that one.
Oh, did we really?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
couldn't remember if that was. They announced a lot of stuff for PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
most of this stuff is coming out on PlayStation. What I'm
which is
looking at.
also a weird feeling
Yeah.
for Xbox. But
Well, it is the sign that like Xbox is transitioning out of like the dedicated console space and into like a third party they're going to become more analogous to Steam, right? And to like uh they're trying to make Windows into a platform rather than dedicated hardware.
right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, oh, they announced their partnership to make a portable device. I can't remember
Yep.
what the company is called, but I mean that's
ROG uh
yeah,
what's the
yeah.
name of the
I
company?
think that's right.
Is it
Um,
Lenovo? It's not Lenovo. Is it? Asus, that's who it is.
gotcha. Um, I mean, for Xbox, that's huge. I mean, Xbox has never had anything portable. Um,
Yeah. Well, and it's going to be a Windows device, so it'll be able to
right.
play everything, right? Including a Steam library or like your Epic Games library if you happen
Hmm.
to like buy an Epic First exclusive and you don't want to buy it again on Xbox or Steam. There you go, right? Like you can do that. Um it's pretty it's pretty cool. I got to say like it's pretty cool. I think that also means they are making like a Windows like menu for it, right? Where like before, like if you were running Windows on a Steam Deck, pretty inconvenient, right? Like not the best possible,
Hmm.
but not gonna be anybody's favorite. Um So yeah, it will be a pretty cool. But that's another situation where it's like that's a company. Asus is a company that makes like PC parts, right? So like they're partnering with a different company to make something that isn't, it's not even really an Xbox, right? Like I don't even think they're going to call it an Xbox. Um
Hmm.
so like yeah, it's definitely like a sign like Xbox is treating their hardware as a as like closer to how they might treat like a Windows computer, right? Where like they have like the surfaces and the and you know they partner with like all these computer manufacturers to make laptops and pre-builts and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, they're mostly a software company that assists in like manufacturing and like R&D and stuff like that. So,
Right. I mean, I guess before kind of moving on. Oh, there was also the Indiana Jones DLC.
Indiana Jones DLC, um, which I don't think
Which
either of us played Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, so I don't know.
I've heard it's surprisingly good.
Yeah, I heard really
I
good things.
mean, before this most recent trailer, I mean, I thought the game looked slow paced, um, and just it just didn't feel quite right.
Yeah,
So I didn't really have much of a desire to play the game until I heard kind of the reviews, and then I was like, okay, we'll see. You know what I mean? Like it went back to a we'll see type of thing. But
sure.
I mean, prior to the game's launch, I was ready to write it off as I wasn't going to play this game. and then um, and then this most recent trailer, um, which like I think takes place in Rome or something like that. I mean, it looked fun. It looks good. As far as the DLC trailer, that looks really good. Um, I don't know. Do you have any kind of outside thoughts about that one?
Yeah. Um, the other thing that was there, Persona 4 remake,
Mm-hmm.
pretty fun. Everybody already knew about it. Um, not super interesting.
Mm-mm. They didn't
Um,
really show anything. They just kind
no,
of
they didn't. They just said
they
like
showed the title.
and like 2 seconds of in-engine footage
Oh yeah,
that will
they
look
did. You're
like completely different by the time we see it next. Um, uh, Clockwork Revolution was also there. That was a pretty cool looking game. Let me make sure. Revolution. Okay. It is a it's by In Exile, which is it's an Xbox Game Studios game. They did like the Wasteland series, uh, and the Bard's Tale,
right. Yeah.
and also this game called Torment. Really not familiar with their discography, but looks pretty cool. It's like a uh, it's like a steampunk game where you can like time travel and also like I think there's like some time freezing stuff in there, so there's a little bit of like that Quantum Break stuff.
Hmm.
And then just to round out, there was all sorts of other stuff, but they had Black Ops 7 was there. Uh,
Oh yeah.
they finished out the show with that, which felt like the wrong move. Because to me, that's like Call of Duty's already going to sell. You don't need to put that in your showcase for the nerds. But maybe I'm wrong. Um,
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because it's like when it showed up, it was like, oh yeah, Call of Duty would have had to have shown up at this Xbox at the showcase at some point.
yeah.
But as it's was it surprising a little bit? I don't think it was on too many people's radar that I mean, there was whispers of Black Ops 7 being this year's Call of Duty, but it's weird that they did it again where they did a direct continuation sequel of back to back. Usually it's split up in the past, doesn't exist anymore. This formula, they had a formula of it was Infinity Ward, Treyarch, and then
Infinity Ward, Treyarch, and
uh, it started with a B. I can't remember what it was. Um, whatever the third studio that did Advanced Warfare. Well, and I believe one of the World War games that came out.
Sledgehammer.
I think they did Sledgehammer. Thank you. And I think they did World War II, if I'm not mistaken. Um, that was the formula, right?
Yeah.
Well, then Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 happened, the remake, and they made the business decision to take the year off, right? So they were going to do that, and they were going to, for Call of Duty's 20th anniversary or whatever, they were going to have um, just a giant DLC for Modern Warfare 2, right? Well, somewhere along the way, that process, in that development process, they were like, you know what? We're not going to call this a big DLC. We're actually going to call this Modern Warfare 3 because that's going to get and that's going to sell more. Well, then Modern Warfare 3 happens. People are pissed because it's a short game. My shock was none because I just knew going into it. Like I didn't even play Modern Warfare 3. I was so pissed that they made that business decision to call it Modern Warfare 3. I didn't end up getting it because they just smacked a full price tag on a DLC, and I was furious. Like the cycle that is Call of Duty, it's been crazy over the years, and then Black Ops 6 comes out last year, um, which is sort of return to form to Black Ops. Um, and it sets up the continuation of Black Ops 2, which is so crazy to think about. That's how convoluted Black Ops is. Its timeline is just all over the place. But, it sets it up and it's like, "Oh, that's a cool idea." I mean, I haven't played Black Ops 6. I haven't played any of the Black Ops for a couple years now. I I shouldn't say that. I have Black Ops 6. I haven't played it though. um
Ah,
because I got it for the bachelor party, if you remember. um, but now they decided to do the same thing they did with Modern Warfare 2 and 3 and come out with Black Ops 7, which to me either means last year's game was rushed to fill a quota, or this year's game is rushed to fill a quota. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my only big shock. Like
sure.
I was excited because it's like, oh, this is a direct continuation of Black Ops 2 when I originally watched it, and then like I got to thinking about it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Again, they need to take a year off at
Yeah,
least, and Activision will not do that. They
they're not
refuse
gonna
to do it.
they're not gonna do it unless they see dollar signs.
Right. Despite fan, I mean, there's so much pleading for them to do it, but they won't do it because you, like you said, it's too costly not to.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that it's too costly. It's that it won't make the number go up. They're not worried about the number going down, right? Cuz it's kind of not going
Right.
to, right? They're just not
Hmm.
worried about the boost not happening.
Hmm.
And that's the kind of insidious part, right? Is that
Yeah.
like these people are going to be would be fine if they took a year off. Everybody would be okay. But
Hmm.
because they need that yearly like uptick, right, to
Hmm.
make executives happy, or whoever, the board, whatever, um it's that's just how it's gonna be. So it is a shame, because I agree, I would prefer these games take a year off,
Hmm.
because like, I'm not a COD guy. I'm not like huge on first person shooters, but every time I look at Call of Duty, I'm like, dang, this is pretty cool, like from just a visual fidelity standpoint. And then I'm like, man, imagine what they could do with another year. like like
Right. I
if you
mean,
got here this quickly, then like how quickly could you get to even better, right? Like, I
well,
don't
that's
know.
the thing. They have an arsenal of 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 a team and developers to really, I mean, to really create a good game. I mean, there's some good stuff about it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times like where I like the idea of what Call of Duty can be, but I don't know. I feel like it's the same conversation every year, and to slap it at the end of a showcase, it's just not a good one more thing. So
That's
I
I
mean,
think that's fair.
it Xbox still gets the best showcase. I think. I don't know. Maybe Nintendo, although that wasn't really Summer Games Fest.
That wasn't Summer Game Fest. I
But
wouldn't count it.
yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, because if there was another great one attached to the Xbox showcase, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's that over Xbox.
Yeah.
But I mean, there really was not notable stuff in either the actual Summer Games Fest or the PlayStation showcase. I mean, I guess, do you remember anything that was actually shown?
Well, I did pull up a list.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Um,
to me, there's nothing too remarkable, but I was just kind
yeah,
of gathering if there was.
I didn't have like too much in my head. Like Clockwork Revolution and Persona were probably the two like things that was like, oh, like that really stuck out. But there was also Super Meat Boy 3D, which is pretty cool. Um, Super Meat Boy, one of like the OG indie games. I've never played it, but apparently it's really hard. So for it to get like a 3D game, that's fun. And then the Invincible fighting game, uh,
Oh yeah, that was shocking.
that was it looked okay, but after the PlayStation showcase that had happened like a week before, it was a little like by the numbers.
Hmm.
But yeah, again, and other than that, right, like there was Ninja Gaiden 4,
Hmm.
FF16 had a great trailer. um again, it was a really good showcase. It just like there wasn't a lot that was like for me, I guess is the best
Right.
way I could put it.
I guess
Um
it's fair.
oh, and then there was also that game. I don't remember what it was called. Maybe I think it might have been The Blood of Dawnwalker that's developed by Game Freak. Um
Oh yeah, I think that sounds right.
just the Pokemon developers, which is really funny. Um
Hmm.
we'll see if that game's any good. Cuz I think like whether or not that game is actually good will be a litmus test for how genuine like Pokemon criticism can be. Because if it's a good game and people are like, "Oh, this is really good," then we know like, okay, they can cook. So there's something going wrong
Right.
here. Um, but yeah, yeah, I liked the show. Um,
Um.
yeah, you want to move on to the
I,
state of play?
yeah, I think so. I don't think there's
Okay.
anything else that was shown at Summer Games Fest. There was honestly the it's. I would want to talk about one thing. I do kind of want to talk about Death Stranding too. Um, it's interesting because Kojima has always this unique marketing style, right?
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, a lot of people were like, "Okay, he just showed a clip, and it didn't really provide any context." I will say it was intriguing to watch. Like
Yeah.
I think I got more intrigued by that than a lot of the other marketing that has been done and showcased for this game. Um, so I will say I feel like I'm in the 1% of like that of people that were like enjoyed that trailer that were like because there's actual Death Stranding fans I think that were hoping for more out of that, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. I think deaths I think, Kojima's he's nothing if not a terrific intrigue director, right? Like he's really good at like uh, putting characters together and writing them in a way that makes you like really interested in like what their deal is. Um, the Yeah, I will agree. I think that like as somebody who hasn't played the first Death Stranding, any imagery that would have like connected me back to that first game and been like, oh, like that's interesting that this is there, completely lost on me. Because other than the baby and a few of like the machines from the first Death Stranding, there's not much of that iconic imagery that I can really think of. Um, I guess Norman Reedus aside. um, so yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about like the reception to that. But yeah, I
Right.
agree. I thought it was good. Um, we did.
Yeah, I mean that kind of wraps up Summer Games Fest. I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean we did just to highlight a few more cool
mhm.
things real quick. You were kind of popping off about the Game of Thrones game that they showed until they were like, "Oh, it's going to be a strategic RPG," and then you were like, "I need to see it." Um,
Yeah, I was intrigued, but I was like, what if Game of Thrones? Oh, awesome idea. And then realized they didn't show any gameplay, they didn't show anything,
yep,
and I was like, oh, like it was just
darn.
like it was a bummer because like they've Warner Brothers has like started to like discover that they can use um Game of Thrones as a gaming franchise, but every time they do it, it's like this cheap like the best way to compare it to is like the tie-in movie games that was like in the 2000s of like really just cheaply thrown together, like we'll get the actors back type of thing. Um, that has been of late. Like there was a Game of Thrones game that came out last year that just bombed horribly. It performed terribly. Like it was just
Yeah,
uh it
I know the game you're talking about. Yeah,
right it doesn't have the greatest track record, um but so to see that and that they didn't show anything really, it was a bummer. I mean, in one year out the other at that point, because I was just like, okay, moving on. I mean, the moment Warner Brothers wants to actually put some time and effort in into that franchise, I think they are going to have an amazing game. And I love the concept of a what if Game of Thrones.
yeah.
What they're doing with it, I'm very concerned. I
That's
wish
no.
they
I
would have
think
shown
that's
greater
fair.
gameplay.
I would also be very concerned if a very small amount of the cast was actually part of it. Um, just because I know the cast was
Hmm.
such a major part of why that series was so
Right.
popular. Um, so yeah, I'm curious. It'll probably be a little while before we see it again, just because that was like a
Probably.
pretty by the numbers CGI
If
reveal
it
trailer.
ever comes out, because that's another
That's
thing with
fair.
Warner Brothers.
That's fair.
So, because
Um, oh, go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Warner Brothers' track record right now is just abysmal.
Yeah.
If there is something coming out, it's just awful,
Yeah.
Ex- excluding Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah. Well, and even
Because
Hogwarts
I haven't
Legacy
played
is
that.
like pretty by the numbers again,
Right.
right? Like that's it's just Arkham Knight, but Harry Potter.
Right. Exactly.
Not to be too much of a hater, but like that's kind of the vibe that I get. Um,
And that's I think that's completely fair too.
um, and then there was also I'm not gonna list off everything that I thought was cool because I actually looking back on it, I'm like, oh yeah, there was like a lot of cool stuff from Summer Game Fest. But Atomic Heart 2 was there. It looked pretty cool. Hopefully, that's a success for them. Um, they had Code Vein 2, which was cool. It looked like a very different kind of game. So hopefully, so like if it's more of like an action game than a Souls like, I'd be excited. Um, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds got its release date for late September, and also
Oh yeah.
Minecraft DLC is a thing. They would later go on to announce SpongeBob, TMNT,
Hmm.
and Avatar: The Last Airbender DLC as well. So pretty cool. Um, I'm not really playing a Sonic game for any of that stuff, but hey, you won't see me complaining about Avatar getting some love, and you won't see me complaining about
Hmm.
the Turtles. I think the Turtles in a Sonic crossover, long overdue.
I can see
Very
that.
long overdue. Like they're both
Hmm.
anthropomorphic. Like how has this been dodged for so long? Mega Man got a crossover first. Anyways, um, and then
True.
they had well, so Deadpool VR was announced in the most horrible of ways, uh,
Oh
where
my gosh, I
they were
totally.
like they brought out a car. They brought out somebody holding a car, and it was like, oh, here's Silk Song, and then they like swapped the cars. So it was like, LOL, sorry. Uh, like that's so weird.
That was bad. So bad.
And then just to finish off here, they did have a fun running gag throughout the show where the lady who played Lady D, I don't know how to pronounce her name, Lady D in Resident Evil 8, she would like be in commercials and stuff, and she announced like a Capcom sale and
Oh yeah.
you know, it is random stuff, and then like she announced like, oh, here I have a message from one of the directors of or producers of Resident Evil, and he came out and he was like, hey, yeah, sorry guys, we need a little bit more time to cook. And then at the very end it was like, oh, we do in fact have Resident Evil Requiem to show, and looks cool. Also did not. Also probably not gonna play it because I do not like being scared.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know if I that might not be the exact reason why I want to play it, but it is up there. I mean, I've grown into the horror genre of these past few years, but I've always
Sure.
never been the biggest fan. So, I mean, Resident Evil games. I mean, there also comes into the debate of which one I would even start with. Because I could
Yeah.
tell you, some people would be like, if you're going to play one, play this one. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'd have to consult with some experts before I did that. And I don't think I would start off with 9, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I am happy for Resident Evil fans. They got
Yeah.
fed well. Rest are kind of starving a bit here.
Yeah. Capcom fans in particular, if it's not RE or Street Fighter, it's like, well, better hope. Or Monster Hunter,
Right,
I guess.
exactly.
Go back to hoping. Yeah. Overall, pretty good. Pretty good show. But nothing special.
No.
And then so it was like, yeah, okay, it was like the week before all of these showcases, Sony had their state of play. There wasn't a whole lot here,
No,
to be
not
honest. We did finally see the 007 game that they've been working on. It looks pretty cool. It's like a prequel-ish game. Nothing too crazy about it. I think it'll be one of those games that comes out and like if it looks like fun, then you'll play it. If not, then don't bother. Pragmata is, space Last of Us.
Yeah.
I don't think that's controversial to say. Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered.
Obviously, the biggest one in my realm, as far as
Yeah.
news goes. But I mean, still, I won't even play that one yet. I gotta go through the main series first before I dive into tactics. That's my philosophy.
Fair. That's fair. Neo 3 was there. And then they ended the show on Marvel Tokon Fighting Soul, which is like a 4v4 Marvel game. Not Marvel versus Capcom, but it is Marvel's like return to fighting games. and they're doing it like with ArcSys, who are the Guilty Gear guys. Like I think this game looks super cool. Um, could get me back into fighting games. Um, so yeah,
Yeah.
PlayStation kind of trucking along. They did just have a Ghost of Yote showcase. I don't think either of us watched it. Um, but that game comes out pretty soon, anyways.
I guess we could talk about it just briefly. Of like, what's your opinions on Ghost of Yote so far?
You know, having seen so little of it, I don't really have any.
Mhm.
I'm probably gonna be waiting for reviews, and if the reviews are really good, then I'll be like, okay, I'll pick it up. If not, then I'll wait on it. But um, you know, like I never finished Ghost of Tsushima, and
Mm.
part of it was just like,
Neither have I, but yeah.
yeah, the enemy design was too frustrating, and
Hmm.
it wasn't like fun enough for me to sink a lot more time into. So yeah, uh I'm not like automatically sold on Ghost of Yote, but like if I hear like, oh, like it took everything that the first game did well and made it better,
Mm.
then I'm like, okay, I'm
Give
down.
it a shot.
Yeah.
I I've been I didn't watch the showcase today, and probably I should have because I'm so on the fence about it. Like you said, I played Ghost of Tsushima, loved it. I never finished it, but I just loved it. Um, it largely got too big for me. Like I just there was a point where I just kind of dropped off. Like I kind of got bored with it a little bit.
Sure.
Um, and largely that could be attested to the enemy design too. Um, but I mean I loved the aesthetic. I thought it was so cool. Um, story wise and gameplay wise, it was a really cool game. But I never end up finishing it. And then um, they announced Ghost of Yotai last year. It's like, oh, awesome, sweet. First trailer was intriguing enough. And then I believe there was a second trailer shown in a showcase. It wasn't nearly as good. And then they showed they dropped it on a random Tuesday, a full length, like a full story trailer. And it was the most amount of marketing that we got to this day. Um, that I was like, oh, this looks really cool. I really like it. You know what I mean? And then every time
Yeah.
it's been popping up afterwards, I've been kind of like, I've lost its magic again. You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure.
I think I'm in the same boat as you. As I'm kind of waiting for reviews. I don't think it's going to be a day one buy, unlike Ghost of Tsushima was. I did get that one day one. Um, but I don't think Yotai is going to be that way.
No, I think that makes sense. Yeah, it's just like I really liked the reveal trailer, and I haven't watched anything else other than like that very brief like blink and you'll miss it thing that they did at the state of play, where they were like, here's gonna be this gameplay reveal. um So
Psych.
I haven't had like the opportunity for for my excitement to deflate, because it's just been like just sort of plateaued. It's just been like, okay, like we're just gonna
Mhm.
stay here, and then depending on how release goes, what the response is, then I will determine whether or not I'll play it.
Mhm.
Just because I wasn't, it wasn't that like Tsushima was automatically bad. It just was like, is this uh, it's just like there was just enough about it to like take the wind out of the sails. So if they can trim some of that fat, then they'll be they'll be solid.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything for the Summer Game Fest stuff, as far as I can tell. All of like
I
the
think that
big
was
stuff, at
it.
least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. That's the thing. It's like if there was other stuff, I mean, a lot of it was forgettable. Um, and I think we're gonna go 6 months from now. We're gonna be at the Game Awards, and we're gonna be like, yeah, I don't remember anything that was showcased this year, um, aside from Resident Evil 9 and maybe a few other bigger titles, but nothing too much to really go on about, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, so that's kind of the good, the bad, the ugly as far as Summer Games Fest. Um, and now I'm gonna go to the good, the bad, and the ugly of the one that we haven't talked about yet, Nintendo.
Yep.
So Nintendo, since we've been on hiatus, has had a full showcase and a console launch since we've been gone. So, um, I mean, what's first? I think the best way to talk about it is I think we should kind of give a brief overview of what they kind of revealed for the Switch 2.
Yeah.
Mostly a lot of the big things that it is the console's a little bit of I believe a bigger screen. Its download times are faster. It's got a larger storage space. It's essentially catching up to this current generation. It can do um, it can support HDR, which was a huge shock. It could do 60 frames per second. Um, for some games, it's a huge performance leap compared to what the Switch One was.
Yeah.
Um, outside of that, there's not really much to glaring differences as a console hardware look,
Yep.
I guess. Um, and we didn't really get too much as far as launch titles, other than we got a lot of remastered stuff for the Switch 2 that was revealed of not just Nintendo, but a lot of outside companies too that could finally bring their stuff in, like Final Fantasy VII remake, and it's showing that showcase really showed that Nintendo Switch 2 is finally caught up. Now, granted, in a few years from now, we're going to get the next generation, and then we'll
Yeah.
be right back to square one. That's just the current
Yeah.
generation cycle and how it goes with Nintendo right now.
Well, and to be
Um,
clear, the Switch 2 is basically just a PS4. So like it's not
right,
even really all that caught up anyways.
right.
But yeah, the point still
Um,
stands.
no, I mean that's the thing. It's like the the showcase was good. In other words, I really enjoyed the showcase. Um, and they showed off Donkey Kong Bonanza,
Yep.
right? Is that the title of the?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. I was saying that off the cuff, and I was like, wait a minute, that was the title, wasn't it? Yeah. Um, for the first time, caught everybody by shock a little bit. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody was really expecting a platformer of Donkey Kong anytime soon. Um,
Well, we were all
But
expecting Mario. Was
yeah,
the
we were expecting Mario, so that was a good misdirect. I think that's a really good launch title for the
Yeah,
Switch 2, even though it hasn't come out yet. So it's kind of hard to say that
sort
it's a
of
launch title, but you
launch
know,
window, I guess.
launch enough. It's the first big one from
Yeah.
Nintendo, so um,
Well, aside from
it
the actual launch game.
right exactly, which was Mario Kart World.
Yeah.
Um, that you know it's the first like quote unquote open world Mario Kart World, Mario Kart game. That's why it's called World. Um, it looks like you know it's very intriguing. I'll kind of tiptoe around this one because I'll open up the floor in a second about it. Um, but yeah, that was the big headliner as far as the launch titles go.
Yeah.
And then they smack you with the price.
Yep.
They don't even reveal it in the showcase. You kind of have to do your own research for it.
Yeah, you have to find out after the
And
fact.
it's brutal. I mean,
eighty
I mean
dollars for Mario Kart.
it's not surprising, but it's brutal.
Yeah.
You know, and I think this is where we get into the good was the showcase, the bad is the price, um, and a little bit of the ugly too. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. I
it's
feel like ugly could be replaced with complicated.
complicated, right?
Like,
Uh, oh, go ahead.
yeah. No, I just want to, yeah, not even talking about Mario Kart World as a game. Um, I would echo basically everything you said about the Switch 2. Um, from a from just like a console perspective, right? It's
Hmm.
another Switch 1, it's a direct upgrade.
Hmm.
That's it, right? Uh it's kind of it's a little bit like a less interesting PS5 launch, and the PS5 launch was not that interesting.
Hmm.
um right, like there was
That's fair.
Astro's Playroom and there was Spider-Man,
Hmm.
uh and the Demon Souls remake, but that was it,
Yeah.
right? And there was some
Yep.
backwards compatibility stuff. Same deal here with the Switch 2, right? Like
Hmm.
there's Mario Kart World, there's Donkey Kong coming out in a couple weeks now, maybe even less than that.
Yeah, I think
Um
it's less than that actually. I'm not sure. Let me double check real quick.
um but like the main thing right now is just like backwards compatibility stuff and Mario Kart, and like
Oh,
I
it's already got some reviews, so it's got to be soon. Yeah, July 17th,
oh wow, so
next week.
exactly a week, yeah. um so yeah, I just I think it's one of those things where it's like something being unremarkable is automatically a bad thing. um I don't see it that way. um but I think it's like it's definitely not going to get me saying like, yeah, you need to buy a Switch 2 right now, right? Like it's a really, I think it's a really solid upgrade for a specific group of people, right? Like a specific demographic of people who are like really into Nintendo games, who play like a lot of, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Um, like I think Pokemon fans should absolutely consider it because Scarlet and Violet runs and looks a lot better, like a lot better. Um, so yeah, I also think like uh I don't think there's like necessarily a need, right, to get like a Switch 2 right this second,
Hmm.
because there isn't like a killer app, right? Like Mario Kart kind of is, but that game is going to have one of the most insane attach rates of all time, right? Just
Hmm.
because of the fact that it's bundled and it costs
Oh,
$80 outside of the
100%.
bundle, right? So like the discount with the bundle is really appealing. Even if it was
Hmm.
$70, it would still be appealing. Um,
Right. Because you could just get a hint of a discount and you're like, well, I was going to buy that anyways.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like, or especially if you're,
exactly.
this is the big thing, especially if you're a parent getting that for Christmas, like, for the holidays and be like,
Yep.
yeah, I need, I wanted to get a console. What, you're going to have to buy a game with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and that's the best way to do it. Like, um, I will say, I mean, I was shocked a little bit of, I agree with you in your statement of like, yeah, this is like a less interesting launch of the PS5 in a way. Um, I will say I was surprised as to how public s- slash popular the launch was as like as a day one launch, like how many people went in droves to go get this console, um just from like seeing headlines alone. And I guess we could talk about the ugly a little bit in this, in the fact that of the Switch 2 launch, like the GameStop really messed up. And one GameStop, I think it was in New York, stapled their receipts to the console box. Have you heard of this?
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Have you heard of the GameStop stapler controversy?
Oh
The
yeah,
Switch
yeah,
2?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I did hear about that. That was so brutal.
Yeah, so I mean that there's that, that happened. Um
You know what? I hope those people got a new Switch too.
I believe they did. They
Okay.
just would have had to wait for it. That was the caveat.
Yeah.
It was just like, imagine getting your new console and then being like, "Yeah, sorry, we messed up, but we'll get you one. It's just got to take. We got to get it back in stock for you."
Man,
Oh my
brutal.
gosh, it is brutal. I mean, I feel so bad for them on the same hand, and then at the other hand, I'm like, why would you staple the receipt against the box? That makes no sense. Like, it just, yeah. I mean, even if it was not up against I don't get it. I don't get it. As a former GameStop employee, I don't get it.
I mean, in fairness, and this is just me not knowing a whole lot. I don't think GameStop sells a lot of front-facing screens anymore. Right? Like
Like,
a
you talking about in the box?
yeah, like where like in a box that it has like a box where the screen might be face up. Uh
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
wonder, so like I think part of it might have just been like inexperience, right? Um
yeah.
but still, it's still really funny because somebody should
It
have
is.
been like, maybe we should like
Maybe we
open up
shouldn't
a
do this.
box and make sure where we're
Right.
stapling, right? Like, because if they had opened the box once,
Hmm.
none of this would have happened. Um,
Right.
so yeah, pretty funny, pretty funny.
It is funny. Um, but I mean, kind of getting back to what I was talking about, though. I mean, it was a. I thought as a launch, it had some pretty big, interesting publicity. You know,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
because I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the FOMO was real for me. Like
Sure.
it's still
Yeah.
real. I kind of like. There's like a good day where I'm like, yeah, I really wish I could get the Switch 2 right now, but I can't. Type of thing. I I have goals in mind of the roundabout time I'll get it, but like even then, it's like I gotta do it under a circumstance that's like not like I gotta save it for it. That's not um like a direct impact on any outside savings, right? It's just got to be like, oh, I'll push aside $25 here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That type of thing, and just slowly build up that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and like I said, I have a target mark for it, and by that point, we'll probably get another big Switch game. Um,
Oh yeah.
I'm expecting around holiday to
Probably
probably
Kirby.
get it. Probably Kirby. Um,
Well, Pokemon will
so
already be out by holiday.
Oh yeah, that's true. Pokemon would be the holiday one, but um, doesn't mean there can't be two. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. But I mean, you've had a little bit of a first-hand
Yeah.
feel of it. I guess. What are your full impressions of it? Like, is as far as compared to what the original Switch One was?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm gonna say all of this. I'm going to remove any like value judgments from what I'm saying in terms of like
Right.
monetary stuff because that's different for everybody, right? And
Hmm.
like me saying that like I had a good time with something that might not be worth the cost of it to somebody else, right? So like again, I don't want to like I think it'd be disingenuous for me to not acknowledge uh like monetary stuff with the Switch 2 because I do think it is one of those things that's like Nintendo is doing this, which means it is cemented as an industry standard, right? Like that's kind of the way that I look at it is like when Nintendo is finally doing something, that's when you know it's really like cemented. Um, so I'm gonna remove some of those arguments out of it just because I think that can get kind of exhausting. Um, so the Switch 2 itself, uh, like if you've used a Switch, you've used a Switch 2. It's really not all that different. Uh, it's got a little bit more the console itself has a little bit more heft to it, but I think that actually makes it feel a little better to hold.
Hmm.
Because it's a little bigger and it just fits in your hands a little better. I think that's probably going to be different for everybody because hand sizes can vary so wildly, um,
Right.
but at
Well,
least for
that's how I feel with the Dual Sense. Like
sure.
at first I was like, "Oh, this is a little bulky and a little awkward," but now I'm like, "Yeah, I can't go back." As far as like the feel of it. But
Yeah, no, I hear that for sure. The uh, having the charging or having the USB C on top and bottom, pretty nice
hmm
quality of life thing, means you can actually
hmm
charge while playing.
right.
Um, the Joy Cons, really nice. I don't think in terms of like a controller, I don't think they're that much better. I haven't really used a single Joy-Con yet. Um,
Hmm.
so I wouldn't be able to say about that. But in terms of like the Joy Cons as like together as a controller, pretty solid. Not all that different. The
Hmm.
triggers are a button rather than like a pull down trigger, so that might take some getting used to for some people. But uh, that's pretty easy to get over, at least in my opinion. Um,
Hmm.
the Trying to think about like the console itself before I get into any like performance or games or anything like that. Um, oh, the Joy-Con magnet connector
Hmm.
rather than sliding, really cool. I really like it. I will say,
Okay.
it's so I really like it. It's a lot more kinetic, and it just like feels better to do. And it also feels less like I'm in less danger of like breaking something when I'm doing it, because I think that is something that can happen with your Switch. Is it's like once like you have to kind of get it on just so, and it's not that hard, but it's like it feels like if you do it wrong you could mess something up. um
Hmm.
so it's not so I think it is better. I will say uh my my little brother, I had him with me at like uh we were playing some Mario Kart World uh at the like on launch night, and as we were setting up the Switch, he was like trying to disconnect it, and it didn't come very intuitively to him. So if you have kids, it you might have to like teach them how to disconnect the Joy Cons. And putting them back on easy, but disconnecting them is might be a little bit like
A little bit more
show them
complicated.
how to do it. For an adult, it's not that hard because you're gonna like know where to feel and stuff. But it if you have kids, that might be like an extra 5 minutes. um, uh, and then yeah, I mean, I think that's it for the console. The UI is a little bit prettier, has a little bit more like animation to it, but nothing too interesting, nothing extravagant. The way that like the PS5 is like constantly like changing backgrounds and music and all this stuff. That there's nothing like that. Um, there
Hmm.
is there are a few more options. Nothing too crazy. I do like that there is a like a power saving mode. So if you have your Switch to docked, it will stop charging at about like 85% to like preserve some of the battery life. So um
Hmm.
if that's something that you care
That's
about, um
that's interesting.
yeah, it's a weird thing because like battery cycles are like so complicated that it's hard to like quite nail down how to take care of a battery. But that's the way Nintendo has chosen how to do it. So I appreciate that. You don't have to turn it on, but that's something that some people might like. There was an issue, and this was something that I encountered with my PS5. So I think this is just something that this might just be an issue with my TV, frankly. But
Hmm.
HDR was turned on automatically, and my TV like says it has HDR, but it doesn't have like actual really good HDR. So it just like made everything too bright. Um, so I did have to like go in and turn HDR off in my Switch too. so that might be something you encounter. But again, nothing too obtrusive, right? Like there's nothing in this console that's like offensive in terms of like uh its usability. Um so yeah, I mean that's the console itself. I've played I've put a significant amount of time into 4 games
Hmm.
on the Switch 2. Um, and I'll talk about them here, and I won't talk about them later, um,
Hmm.
just to kind of save some
I
time,
get you.
and also because like it's I don't have like too much to say. Um, so Mario Kart World, I think it's great. I also think it's like
Hmm.
um Nintendo, if Nintendo was trying to use like a new game to show what they could do, this was probably the one. And I say that because it is a pretty big open world with like a lot of stuff. Um and yeah, I think it's a really solid Mario Kart game. Um the open world stuff does feel a little tacked on. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like totally
Okay.
complete. But
That's what I was a little afraid of,
yeah,
to be honest with you. I mean, you remember our initial reactions to it. Like I was
yeah,
very much like, oh, okay. How much meat is going to be actually in the bones of the open world aspect?
yeah.
Um,
And there's really not like it's like a bunch of challenges and stuff, and that can be fun, but it's not. Uh, there's no like campaign or anything like that. So like if you're going into it with like that hope, then I will dash that dream. But yeah, I think it's a really good showcase of just like how big a step up the hardware is. Um, I didn't put like a lot of time into Breath of the Wild, but I put in enough time to say that like that graphical upgrade is significant.
mhm.
Um, and I mean you could tell that from the trailers.
Right.
Um, but yeah, just having like the 60 FPS and the the higher resolution and the upgraded like textures and stuff. I don't know exactly everything that they've done, but whatever it is, it just looks so much better. And that game already
Right.
looked great. That game already
Yeah.
looked great. So like uh yeah, I just uh I think there hasn't been a better time to play Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played any Tears of the Kingdom. I want to do a Breath of the Wild playthrough and then play Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, I think that game looks gorgeous. And then the 2 games that I played that came out on other consoles, but I played on Switch 2. One was Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma. I picked it
Mhm.
up kind of just because I was like, oh, I kind of want like a launch game for my Switch 2, and also because I sort of played a little bit of Rune Factory 5, but not much. But I'm a big Rune Factory 4 fan.
Mhm.
I really enjoyed it. I think it definitely was like I played it and I was like, yeah, this definitely would have run better if I played it on PC. Um,
Oh,
uh,
that's unfortunate.
it didn't run poorly. I will be clear, and it looked great. Um, and it's obviously not like a super. It's like an anime AA RPG, so like it's not going to be like that graphically intensive, anyways. But I think like, uh, but like there was a little bit of like okay, like in battles with lots of enemies, the frame rate would kind of dip. When like loading in between areas, there'd be a little bit of hitching. Um, so not like unplayable, right? But uh, definitely like, okay, like if next time I'm making this uh, choice between PC or console, or PC or Switch 2, if I don't care that much about the portability, which the portability is nice, and it doesn't like bring it down all that much in terms of performance, then I'm probably choosing PC. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think that's just an example of like your Nintendo console. If you're a massive, if like you care about video games as more than just like something to kill time, your Nintendo console is going to be your Nintendo game machine, and
Hmm.
you have another dedicated machine for all the other stuff that comes out. Um, so like I think this just kind of is is an example of that. Um,
Hmm.
and then the final thing that I played, I don't have much to say about, is Deltarune. I finally played that.
Okay.
Um, I played Undertale 2 years ago for the
Hmm.
first time, or I finished it for the first time 2 years ago, and I enjoyed it. Deltarune, pretty good so far. Also not finished, so uh, there's Toby Fox is really good at he's really good at like making a romp and then having a character say like he'll like throw you into a boss fight with a character you think you know, and then that character will say something like, the fog on the mountain slowly withers, and you're like, wait, what did you just say? And then like nobody addresses it, and then and uh like he's really good at that, but without the complete narrative, it's really hard to make a judgment call on any of this. So
Right.
uh uh yeah, it's good. I think it's pretty good. I think my little brother would have a lot more to say about it than I do, but um, yeah, I think it's one of those things that's like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it until it's finished. So
I get you.
yeah. Um,
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
so those are the games that I've played on the Switch too.
Hmm.
I also played a little bit of Pokemon Violet, but like that's just
Oh,
everything I
okay.
said that about. Like I played like maybe 10 minutes, and it's like, okay, like everything I said about Zelda, like the performance aspect, so much better, but then like the graphical aspect, it's like, okay, like it finally looks like halfway decent.
Right.
um, so take that for what you will. And then I played a little bit of Bravely Default, but
Hmm.
I don't know. I that series, I want to like that series more than I think I do. So
I
I don't
get
have
you.
much to say. But yeah, that's kind of my experience with the Switch 2 so far. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna pick up Donkey Kong Day One, um, just because I'm not like the biggest DK fan. Um,
Right.
I'm not. It's not like I'm against it. I'm just sort of like, I don't.
Hmm.
How much do I care? Um,
Right.
but I know I'm looking forward to Pokemon. Because Legends Arceus was really good.
Hmm.
Um, and so having like the Switch 2 version of ZA is exciting. Um, and also it's going to be
Right.
like Xenoblade Pokemon, which sounds like a lot of fun to me. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, I mean, and then Kirby, whenever that happens.
Yeah, Kirby Air Riders looks like it could be this year, could be 2 years. Who knows?
That'd be crazy if Nintendo released two different racing games this year.
It would be weird. It would be weird.
A year of
I
the
don't know.
mascot racing game.
And then you also have to throw in Sonic there, even though it's not Nintendo.
Sonic,
Like,
Garfield.
yeah, it's kind of like it's almost like the market isn't the right time for it. Like,
Yeah.
like it's different if you're putting Mario Kart in mixed in with those two games at the same
Yeah.
time. Mario Kart's going to get the win for sure. But Kirby is a little bit more niche.
Yeah. Well, an air
I mean,
ride, like, talk about niche, right? Like, that's a
right,
GameCube game. That's from a
exactly.
while ago.
So it's interesting. I would more suspect it's coming out next year, later
That,
next
yeah,
year. But
I would agree with that. Maybe even like February, March, something
right,
like that. Um, yeah. And also, I forgot about Metroid.
yep,
Metroid is another
and that's
big
on the
boy.
horizon.
Yeah,
Yep,
August, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it's very close.
Hopefully, it doesn't get delayed. That'd be really sad.
That would be. Okay, well, I think we're going to move on a little bit.
Okay.
So that's a little bit of the Switch 2. Well, was there any final thoughts that you had, Ezra,
No,
about the
I
Switch
mean,
2?
I don't regret my purchase, but I also won't like go around saying like you need to buy this.
You need
Like,
to, yeah, I get you.
not. Yeah.
I get you. No, I mean that's the general impression I've gotten of the game, of the console. Um, and that's not a bad thing because I still want it, like really
Yeah.
badly. It's just like, okay, it's not quite a launch console, but soon, right? You know what I mean? It's like I want it for the future, you know. Um, but I guess kind of moving on. As far as news stories,
Yeah.
uh, we got a little bit of an interesting one. Ezra, this one I'm just gonna have you a little bit take the floor, explain this one. Um, in regards to the controversy with Bungie.
Yeah. 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 This one we're gonna keep kind of short and sweet. But I just thought it's both like funny and terrible at the same time.
Hmm.
So Marathon. Caleb, do you remember what Marathon is?
I can't remember what that was.
Okay, so Marathon. This it was revealed like 3 or 4 years ago now, maybe I think
Hmm.
3. Um, and it's a reboot of one of Bungie's like original games,
Hmm.
from like way back, like in the maybe even the 90s. Um, and it was like an extraction shooter, so think like Tarkov, um, and so they announced it, and then this year I think it was in May, May or April. Yeah, it was like May, I think. They had their alpha test,
Hmm.
and funny enough, the previews that they got from the closed alpha were negative. So in response, what they did was uh, they lifted the NDA so streamers could like publicize it and be like, "Hey, like I'm playing Marathon right now,"
Hmm.
um, to try to get some of that a boost
The
to
word of mouth, yeah.
yeah, to word of mouth. Uh, I don't think that was a success, but that's a different discussion.
Hmm.
So there is public footage of Marathon as a video game.
Hmm.
Cut to a few weeks ago. Uh, artist on Twitter and other platforms, I assume, known as Anti-Real, posts screenshots and side-by-sides of her art next
Oh no!
to in-game assets from Marathon. And
Yikes.
when I tell you it's like one for one copy pasted, I'm not kidding. Like it is
Yikes.
exactly that bad. Um, and then like people went in and found out that like the game's art director and a bunch of other artists on the game followed Anti-Real back in like the 2010s, right? Like not like it looks not accidental.
Yeah,
Um
that's not good. I I guess I don't really know what to say. I mean,
yeah.
it's
No, it's really bad. It's really bad. It's no, it's everybody was kind of like, well, when I saw it, I was kind of like, well, we'll see. But then it just sort of like it became clear, like, oh, this is like real
mhm,
plagiarism, right? Like this is real, like just taking somebody's stuff, putting it in your thing, and selling it, right? Um, what was also funny was that this was she broke this.
mhm.
I think it was either the night before or 2 nights before they were set to do like a marathon gameplay live stream where they were gonna like show a bunch of gameplay, talk about it, talk about it with the community and stuff. So uh this live stream happens, and uh they don't show gameplay,
Mhm.
right? Because you can't, right? They have to not do that while they're like
You know,
putting out the fire.
uh-huh.
And so this thing, um uh this live stream is just like two guys sitting there uncomfortably. One of them, I think he's the art director or the creative director or something,
Oh
looks like he
no.
hasn't slept, right? He looks like he
Mhm.
just has not slept. And he like reads out this statement, and he's like, I'm so sorry, we're so sorry to Anti-Real, and we want to make this right, and yada yada. And
Oh my
during
gosh.
during well, it's just like and they spend like, I think like an hour and a half or something just sitting there talking into the mic, and just like talking about the game. And uh the chat is going absolutely insane. I don't know why they left the chat on, but they kept spamming like plagiarism will make me god, which is like an altered quote from the game. um
Oh.
and it's just brutal, man. It's like, and now it's just, and it has been a uh it has been a disaster for Bungie since. They've since delayed Marathon, which good, because they better be like
Right.
quintuple checking every asset
Well,
for plagiarism
yeah.
now. Um,
Or at least come up with a settlement, right?
yeah,
You know,
yeah, something.
Maybe not scrap it, but at least give them the proper credits and the honestly a really decent payout and a percentage of the profits. Look at me,
Yeah.
a true negotiator.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of like ways that it could be resolved, but like the fact is like the story is that it happened accidentally from some and
Accidentally.
the person who
Okay.
did it isn't at Bungie anymore, right? That part I believe. That part I believe that they left a while ago.
Yeah.
Um, but even if it was an accident, right?
Right.
Like that's not an excuse,
No, it's not. Not
right?
at all.
Like
You can't just accidentally plagiarize something blatant like that.
one like
You can't.
if you put there has to like it's okay. You're allowed to like use stuff as like a placeholder, right? Like if that was the goal, then that's fine. But then you have to be like you have to like go into the asset and like write
Mhm.
in big text like placeholder and then put whatever art or whatever it is that you're gonna do, right? Like
Right.
you can't just like put it there and expect people to know that it's a placeholder. And Bungie's been hasn't even made that excuse, right? So I doubt that was the intention.
Right.
um so yeah, it's just it's really funny. It's horrible, right? It's horrible, but it is really
Mhm.
funny because this is not the first plagiarism scandal Bungie has had in recent years. Um, there was like some like fan art that somebody did that made it into like a cutscene in Destiny, and it was like a pre-rendered cutscene too. So it's like, geez, um,
Right.
like all sorts of all I think there's like been some stuff with merch and all sorts of other stuff that's just like
Mhm.
at some point it's just it gets to be too much.
Yeah.
But this instance was it was funny because it was like it lined up with that live stream, and so you just had two guys just like sitting there awkwardly just like clearly like more uncomfortable than they've ever been in their entire lives, and they just have to like kind of sit there and take it. um and like yeah, it was just humorous,
Yeah.
but also
No.
horrible, and I hope Anti-Real
Yeah.
got a fat paycheck.
Yeah. I hope they did too. I mean, it just only makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm no legal expert, but I mean, Bungie's in a heck of a lot of trouble depending
Well,
on the lawyer.
and somebody was like, the I was saying earlier, like I don't think the NDA being leaked or lifted for the alpha helped, right?
Mhm.
Somebody did make a good point that the imagine if the game came out with those assets in there, right? So
Right.
like
They would be in a far worse situation.
yeah, yeah, because with the alpha, you could at least say like they technically haven't made any money off of it. I don't know if that's true,
Mhm.
but they technically they haven't really made any money off of it.
Right.
Um, but if it had released, then yeah, it would be way worse. So yeah, good for them, I guess, but still, man, oh man.
Yeah. Well, getting on to this other set of news. This is our last news segment of the day. This is a big stinger. big stinger for both Ezra and I.
Yep.
Our drought continues. Um, we
Although
were
the count
promised.
has been reset.
Yeah, it has in a way. It's interesting because we've talked about this on this podcast ever since this podcast has been founded. We've been talking about where is missing link
Yep.
and
Those are the
when do we
origins of
expect it?
Trailer Watch.
Right, the origins of Trailer Watch right here, and the disappointment that has come over the years, the moments where I know where it's on the horizon, um, and while I'm on my honeymoon, I get a message that Missing Link's canceled, and I
I forgot.
was shocked.
I forgot I was the one who broke that to you.
Yeah, you broke it to me. Yeah, you broke it to me on my honeymoon. No, I'm joking. um, was it surprising? No. At this point, it was like there had to have been something, right? There had to have been either a. I was hopeful, maybe in denial. Who knows? I was hoping that it was going to be um, formatted for uh, console in a way, but it I mean, I went into that whole theory a couple months back believing that, but is it surprising? No. um I mean, they did try to do some damage control, show some new images of Kingdom Hearts 4, um and it did
It did
we
alleviate some of it.
right, it did. um it it did soften the blow. I will
Yeah.
say I feel like I experienced the 5 stages of grief um with it. The it just I don't know. I mean, I'm accepting of it at this point. Um it just it sucks. Like I can't like mobile game aside, it's more of the state of Kingdom Hearts that's the issue. Like,
That's
am
fair.
I upset a mobile game got canceled? Not really. It's more that, oh man, Kingdom Hearts games rarely get canceled, right? Or at least this public about it, right? So, I mean, there has been in the past, like, I know Birth by Sleep 2 got reformatted and reworked from the ground up pretty much to be 0.2 and all that stuff, but um this we haven't had this large of a deficit though of games from this franchise, and the fact that we had one so close, it could have been any month that it
Yeah.
dropped and it was taken from us.
Uh,
That's the
yeah.
big blow.
No,
You
I
know,
agree. I agree.
I mean, I was still upset about Dark Road a little bit. Like there was
Yeah.
so much story to that, and they quickly casted it off. Like it didn't even last a year before they were like, "Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna shut this down. We're gonna just do one large set of episodes content later in the year, type of thing." And even that got delayed. um,
Yeah.
but I was disappointed. Like I didn't even really get to play Dark Road before it was done. Um, I thought it had some interesting concepts as far as gameplay wise, but it was just disappointing. I don't know, Ezra, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's been about 2 months since, and you know, I am sad because I was never like entirely clear, like, okay, like what are we cooking kind of thing. Like I'm not,
Hmm.
because as a Kingdom Hearts fan, all I want to know is I want to know two things. When am I going to see my children again, and how does Sephiroth play in all of this? Um, my children being Roxas and Shion, obviously. Um,
Hmm.
so like I, I wasn't like I. All that aside, I wasn't like super like, ooh, missing link, I wonder what's happening next. Like I was very like cautiously optimistic about it. um I was bummed that the game got canceled. I was also a little bit like, okay, I'm glad they like admitted it. um
Right.
and then I was also, I think it did really help because you and I have been saying for a long time, we just want some sign of life from Kingdom Hearts, right?
Hmm.
And so like for them to just immediately drop the screenshots for Kingdom Hearts 4, which looked great, by the way.
Hmm.
Not too much to say about them, but they looked pretty cool. Um, that I think it was sort of like a, like, I don't want any game to get canceled. I'd rather every game get released, but that's
Hmm.
not the reality we live in.
Right.
So like I guess I'm glad that they finally just said enough is enough, I guess. At the same time, I am like, all right, like, could we see Kingdom Hearts at some point? Like, I'd like to see four. I'd like them to do. I want them to do something with Missing Link. Um, I don't know what. I think part of the problem is that the Kingdom Hearts IP is so just like probably one of the like craziest licensing nightmares in
Oh,
anything.
100%.
So like doing anything with Kingdom Hearts is probably like just genuinely really hard. Um, but yeah, I mean, I just want to see. I want to see what Nomura's cooking. Um, I'm a little afraid that like my theories about the end of remake part 3 are going to line up with like something such that uh, uh, such that like Kingdom Hearts 4 is gonna like tie into it somehow, and that's why we won't
Hmm.
get it until after. Um, I doubt it, but you never know, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But it is a shame. It is a shame.
Yeah. I mean, there's not really much to talk about outside of that. It's not like we actually got news. We just got bad news.
Yeah,
Um,
bad
no new
news and
story.
screenshots.
Right. No new story elements to really talk about. But yeah, honestly, I just really wanted to address it on the podcast. Um, you know,
The death
because
of
we've been
Trailer
covering
Watch.
it so
Wait.
long. No, 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 no. We will get there. We will return. I promise you that. Um, I so Trailer Watch will return once I become confident that an actual trailer will drop for Kingdom Hearts. um,
Okay, I do
you
have a
know,
question though.
okay, yes.
I was like, you know what? I need to look at the screenshots again because I hadn't seen them in a little while. Why is
Uh-huh.
one of the screenshots just a phone?
So have you heard of the phone theory?
No, what's the phone theory?
the theory is the phone, like the rotary phone or whatever,
Yeah.
is a gateway to the other reality.
Oh, so it's like the Matrix
Yeah, so it's like that's a way of communicating with with
with the Disney
with the
reality.
original reality. Yeah. So the idea is that might replace the gummy phone, and that this is
Oh,
going to be
okay.
like a hub world, so to
That could be
speak.
that could be fun. I guess my one
That's the
question
theory.
is my question about that would be like, what's the mechanism on the Disney World then? You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
But who knows?
I mean, there's a really great theory. I believe it. The Gamers Joint did a really good um, breakdown of these images, and yeah, he talked about the phone
Okay.
and and a little bit of the history of like the symbolic history of what a rotary phone represents and stuff. It's
Oh, okay.
interesting.
Okay.
It's a genuine theory,
Okay.
one that I buy into. I'll put it at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, I don't know. I just hey, I was throwing it out there because I legitimately I saw it and I think it was the first time I had noticed the phone. I was like, wait, why is there just a phone here? So that I could see that. I'd have to look into it a little bit more. There's also the element of Sora. There's the one that like he's under the underpass, and it's like this is
Mhm.
just like the end of FF7 remake, right? Like,
Right? Yeah,
am
exactly.
I going crazy or, um,
It's got
yeah,
that feel to it.
yeah. Also, uh, last note on Cage 4, looks even better.
Yeah, yeah.
Which it's been 2 years, so I would hope so. But it already
It's
looked
been
pretty sick.
three
So
years, bud.
three,
3 years.
yeah, 3 years now. Yeah, but
Very sad. Very sad.
as I keep warning, this podcast will very quickly become a Kingdom Hearts podcast when we
Yes,
get a release window
when we
for
get to the
Kingdom
launch
Hearts
one. Yeah,
4.
yeah, that'll be a wild time. Um, but yeah, I mean, that said, though, there is one thing that really took over during our hiatus that
Yep.
really, like, we dove a lot of time into. And so this next part is a segment. It's a long segment that we
Yep.
actually already pre-recorded for a, a I don't want to say a sleeper hit because it's been on our radar for a couple years, but a
1 year.
game that I think, oh yeah, yeah, for 1 year. But it's definitely a game that I don't think any of us expected it to be that good. So, um, the this next part is for Claire Obscure Expedition 33. We're going to go a full deep dive from start to finish. And the it's a wild ride. Buckle up. Yeah, it was a fun discussion, and I really encourage you all to take a listen to it. Um, but if you just wanted to skip over Claire Obscure, um, we'll mark or have a
Yeah.
timestamp of like
We'll
from
we'll mark the
here,
chapters. We'll mark the chapters.
right? And then you can come back to when after that review is done. So, um, without further ado, we journey into the past with past Caleb and past Ezra on Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
And welcome back to the Sorry I Like This podcast. As always, I'm joined by Caleb. Caleb, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah,
It is good to be recording. I'm
Oh
very
yeah.
excited.
Peek behind the curtain. You know, the show that you've been listening to was actually recorded in our future, so we don't know what we've been talking about for the past,
Hmm.
hour and a half. Um, but we're here. We're here right now. We're just going to talk about Clair Obscur. So we set aside this entire session. This could go on for, an hour. I'm guessing closer to 3 hours. Wouldn't be entirely surprised if we pushed 4.
No.
All that's to say. Um, we're here. We're here to talk about Clair Obscur. Um, Expedition 33. For those not in the know, somehow I doubt if you came across our podcast about this game, you haven't played this game, or at least heard about it. Um, so yeah, I mean, we're gonna sort of go through the whole game, talk about uh, everything everything we experienced with it, what we thought about it. Caleb, so I put across. Now this is kind of a weird way of putting it. I have put a total of about 66 hours into Clair Obscur.
Hmm.
I got the platinum. I don't know if I ever told you that.
Oh,
I got
nice.
all achievements on
I don't
Steam.
blame you.
Uh,
Hmm.
um, and it wasn't like a very grueling platinum either. Um, so how long did your playthrough? How many hours have you put in? Out of curiosity.
I have put in at this point. I'm not done yet. Well, I am done with the game. I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm not. You know,
you're not done
wiping my
playing it.
hands off and being like, okay, we're done.
Yeah,
No, we're not. We're not there just yet. Um, I'm somewhere around 50 or 55 hours into it.
yeah, and that makes
I didn't
sense.
check. Prior to recording this, I was like, oh crap, I should have checked how many hours I've actually sunk into this game because especially this week, like I am surprised as to how many hours I've put in post game. Like
Yeah,
that is probably the most surprising to me. But yeah, it is. It's just packed, just like
yeah,
this. What the segment's going to be. It's going to be packed.
yeah.
We
Oh
have
yeah,
so much to
it's
talk about. It's
there.
crazy.
There's so much. There's so much. It is a really dense game. I think dense is a really good way to describe it because it's um if you play the game straight through, like don't do any side content, you're probably expecting, especially if you're watching all the cutscenes, you're gonna have like 20 hours or so. Um, Maybe a little bit more than that, depending on how like certain fights go and stuff.
Hmm.
Uh, but then like the once you if you do choose to like go off the beaten path, there is basically an entire like 40-hour RPG of just side content that you can do.
Oh,
Um
100%.
so
But
yeah.
it's dense, and we'll get into the general thoughts in a minute. It's dense,
Yeah.
but it's like it's not overly dense. Like sometimes you can get into an RPG and
Yeah.
it's over 100 hours of content and stuff like
Yeah.
that. That would be my definition of dense. If
Yeah.
you ask me outside of this game and be like, "Oh, is a 30 to 60-hour game dense?" No, I'd say it's average
Yeah.
to above average. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's not from the outside looking in. 60 hours to complete everything actually doesn't sound that bad,
Yeah.
right?
Well, especially when you've got games like Persona, right, that are like
Exactly.
80 hours on your first playthrough, potentially not even doing a lot of side stuff, right? Like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, it's
Um,
definitely uh, a case. I think there's definitely a case too to be made that like it's not so much that the game like uh it's not I think there's also a temptation where you hear like, oh, there's like an extra 30-40 hours of side content, and you're like, oh, that's just padding. um
no.
I actually think like there are a few things where I'm like, did that really need to be there? But on the whole, the it actually feels very much like a um like because most of it kind of opens up in Act 3. Act 3 kind of feels like its own game in a way, and
Hmm.
there are a lot of reasons for that that we'll get into, but um it kind of separates itself out of that, out of the first couple acts, which are
Hmm.
much more. I mean, I think what's interesting about uh, all of this is that directors uh, the director was very clearly inspired by Final Fantasies 8 and 10,
Hmm.
right? And you can see a lot of 10 in this game. Having never played 10, you could just see a lot of
Hmm.
that's a lie. I've started 10 like 3 times, and I couldn't get myself through it. But yeah, I think yeah. So, anyways, so that's how much time we put in. Uh, Caleb, uh, top level, generally speaking, give me like your paragraph of how you feel about this game.
So a year ago, see this part I've had rehearsed. A year ago, when they first unveiled this at the Xbox showcase,
Yeah,
um, which I'm sure in the episode that we're recording for, we're talking about it because this year's Xbox showcase, because it was equally as good as that showcase
yeah.
from a year ago. So
I
back
don't
on
know.
track.
I don't know as good. We'll get to.
Okay,
Well,
but it's up there,
you'll hear about that,
right?
or you've already heard about
That's true. Yeah.
it.
Um, a year ago, they showed this game off for the first time,
Yeah,
and I remember being like, when I remember watching it, and I'm like, oh my god, Xbox. The panic in me as I'm watching it, and I'm like, oh my god, Xbox has an exclusive that I actually want to play.
yeah,
like,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
like that isn't like a franchise or whatever, existing
yeah, yeah,
franchise,
yeah,
and I'm like, like just the sheer panic, because as I'm watching it, it's so intriguing. But like,
yeah,
to me, I, even from the marketing, I chalked Clair Obscur Expedition 33 on the same level as Stellar Blade with hype. Like, I
sure,
was excited for it. Was I going to wait for reviews? Absolutely. Was, you know,
yeah.
y-
Were you potentially
I'm
gonna wait for
excited
me
for
to
it,
play it and then
right?
get back to you?
And
Yeah,
and like, would I think it'd be a fun game? Yeah, I thought it would be a fun game. Um, and one of those, maybe I'll catch when it catches and gets on sale type of thing.
yeah,
Um, I did not expect this to be not only a day one buy, but um, just a just completely engross me in this magic. right?
Yeah.
Because like I've been saying this year wasn't my year in games. It like in the past ever since Rebirth, I called this my hibernation period, in which there was not really going to be a game that was going to like I was going to be overly enthusiastic about. Like I have to drop everything
Yeah.
and play it, you know? And there are just few games and few just things in entertainment, movies, TV shows that will just pop out of nowhere
Yeah.
and just absolutely I know it might be dramatic to say, but like they're just legendary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is everything, and this is the last thing I'll say in my paragraph here. This is everything that a game should be. And I'm not talking about combat or genre, or I am talking about the heart and soul of this game should
Yeah.
be an industry-wide standard. And that is my thesis.
I 100% agree with that. Um, yeah, I mean, I think I had a sort of slightly I had a slightly different reaction when we first saw it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
because I saw the combat UI and I was like, oh, somebody's making a Persona clone.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I sort of sat up in my chair when I saw that because I've always been sort of like Persona 5 is one of those RPGs is one of those turn-based RPGs that isn't just menus to me. It has like a feel and a flow to it. Um, so I was sort of already a little on board. And I was like, okay, like jot that down as a potentially really exciting thing, and then I kind of put it out of my mind. Mostly because like 2024, I had a lot of stuff to play in that year, and also
Mm-hmm.
just like I don't know if I knew exactly when it was coming out, so I was like, okay, like we'll just set that aside and we'll be excited for it later. And then a few months ago, I think. Well, actually, probably closer to like half a year ago at this point. Um, we got the cast announcements of
Oh yeah.
like we knew Ben Starr was in the game because that was his. You actually clocked
Voice.
it before
Very
I
clearly.
did, but it was him. But
Yep.
it was him. He was. It was interesting because I didn't catch it at first. I thought it was like I was like, is that Ben Starr? And then and you were like, yeah, it is. And but yeah, we knew Ben Starr was in the game, but then we got the announcements of not just Jennifer English, who is, I mean, I haven't played all of Baldur's Gate 3, but what I have played, she's great as Shadowheart. Um, but then, Charlie Cox and Andy Serkis, I was like, I mean, these are two of my favorite performers, full stop, right? So, like, I was pretty like tapped in when I heard about that. But then I also was like, yeah, I don't really care to watch trailers that much. not for any reason other than just like I'm things are busy and I'm gonna forget, and I wasn't like I was still like excited for the game, but I was like, yeah, it'll be a great game, and
Hmm.
and maybe it'll uh move some markers on getting more like turn-based stuff in the West. But then I finally got my hands on it, and I just remember first when I first played it, because I had completely forgot what the um like any of what was happening, like any of like the
Hmm.
setup that the trailers had done. Like I had
Oh
no
yeah, me
idea.
too.
I
Like I can't even remember the trailers right now. I
Yeah,
haven't rewatched them, and I'm kind of curious as to how they marketed it again.
yeah,
But yeah.
yeah. It's but I just remember like sitting there and being like, oh, what's going on? And then like just like the hook happening, not half an hour into the game, um, and just like, and then like pretty much right after, right? Like I think it's like an hour into the game that you've sort of set off on your journey, kind of thing. Um,
Hmm.
I just remember sort of being like, oh wow, like what is any like it's one of those things where it's like I don't think I've seen this before,
Hmm.
um, and it's really cool because and we'll get into a lot of this stuff later, but this game very heavily draws on like the entire pantheon of Japanese role playing games, um,
Hmm.
as its inspirations, and then also
But French.
manages, but French, uh, but then it also manages to skirt a lot of the trappings and do something
Hmm.
completely unique at the same time. So yeah, and just everything. I think everything about it is so striking, and then it's one of those things that's like it gets better. It starts out really strong, but then it gets better and better as you keep going.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, yeah. So let's get started on our plot
Hmm.
synopsis here. We'll just go through. Well, I guess we're gonna do what IGN does, just because it's an easy way uh, to organize it, and we'll just go through sort of by area, that
Hmm.
we go through in the game.
Hmm.
Um, so the prologue happens. You start in Lumiere, um, and if you haven't watched the trailers, you're
Hmm.
not exactly, and you're not French because gommage is literally
Yeah.
just the French word for erase. So like if you got that, then um, but if you don't know and you're not French, then you're not exactly sure what's happening the entire time.
See, that
Um,
was one of the. That's one of the things why I really I think a lot of things caught me by surprise was because I know nothing about French. I always took Spanish, so I
yeah,
know and
same.
there's just like subtleties and all that stuff that like I feel like you could kind of see more coming or realize better if you did speak French or were French. Um, and so yeah, it's just an interesting thought. Anyways, continue with what you were saying.
Yeah, the entire time you don't know what's happening. You get a combat tutorial and it's a really like basic, like
Mm-hmm.
here's what buttons do kind of tutorial. Um and you also get Gustav. Gustav is the main character, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And you get his sort of like, okay, like here's his mechanic, um that he builds stacks of overcharged, and then he uses a specific skill to sort of deplete all of them and then go back to zero. And you're also introduced to Mael here, um,
Mm-hmm.
and then like Mael kind of exits stage right a little bit, or exits stage
Mm-hmm.
left, I guess. And you can talk to her later in the prologue, even before the like expedition party. She's like hanging out with some orphans, um,
Mm-hmm.
but but she kind of leaves, and um, you get Gustav interacting with
Sophie,
Sophie. Thank you. I was like, why
you're
am I?
welcome.
I was like looking at a picture of her, and I was like, why can't I remember her name? Um, you get Gustav with Sophie. It's clear that they have a romantic history, um, and then and it's like, so in my mind, so like what was kind of happening for me as I was playing, I was like, oh, is she going off on an expedition,
Mm-hmm.
and is she being sentenced to die? Is like that was like
Right.
my uh and then like there's this like combat thing that this like painter guy has where he paints them dancing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, like she knows how to fight, then like okay, yeah, she could go on an expedition. um
Mm-hmm.
and so like once you get to the
Especially
scene,
it doesn't help when the monolith is showing 34,
34, yeah,
right?
it's like okay, like it's not 33 yet.
Yeah.
um but then you get to the harbor, and uh just this, I mean, I think I haven't watched a cutscene in a video game that was more like both like gripping and beautiful in the way that Sophie's Gomage is. I think that's like, I think like that's what really hooked me on this game. I was like, oh, like uh Gustav cares it, like he's like watching somebody die, he can't stop it. And like it's it is very reminiscent of Infinity War, right? Like where
Exactly.
they these people are sort of forced to watch everyone around them uh fade into nothingness. um and like the flower petals, and like the shots of like these children just getting left behind. um it's sort of, and so you sort of like, and the paintress who's out in the far distance paints 33 on the monolith.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, oh, like she did that, the paintress did that.
Yep.
and uh and so you're like, okay, like uh we have our objective. And then you find out, you get like some more stuff, uh later at the party about like what the expeditions are, and you get a little bit more like Mael is significantly younger than anybody present, so but she's going on an expedition anyways. Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's there's not a lot of like game stuff happening in the intro. Um, like you can encounter a mime. There are a few like combat tutorial things, but it's not like a super heavy on the gameplay stuff. It's very story. Um, but I just think the prologue does such a good job of like making you care, right? Like
Hmm.
you, because I think there are a lot of games where it takes a while for me to care about anybody. Um, and
Right.
and like yeah, I mean
Well, the
Sophie
first
and
thing,
Gustav, it's just it just all like works so well, I think.
right? I mean, well, the first thing they do is they establish a connection.
Yeah.
You, you this is where really good writing is, where they're not forcing a a bond for the sake of forcing it. It's like
Yeah.
they give it with a little bit of intrigue, right? They obviously want to establish this connection, but they want to have it with intrigue, with the setting up this whole entire world on top of it, because there's a mystery of they have this will they won't they dynamic, right? From the very beginning, and you're like, okay, okay, and then as you're journeying in this prologue with Sophie and you're trying to kind of learn the world, the rules of this world, you start to you start to feel this foreboding tragedy that's about to happen. You don't know what's going to happen, but something's about to happen, right?
Yeah.
And they set it up to where when you get to that moment where it is the dusting, it has an impact similar to the level of, like you said, with Infinity War, where it was shocking that you get these characters that are not immune. It's a great way to set up stakes that, yeah, no, you know, a certain main character is not guaranteed to survive.
Yeah.
It's a great way to show the stakes and hook you. I
Yeah.
do firmly believe a game, especially a new game, has to hook you from the start and quickly too. It has
Yeah.
to do if you don't have a good opening, it is really hard to recover for that for me. At least for me.
Yeah.
So if you know, this it was a beautiful scene. It was a beautiful prologue. I really love the prologue. What that prologue told me and what a prologue should tell you is like, okay, this game has potential.
Yeah.
You know, like granted, we didn't actually get to play much of the game in the prologue. I would say it's its only weakness, but there's establishment with that probably you had to cut somewhere if that makes sense. And they do a good way of giving you a tutorial within it to kind of give you that feel of what the game would be like, but that's kind of, I would say, only the weakest part is of the prologue is the fact that you don't really get to, I guess, feel out the game for its actual gameplay, but you're
Yeah.
hooked on the story.
Yeah. You get a very small taste
Hmm.
of the combat system, but not not
And
much.
honestly, and I'll I'll say this now. They give you like 4 or 5 difficulty options or whatever.
3.
3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
So
like it's story, expedition, or an expert. I think.
gotcha. Well, I chose Expeditioner because the game gaslights you in the beginning, and it's like, this is the way the developers intended, or something like that. And they all have like all games have their different ways of saying it,
Yeah.
but like it just felt like gaslighting me because I chose normal, I chose Expeditioner, and I was getting my butt whooped in the prologue. I'm not gonna lie. When you're facing Mael for the second time in that, I think is it optional? I can't remember if it's optional, but oh no, it's forced the one time and then it's optional after that. But I was getting my butt whooped. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get used to this parry system and the dodge.
Yeah.
And but it was fun. It created an amazing challenge. I I admittedly switched difficulty at a certain point in this game. I will dive into that, but for a large portion of this game, I did an Expeditioner. So I mean, credit is where credit's due. It is definitely a hard game, and it does establish in the prologue that this won't be as easy as you think it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and there's yeah. I think there's a boss later in the or in the first area that I was like, oh, like okay, like here's where we're starting, and then we'll
Exactly.
definitely be going up from there. But yeah, you know, uh, moving on to that first area. So the end of the prologue is the expedition 33 leaves. They get to the shore. I guess I didn't explain what the Gommage is for anybody who doesn't know. The Gommage is basically the Patris has a number on the monolith. Anybody who is over that age at the time of the Gommage dies. Um, and so we get to the shores of what they call the continent, and it's basically like the main. It's sort of like both the mainland and like a collection of islands. It's kind of weird, but it's the continent, and basically the first thing the expedition encounters is an old guy. Um,
Hmm.
and all of them are like, wait, I'm sorry, what? Like, and I was actually thinking about this today. Like, it's interesting because a lot of the people on Expedition 33 probably would have some idea of like what an old person looks like. Um,
Hmm.
because like this has been going on for 100 years, right? Or
Right.
67 years, but it's been counting down from 100. Um,
Well, you got to think their parents probably was around what I think what Expedition 50 to 60, somewhere around there, maybe.
well, yeah, I think Expedition. Well, so I don't know specifically, but I know Expedition. Yeah, it was like I know Lune's parents were on Expedition, were in like the
Yeah, I can't
40s, I
remember which
think.
one it was. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's so like they have like a sort of um like an image in their head, but this is also like probably the first person that they've seen who's over 50, right?
Right.
And so this guy comes on, immediately just decapitates a guy, and then the entire thing goes completely off the rails. People start dying left and right, and like there are a few characters who were like established as like Gustav's friends who die very fast. Um and you're like, "Oh, okay, like this is sort of screwed from the very beginning." And then Gustav wakes up in the Spring Meadows. It's never really explained how he got there. Um,
Hmm.
I think the implication is that he kind of just got like generally attacked and then survived miraculously and got carried off. Um, but he wakes up. You've got 1 HP. Um, and then you fight through a couple basic enemies. Um, Basically, from the start where Gustav wakes up, there's no dialogue either, which I think was a really
Hmm.
nice touch. A lot of games would have had him kind of chatter to himself.
Hmm.
Um, and so
Yeah.
I think, but I think it was a really nice touch for him because he's like coming across like bodies, like tons of dead bodies, and uh, which is interesting. He doesn't clock it immediately, but it's interesting because you would think like, oh, most people when they die they would uh, disappear into
Hmm.
petals, right? Like the way the Gamage happens. But no, these people have died uh, and their bodies have turned to stone. Um,
Right.
um, but yeah, he basically like you get a scene where he sort of succumbs to despair, but then like at the last second, the next party member, Lune, shows up, and after a brief moment, we get her tutorial. Um, and I want to pause here because I think there's something interesting that happens, and it's that Lune is way more complicated to play as than Gustav is. um, and uh, and I think it's interesting because Gustav is so like uncomplicated as a character.
Hmm.
Um, it makes sense given what happens later. But Lune, like she's pretty intuitive to start, but then like as you keep going on, you're like, oh, like this is like you have to sort of pilot this character. Um,
Hmm.
so I just think that's interesting. Caleb, I've been talking a lot. I want to hear what you
Okay.
think about
No worries.
any of this.
Yeah. So, the first thing I'll say is amazing, like absolutely perfect way to introduce what. See, this is where it defies your expectations, but
Yeah,
its establishment right here um is that this is the main villain of
yeah,
this game. Like it is an excellent, perfect introduction. I mean,
yeah,
a cane has never sounded more haunting.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, and I think too, he's got like the right amount of mystery while
Hmm.
also still like doing stuff in the story, right? Like
Right.
he um yeah, like he doesn't like overstay his welcome and like always
Hmm.
constantly like explain everything that he's doing. Um,
Exactly.
Nor does he like show up and be like, ha ha ha, you will never know what I'm doing.
Right.
But he kind of and he has
Yeah.
like reasons for being vague, but he
Right.
but yeah, anyways, keep going.
Well, you mentioned the no dialogue choice. Like, you get in the prologue so much dialogue and exposition, and then once things actually start to go down, the gamage silent. You get to this part, it's aside from the expeditioners reacting to, what the hell is going on type of thing, it is very much like when you see when you see him come out, you're he doesn't say one. I don't believe he says one word of dialogue.
Who, the old man?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he doesn't
you,
say anything.
he you don't even see him at first. You hear his cane walking, and then he like fades in, and then just slashes it with his cane. Just absolutely decapitates. And it's like,
Yep.
and then all hell breaks loose from there. Like that is such a great establishment. It's such a it is it's I mean it's just perfect. I mean that scene, that's what really hooked me. Like, I mean, the Gamage was sweet, it was sad,
Yeah.
it was, you know it was enough to be like, okay, the prologue itself was enough to be like, okay, okay, I'm
Yeah.
intrigued. I could play this game. The This felt like the true establishment of stakes. It
Yeah.
was just absolutely the moment of I mean, you put yourself into the Gustav's shoes,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yep.
You have no idea what's going on. Everything around you, all this stuff that you were just built up towards, the fact that you were like brothers in arms and everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, they're all dead.
Yeah.
Like you just
Yeah.
you're just this whiplash as the main character.
Yeah.
So when he wakes up and there's just nothing there, it's like, okay, okay, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then you start like exploring and everything, and you know there was something I was going to say. Oh, it starts off with, and then it goes to the title card, Act One, Gustav,
Gustav. Yeah.
right? And I was like, okay, okay, I can see where we're kind of going with this, because the
Yeah.
whole time I was like, where's Ben Starr's character? I know he's in it. I know he's the main character.
Yeah.
So, I was like, very much the moment I saw Gustav, I was like, okay, so this is whatever Act One is. This is
Yeah.
Gustav's story,
Yeah.
because I was starting to think multiple storylines. Right? I was like, this is
Oh, sure.
Gustav's story, and then whatever Act One ends, it's Act Two is
Yeah.
Ben Starr's character, and sure
That's
enough.
funny that you were right about that.
Well, actually, I was right about all three acts, but I'll get about that in a
Oh,
minute.
really?
Oh,
Interesting.
yes, I was actually, and I'll tell you what once we get to that moment of like, okay, I have a feeling on who's Act Three really going to be about, but yeah, nonetheless, um,
That's funny.
but yeah, it was like, okay, I could see where this kind of goes. Um, and it wasn't too far into Act One where I kind of pegged Act Three, like my idea of what Act Three would focus on. But I'll explain it in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
nonetheless, um, I was like, okay, so we're just getting Gustav's story right here, right?
Yeah.
Um, and we get to the moment where I can't remember if. I mean, he's going through like a full existential crisis here, right?
Yeah.
And then Luna shows up, and it's essentially his last hope, right?
Yeah.
It's basically, oh, I'm not the only one that survived, and that single moment of his realization affects entire rest of the game. Like, you think of that moment as like, oh, had Gustav thought that he wasn't he was the only one alive, the entire game and its sequence of events
Yeah.
probably would have never came to fruition.
Yeah.
So, I mean, more on that legacy in a little bit, but
Yeah.
I mean, you get to Lune and her. I thought her powers were okay. Certainly a little complicated, but there's a later character that I found much more challenging. But I actually Lune's combat I probably found, at least for the first half of the game, probably my favorite. To be honest with
Sure.
you.
No, yeah, I totally agree. I just think it's interesting because there's like a jump that happens with Gustav and Lune that it's not bad. It's just it is like it's one of those things that's like once you know kind of thing. Um, but yeah, I think it's no, I would echo a lot of what you're saying, and I think I would also say it is around this point that the soundtrack starts showing its true colors.
Oh yeah.
Um, and we'll talk a lot more about that
Hmm.
later on, I'm sure. But the
Oh yeah.
soundtrack, especially once you get into like past the basic enemies, like it's like
Hmm.
between the um it's like the more open area, I guess, of the
Yeah.
Spring Meadows. Um, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is this is some got some Xenoblade going in here. All right. Um,
Well, it's funny. I actually thought like this soundtrack was like, okay, I could feel some near inspiration in here.
oh,
And
for
honestly,
sure.
there's a lot of moments in this game where I'm like, oh, this is totally inspired by Nier. Um, but I mean, there's so much. It's such a love letter to the genre that like you could pick up so many references. But
Yeah.
I think this is one of those things of like, yeah, I mean, the soundtrack's just it's top tier.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. So we get to so we get to the end of the Spring Meadows, and you fight. I'm gonna butcher so many French names, but an Évêque. Um, and if you do side content, you'll actually fight a lot more of these things. Um, so it's an interesting kind of. I don't know if I would call it. I guess it is sort of the first main boss of the game. Um, but
Oh, was that the
it's the one that they fight
was
at
that
the Indigo Tree.
oh like like the actual final boss of that area.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, I
Yeah.
see what you're
Well,
saying.
so
Yeah.
I guess I should mention they meet they meet like this white Nevron. So Nevrons are like the enemy creature class is sort of how they kind of get described. And they're all like these weird, different looking things, and it's always like, oh, like it's interesting, like where did this come from? Like, how does it work? And nobody really knows. But you come across one that's like friendly and you can talk to it, and you can do a side quest, and it's like, oh, like, uh, the paintress made you, and uh, like, oh, like what's going on with you, and like you get
Hmm.
some really vague hints. Um, but yeah, you get to the end, you get to the
Hmm.
final boss of that area. Um, you get this really cool like finisher animation with
Oh
Gustav
yeah.
and Lune. Uh, and it's funny. I saw this tweet. It was they were talking about a different boss, but I saw this tweet that was like, yeah, no, everybody's saying that this game is like, oh yeah, I love like this is a JRPG without all the anime stuff, and then like proceeds to show the most like anime thing possible. Um, but yeah, but that was cool. They get like there's like this message at the top of the tree that says like, hey, like any Expedition 33 survivors, come to come to this area. There's a hut, and and we'll. I think it's also like, oh, like I brought my L here was the um
Oh,
was the other thing, um and Gustav and Lune have an argument about what to do. And I think this was the like I think for a lot of people this was like the scene where it was like, oh, okay, like this game's got some chops in the writing
mhm.
stuff, because like
Oh yeah.
they're both correct
Mm.
in some way, and Gustav kind of ultimately wins out, but they're like talking over each other, um, and yelling, and it's a very messy scene, and I love it.
Right. I mean, well, I mean, I feel like every character in this game, and this is not even to, I guess, really examine the later points in this game, but really, every every motivation in this game you can understand in some form of capacity. It's their actions that you have to make the judgment on.
Yeah,
I think that to me is really clever writing from the beginning of this. It's like you said, a really well done establishment of that.
yeah. So then you go to the Flying Waters. There's like a little bit of open world stuff. I think there's like one side area you can go to with the
Yeah.
very, very overtuned boss. That you can try. You could try to kill it, but it's gonna take you a while. Uh, so you go to the Flying Waters. You go through a little bit of it. You get a little bit. There's really not a lot of lore stuff happening here. Um, but you end up at this uh at the hut that the message was talking about, and you've got
Mhm.
this very out of place door, uh and uh Gustav and Lune are like, well, I guess we should open it. And they open it, and they get like, 'cause I think, if I recall correctly, they're like, yeah, no, Mael's gonna be in there, um, and so they open it, and they get like transported to this alternate dimension thing. Little to no explanation about what's happening, um,
Mhm.
but you end up in what the game calls the manor, um, and uh, it's a very like, well, so when I first got here, I was like, oh, like, is this gonna be like our fast travel thing?
Oh yeah, yeah. I can see
Um,
where you.
cause
Yeah.
well, I don't know if it was when I first got here, but like, uh, this isn't really a spoiler. You find like other entrances to the manor throughout the game, um,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh, like this could be a fast travel mechanism. And I was like, oh my goodness, like that's gonna be so confusing. um,
Oh, 100.
uh, but it's yeah, it's just this like mysterious area that they don't explain at all. They're like, yeah, they've basically tell you nothing about it. Um,
Mhm.
and it was like here that I was like, okay, like there is something beyond what the game is currently telling me is happening,
Mhm.
right? Like that, like it was like, yeah, it was like right here that I was like, okay, like there's something more, and I wasn't sure if it was like, okay, like is this like alternate dimensions? Is there some like timeline stuff happening? Like I didn't know, but I did know like, okay, like this is definitely more than meets the eye, for lack of
Mhm.
a better way of putting it. But yeah, here you find Mael, um, and you meet the curator, uh, and I think it's here that like also like the painting motif starts to kind of uh, what's the word? It starts to like kind of like it. The game sort of makes you notice it,
Mhm.
because you know, the paintress, the curator. Um, I think Mael has a line about like spilling ink, right? And it's like, oh, are you talking about blood?
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, like, so they're pretty clearly like laying the groundwork there, laying some kind of groundwork. Yeah, what you think? What was your? I want to know what you thought about the manor,
So
when you
the
first
man,
got there.
so I didn't quite peg that this was going to be like a an area that was going to be like,
Fleshed out.
yeah, I mean, I there was clearly a lot of locked doors, but honestly, I just took it as a level within inside a level,
Oh, okay.
which you can tend to happen in games. I will say it was very confusing for me to see initially to see Mael just just fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Like she's just chilling this in the mansion, and training, and she seems what's seemingly better off. But and this didn't take until probably closer, pretty much to when I beat this game. I saw a clip of the opening again, and I don't know if you know this, but you could actually see Verso rescuing Mael in the opening.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
you
know
could
you could
see it.
see. I knew about. I saw Verso, like right after Gustav and Lene get transported. I saw him like watching them, but I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's very subtle. It's in the shadows. So it's just another like way of like that's the explanation, but you have to be looking for it in order to know.
Yeah.
And like it, I knew this was going to be something where I kind of chalked it up to, oh yeah, we're going to get a whole lot more context later to this moment. Like I guess I was giving it like more of, okay, okay, this is like
Yeah.
standard video game stuff where like you can't really do anything just yet. You know what I mean? But I did I expect it to be this, we have to travel the entire, I guess, open world, quote unquote, to to open up those doors? No. No.
Yeah.
Didn't think that at all.
One, it's clever too because they very expertly hide the explanations for all of these things
Hmm.
in specific rooms, so that you sort of get like a little taste, but you never quite get what's happening until it's appropriate for you to learn about it. Um,
Absolutely.
yeah. Here you're also introduced to Noko the Gestrel. Gestrels are sort of the, um, and it's here that I thought that I also like. as you sort of get more and more into like what the gestrals are and stuff, I'm sort of always like, oh, like it's in it. I was so like baffled because the game starts out like super dark,
Hmm.
and then it's like around this point that it's like, oh, this game is like actually like really funny. um
Oh yeah.
like I there were several moments throughout this like this little like section where like you go to the ancient gestural sanctuary, and then you get to like the village, and Esquia's nest. Like it's all very like whimsical in a way, like almost like Ghibli-ish actually, in a way
Hmm.
that's like not very will like take you off guard.
Oh yeah.
And so I always thought that was interesting, and I think it was like it's one of those things that I was like, man, that's it, like, because when I was playing it, I was like, huh, this is like tonally a little inconsistent. Like, I wonder how the game's gonna, uh, I wonder how like we're gonna get to a point where like any of this kind of makes sense
Hmm.
thematically, um, and it does, but I did think it was yeah, it was definitely like uh it was definitely like a head scratcher at the time. um
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, oh, go ahead with what you were going to say.
oh, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna add that we here, after we meet, or after there, like once you get to the Gestral village, they're like, okay, you got to compete in a tournament before you can go meet Esquier. Um, and so you do the tournament, and then you're introduced to Ciel, who's another expeditioner who survived the um, the shore. So
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yes, I didn't
Um.
talk about Mael.
Oh, go ahead.
Mael has stances. She's probably a little bit less complicated than Lune, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But she's got
I would
like
agree with that.
stance switching. Um, it was not very long before I realized, like, okay, this is definitely the primary damage dealer of this game. Uh, like,
Right.
like them throwing on a 200% damage bonus just like off rip, right? Her having just access to
Oh yeah.
that right from the start. It's like, okay, like that's you don't get much higher than that. I think there's one character who has the same
Hmm.
like bonus. Um, and so like I think it, in my opinion, I think it was actually really smart for them to tack on a damage cap,
Hmm.
because it would have just completely invalidated other characters
Oh
if
yeah.
Mael was just like pumping out damage constantly. Yeah, and then
Um.
oh, go ahead, go ahead,
Oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Well, I was gonna double click on that. Yeah, I mean, with Mael, I could very clearly tell she was she was, the most powerful one there. And it's interesting. There's a moment we haven't talked about this, but it's in. I'm pretty sure this is around the time where I started figuring it out, right?
Yeah.
And the there's a mechanic in this game that when you're in this open world area, you can go to camp, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's essentially your settle down for the day. That's where you can like talk to your expeditioners, upgrade weapons, all that stuff. Your standard like, okay, this is your hub. This is where, you go to take a breath, essentially, and save.
Yeah.
But there's a there's a cutscene in it where Gustav and Mael are throwing rocks.
Oh yeah.
And they do it a couple times in this game, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, clearly in the beginning of this game it was Gustav and Mael, right? This is what they showed us from the first part. Clearly Mael is an important character, and
Yeah.
giving given her damage and kind of just the story of her being essentially the youngest expeditioner to go, that technically she can wait out a few more years before she even has to make a decision for it, but she's still doing it anyways, type of
Yeah.
thing. Like, it's just that type of thematic elements, and combined with her combat, I was starting to realize, oh, I think we get Gustav's story, we get Verso's story, and then when we actually go to take on the Paintress, it'll be Mael's story.
Okay.
So that's why this is already like like I said, it's early on when I started to make that connection of, okay, I can kind of get the story structure of this game. However, that is about as far as it goes when it came to me about predicting the story structure of this game,
Yeah. No, for
because
yeah. Yeah, no, I
out the
mean,
window after that.
yeah, I mean, and we're not far from that either. Cuz once you exit the Gestrel village, you go over to Eskier's Nest.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
one thing. Sorry, before we move on to SKA's Nest, um, the Jestrels in this game, oh, top tier.
Oh, they're so
Chef's
funny.
kiss.
They're so funny.
Oh, so funny. I mean, like, yeah, was it like definitely a jarring uh turning turning the tide of what the themes are of this game? Yeah,
Yeah.
but it made it so you could start in this moment, you could feel the charm of this game, the love of this game with the
Yeah.
Jest rules. I think, is it weird upon a first playthrough? Yes. But really, I can think to myself, especially on the perspective of having beat the game, that was the perfect time to introduce the Jest rules, because
Yeah.
they just steal the show. Whenever one shows up, they steal the show.
Yeah.
They are so hilarious. And the moment I got sold on them was when I already took a picture of it and sent it to Ezra earlier today. But the moment when I encountered it, I started dying of laughter, and it was the
Yeah.
moment when they recreated the "This is fine" meme.
Yeah. No, it's legendary. It's legendary.
I was not expecting it, and it just took me so back that I was like, "Oh my god, this is going to be a hilarious
Yeah.
game."
Well, and I yeah, it's there's stuff like that. There's also like some of the combatants, like the gestural combatants, like
Hmm.
Bertram Big Hands. It's just like, and then like
Yeah,
Golgra being the chef, not the
yeah,
chief,
exactly.
the
Not the
chef.
chief. Yeah.
Um, and like there's just so much stuff that is just, and like there's another one that's uh like there's a like little mini quest where like you go up to somebody and they're like it's like a really like brain teaser math question, but you can answer like, yeah, no, I
Oh
don't care.
yes.
And the guy is like, yeah, no, I don't really care either. And
Or it
there's
was like, I was this? Yeah, yeah. You said it was the math question, wasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It was like, Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to do math or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And like he's like, yeah, no, I don't like yeah, I don't know how to do math. Like I don't even know why I asked you. Here you go.
And the worst part is, I have not seen anybody, including myself, actually like think to just guess. Like it was just all overly thought out. Like
Yeah.
every reaction I've seen of that moment is like, okay, so when you do this, and then this is a gamage here,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and you subtract here.
Well, because you're
Yeah,
sort of like it's like here like in the Gestral village, you're not like quite sure like are they stupid or are they different? Like
yeah, exactly.
you're not there yet, and then it's like right after the Gestral village, you're like oh okay they are just stupid because you get to Eskier's nest and the password so the
Oh,
password that Golgra gives to the expeditioners is get out of my way uh, and
so
she instructs them like hey you gotta yell this as loud as you possibly can um, and then and so they get to the they get to Eskier's nest and I promise I'll talk about CL's combat in a second but they get to Eskier's nest and uh, they come across the like guard Gestral who's like, yeah, no, like he's just sort of sitting there. And the first thing Gustav does, well, the first thing they do is like, okay, like Gustav, you're the one who's got to do this. And Gustav, at the top of his lungs, goes like, "Get out of my way!" And the Gestral is like, "Dude, what the heck? That's so rude." And they're like, "Oh, that's no, that's the password." And the guy's like, yeah, no, Golgra never told me the password. And he's just like, oh, you could go in. um, it's some like genuinely like clever subversive writing that's like it doesn't
mhm.
invalidate all the stuff that you just did, but it does make it like 100 times funnier that you even did it in the first place.
Exactly. It was. And I started bursting out of laughter because of him just going, "That was rude."
Yeah.
Like,
Like his feelings were hurt and it's like no like
yeah.
they told us to do that.
And then he crosses his arms, and if you go up to him, he's like, he, he says something about like, I swear to God, he says something like "people these days" or something like that, or
I think I think you might be right.
it
Well,
was so funny.
and then like Gustav is very like apologetic right afterwards. He's like, "No, I'm so
Exactly.
sorry. Like I was literally just trying to." And Miles is like, "Come on, man. He's a Gestral. He'll forget in 5 seconds." And it's so funny. Yeah. So, anyways, so Ciel, she's I think she's more. I think if you build her as a damage dealer, she's complicated, but as a support, she's not really all that complicated.
Yes. Exactly.
Because
Yep.
she's got the foretell system where some skills stack foretell, others consume it, and then she's also got like the sun and moon charges thing, which
Hmm.
uh, like based on certain skills that you use, you enter Twilight, and then that buffs your damage, and then uh, so on and so forth. I was like, I think like mid game, like mid act two, I was like, man, this character does a lot of damage. Um, and then it's like oh like she is like a really good damage dealer for act 2 but then like she gets outclassed so easily in act 3
Hmm.
um
Yeah.
but yeah anyways so
Uh.
oh go ahead go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say about CL. I mean, she was a character that had to grow on me. I would say
Sure.
she was by far my least favorite for a while, but then turned into one of my favorites. The Now, as far as playing as her, I think still to this moment, Seal is definitely my least favorite. Um, and yes, her combat system is complicated. It takes a really long time to kind of figure it out.
Yeah.
Um, the I'm not gonna lie though, she was on my backup team the entire time. But
Okay.
in hindsight, when you get to Act Two, having her as the backup proved to be very useful. Like there's some I'll get into it a little later, but sometimes it's kind of useful to have to stack your backup team.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Um, so yeah, we end up in Esquia's nest, and we meet Esquia, and you want to talk about funny? This guy's funny. It's one of those things where I think like because of like the first 3 to 5 hours of the game being just so serious, um,
Mhm.
like when a character like Esquia enters, you're kind of like, okay, like this guy's a little weird, but like you're kind of taking everything
Mhm.
he has to say seriously because
Oh yes, yes.
he's like I'm like okay, like he can't, he's lost his rocks, okay, like I get it, and like oh, like his arch nemesis Francois, right, like he's and then he's like yeah no he's next door, and I'm like oh okay, I guess. And then
Mhm.
you go over to Francois, and Francois is literally just like a rock turtle who literally
I am not
on
a rock. I am clearly a turtle.
well, and then he also literally says, "Get off my lawn."
Yes.
um, and you're like, oh, okay, like this is just one big meme, isn't it? Um, and yeah, just the whole like, I think it's here that like the game is very much like, okay, like you can let your guard down, right? Like you can kind of chill and uh we're having fun with it, right? Like we're hanging out in the world, we're meeting these wacky characters. Um like Mael is having these nightmares
Mhm.
about the old man and this masked woman. Um and I think it's here that the old man, like I clocked that it was Andy Serkis pretty quickly.
Oh
Um
yeah, me too. The moment he started speaking, I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in this game."
um and uh but yeah, but other than that, it's sort of like yeah, it's like it's kind of like rompish almost. It's like a little like it just sort of has fun being goofy.
Mhm.
Um and so you end up in the you Esquier, I think Francois is like, yeah, no, it's over in the Stonewave Cliffs. Or maybe Esquier says, I don't know. But you go to the Stonewave Cliffs
Mhm.
and you go through that area. The final boss is the Lampmaster. Probably one of the better fights, I would
Oh
say.
yeah.
Um, in terms of like boss mechanics, at least.
Definitely a standout, really well designed.
Yeah.
Like that hallway, not hallway, that cave where all the lights are turning on,
Yeah.
so ominous.
Very yeah, really yeah. Well, and like the Lampmaster is one of those like I think a lot of the gestrels before Yeah, a lot of the Gestrels before the Lampmaster were all like, um, oh, what's the word? They're all very like you look at them and you're like, okay, like I know what your deal is. The Lampmaster is the first one that's like, what in the world? Like, who came up with this? Right? Like because he's basically just a bunch of hands. um,
Mhm. Yeah.
so I think that's a nice touch. And then like right before and here they find the rock that Esquier needs in order to carry people while he swims, or he claims to need it.
Hmm.
It's pretty obvious that he's just kind of lazy, but
Hmm.
and Esquier, I guess I should also mention Esquier is the mount of the game, right? Like so
Yeah.
uh, he's very
Transportation.
similar. Yeah, he's very similar to like a Final Fantasy thing where it's like
Chocobo.
okay, start on the ground and then move to the
Yes.
water and then so on and so
Yeah.
forth.
Yeah.
Uh,
Really, actually, you are
yeah.
absolutely right about that.
No,
I never
I
really
didn't
correlated that.
come up with that. But yeah, I think but then like as like basically like right as they're about to uh start swimming away, Renoir, oh, spoilers. The old man shows up. Uh, I think
Are
this
we? Are we?
is. Oh, go ahead.
Are we doing spoilers? I, f- I figured
Well,
we
okay,
were.
so I think like right now. Let's right now.
Okay.
Spoiler
Okay.
warning.
Okay. Okay.
So if you don't want spoilers, right now you should get off. You have our full throated uh, recommendation of this game. Go play it and then come back. Um, so the old man shows up and uh, he traps Mael
Hmm.
and kills Gustav. And the entire time I was just thinking like, oh wow, like okay, uh I was I clocked that Gustav was about to die when
Hmm.
uh when it was like, okay, like this is an unwinnable battle. Uh
Right.
like his arm just fell off. Like there's no like coming back from what just
Oh
happened kind
yeah.
of thing. Um but then uh I can't remember what exactly happens, but there's like the scene where Renoir like does the like Doctor Strange like astral projection thing to Mael. Um and she like ends up in the like realm between thing.
Oh.
Um
Oh yeah.
and you get this like mysterious argument between two people and you're like, "Huh?"
I totally forgot about that.
But then Verso shows up, Ben Starr's character, Clive Rossfield himself. Um,
Hmm.
he shows up and uh, saves Mael, uh, shows up at camp with Gustav's arm, uh, and also the Lumina converter, which is like what they've been using to It's like the sort of in universe explanation for a lot of like the combat stuff. Um,
Hmm.
and then yeah, and then we close out, and it's Act Two Verso. Uh,
Hmm.
and yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where like party members die in RPGs all the time, but I don't think I was expecting Gustav to be the one to die. Um,
Right.
and so Caleb, I have a question. I have a question for you that relates to later on. Um,
Hmm.
but I'm gonna ask it. Have you ever played? Do you know what happens in Chrono Trigger?
Oh, I think you cut out.
Oh, did I?
Uh,
uh,
Sorry.
you're good. You're good. Do you know what happens in Chrono Trigger?
No.
No. Okay. Do you mind spoilers for Chrono Trigger?
Yeah, I probably won't play that game. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if a remake comes out. Um,
Right.
in Chrono Trigger, I think this Chrono Trigger has a lot of like different endings and stuff.
Mhm.
But in Chrono Trigger, the protagonist does die.
Hmm.
So let's table that. Um, because I think Chrono Trigger is actually very analogous to Clair Obscur in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
This just being one of them. Um,
Okay.
but we'll set that aside for now. We'll come back to it. Um, yeah, I mean, before we get started on Act Two,
Mhm.
what was your sort of reaction to Gustav's death, the death of
Well,
Daredevil?
exactly. Exactly. Which, on a side note, at first in the prologue, I couldn't get Daredevil out of my head, but once I actually started playing the game, I st- Daredevil started going away, and I started being like, man, Charlie Cox is a damn good actor.
Oh yeah,
like,
man.
he's got such a great charm that, like, they set up this character to be like, yeah, was he so tragic? But in the beginning, like, he's just witnessed so much tragedy and he's sad, but there's so much charm that brings so much life back into him. You feel like you've actually already kind of had this like character progression with Gustav that you're like, oh, I really like Gustav as a character. He's got that, he's very much, he's got that great pro- protagonist feel of like, okay, he could really drive this story. The problem is when you get to this moment, right? You get
Yeah,
to that moment. It's never ever good when you finish a boss fight where they're just chilling at the same spot,
yep.
right? You, you just know something's going to happen, even if it's the return of the boss fight or whatever, because this is the first time you get a phase two as well.
Yeah,
Prior to that,
well, and
so
they
like I'm
they they for lack of a better way of putting it, they lampshade it, right? Like Mael is
uh-huh.
like, "Oh, that was easier than expected," and
Oh
Gustav
my
is like,
gosh, the moment
"Oh,
I
come on," and Gustav's like, "Don't jinx us."
exactly. And so I was like, is this game going to hit us with a phase three? Like, I was semi wondering that, and then you hear the cane again,
Yeah,
and you're like, oh no. Like, that's the moment where I had a bad feeling about Gustav's chances right there.
yeah,
I was like, Gustav and Mael, and it was like one of those moments of, okay, one of those two is not coming out alive. Couldn't tell you which one, but one of those two is not coming out alive. And
Yeah.
did I expect Gustav to die? Kind of, but it was still shocking to me. Like I was
Sure.
still genuinely shocked as to the way they really kill him. There's no actual resolution to his character. I mean, you get it later on, about his legacy and stuff, but all his motivations, everything that he's worked towards, everything that he already saw Sophie die, like all that stuff that the game like sets you up to feel, they take it from you
Yeah.
and be like, okay, all that stuff, and not in an obnoxious way, because sometimes a storyteller can do this where like all this stuff that I set you up as, ha, I took it away, all that's meaningless. No, it's still meaningful,
Yeah.
but it does it in a way that like
It still
this was the
hurts.
true. Yeah, this was still the. It was hurtful. It was tragic. It was just. I mean, I'm a sucker for tragedy. I'm not going to lie. Every time when there's a tragic story, that's where I lock in.
Yeah. No,
um,
I get that. I get that.
and this is the moment in this game. This is probably where I was like, okay, this is going to be a great game. I'm really loving it. This was the moment where I was like, this is. Wasn't quite at game of the year level, but I
Sure.
was like, this is a great game. Um, and it's funny how this game structures itself. It really, as you progress, the more and more you're going to love it. It's so good, and you know, and then once Verso shows up, it's very much like, oh, okay, there you are. I was wondering who you were. I forgot because, like I said, I had forgotten the trailers. I was like, forgot who he was going to be, what he was in relation to Expedition 33, like all that type of
Yeah.
stuff. So, and I liked the intrigue of that character, of just being a mystery of an unknown expedition at that moment. So,
Yeah. No, really. Yeah. One, I think I do think so. Getting into Act Two a little bit, just to jump off of what you're saying, I
hmm
do think there is a little bit to be said that the hard switch from Gustav, who you've been built up as like this is the main character, he's super charming, you have like all these emotional moments with him. The hard cut of from that to Verso, who you know nothing about, is a
hmm
little like if you're not already sold and you're like, oh, like I wonder where this is going, I could see people being really turned off by that.
hmm
Because I think it is a hard sell to be like, yeah, here's your new main character who you know nothing about, right? Like it is like a, I think it is a hard sell for a lot of people. It worked for me because I was so like, I mean, part of it was I think I'm just like, oh, this is Ben Starr's character. They wouldn't
right,
hire Ben Starr to do a character for nothing, right?
right,
And also he and Renoir and the I guess they call him Renoir, uh, right around here. They seem to know each other, so like what's going on here? Um, but like if you're not interested in any of that stuff, I could see it being a really hard sell. Um,
Well, it's almost like, and I know you'll go into it in a minute, and so I won't like go too far into it, but it's almost like this next level right after is like the prologue again. Whereas like as a game, it's got to establish itself up to
yeah,
keep hooking you, right? And there are 2 points in this where, for me, it absolutely hooks me. I was very much like, yeah, this is a great game, but like, can it keep up that momentum with a main character switch like that? That is definitely a fair question for any player to ask at that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. Um so they go to the so Verso joins the expedition. He explains that he and Renoir are immortal. Um and that Renoir views it as a gift from the Paintress, whereas he's sick of he's got like the immortality is a curse thing. Um
Mhm.
pretty pretty basic stuff. But so he's like, yeah, like let me join you. I have some ideas about how to uh, defeat the Paintress, and so you kind of you kind of just take his word for it. um,
Mhm.
I think all because
Honestly,
like the expedition is a little like okay, like I guess we're out of ideas, so like why not?
right.
Um, and then and so you go to the Forgotten Battlefield,
Mhm.
and you get so Verso gets both his combat tutorial and you get a new combat like parry mechanic with like the gradient parries.
Mhm.
Um, and it's basically just like you have to press a different button if the enemy is going to use a special attack kind of thing. It's not super in depth. I think I would generally speaking, I don't know if this is true, but generally speaking, I think the gradient parries are a little bit more forgiving than regular parries.
No, 100%. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Sometimes it's too easy that it's deceiving,
yeah,
right?
yeah. No, yeah, and then like you get faked out, and it's like oh,
Mm.
um, but Verso himself is uh Dante. He's just Devil May Cry,
Mhm.
complete with the D to S rank system. um, uh,
Mhm.
One, it's really funny because you can look up. I think it's actually. I think I can probably look it up right now. But you can look up. Oh come on, Claire. Oh my gosh, I cannot type right now. Claire Obscure Devil May Cry. Um, the uh the director of Claire Obscur uh is like a huge Devil May Cry fan. Um and you can see it in a lot of places. Um like in Claire Obscur. But he uh here we go. Nope, that's not what we wanted. Guillaume Broche, that's his name. Here we go. His YouTube channel. His YouTube channel Don Paco is like him doing like no damage runs of the final boss of Devil May Cry 5 on the hardest difficulty. like so like he's that kind of fan of Devil May
Okay.
Cry. Uh and when I saw this, I was like, when I saw Verso, I thought I was like, okay, I'm gonna love this guy, um, and I do. I love Verso. His I think his he's a little like he's almost a little too much like Devil May Cry in the sense of like the style system doesn't exactly translate to turn-based RPGs super well.
Mhm.
Um, but I liked what they were going for, and
Mhm.
it's regardless, it's still like super fun. Um,
Mhm.
and there's a lot more Devil May Cry, uh, a lot more Devil May Cry stuff in the game. Like the final boss, like the proper final boss of the game, literally just does a Virgil thing like mid like mid fight, and it's like okay, um, yeah, and just for the guy Guillaume Broche, I'm definitely butchering his name. But he wrote a comment on one of his videos that says, "Looking back on this, maybe I should try making a game with some kind of parry mechanics." Um, so yeah, I mean, it's uh, it's a really cool thing, um, like seeing a game that just so like wears its inspirations on its sleeve, like it's not like embarrassed
Mhm.
about them.
No,
Um,
absolutely.
Yeah. But then the Forgotten Battlefield, other than that first section, the only other thing is that the boss fight is super memorable. Um,
Mhm.
Lots of people liken it to Pontiff Sullivan from Dark Souls. Um,
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I could see that. Yep.
uh, and I mean, yeah, that's not uh, just looking at a picture that is not at all. I see a very striking resemblance here. It's called the Dueliste. Probably
Mhm.
butchering that as well. And there's another like super anime finisher move here. Probably the most anime I would say this game gets is like in
Oh
that
yes. Yeah.
second in
I would
that
agree.
moment. Um, yeah, and then, okay, so before we get to Monoko Station, Kill, I want to hear like where you were at, like sort of post, like throughout this area and post duelist.
Yes. So, I mean, we get this moment of, Verso's like, I feel for you. I know you lost your party member. Like, we're gonna go through the Forgotten Battlefield, but there's some place that I know you all would enjoy, and obviously it goes with the trust issues, in the in that moment. As even like as an audience, it's like, do we trust this game to live up to the first half of this game, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or at least you think it's the first half. Um, because I mean, even on the map, it kind of looks like you're halfway through. So I had mentioned that there's 2 points in this level that I think does a really great job about hooking you, and we already talked about one of them, and it's the Dual East.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the best fights in the game.
I would agree.
The is it my favorite fight of the game?
Is it?
It's hard to tell, but I kind of want to say yes.
Oh wow.
But yes, I loved this fight. The two flame swords, the aesthetic of it, just the it was so well balanced. It was challenging, but not too challenging. You know what I mean? Like it was just enough to be like I could definitely feel the Souls inspiration off of it. Like it was just, I loved it, and it was for me it was an amazing fight that really stood out for it was definitely the best fight all the way up until maybe the end of Act 2. Um,
Sure.
but it's the for one that was the big hook. I'm like, oh, okay, so we're going to get some really cool boss fights in this game. Like, yes, the I forgot what the lamp's name was, but yeah,
Lampmaster.
that one, yeah, Lampmaster was a cool fight, but this was a great fight,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Oh yeah,
that's when I
Duel East definitely
oh
raises
go
the
ahead.
bar.
Yeah, it raises the bar. It also is when probably in the point in the game where I actually started to really get good at it,
Oh
like
sure.
as far as parry mechanics and stuff. Um, and yeah, I mean, I really love that fight. The second moment is, and this part is probably the most crucial, is carrying on the tragedy and the story of the first part, and really just taking a breath, a moment to just give Gustav a proper goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Even in the game, it's like, yeah, we're taking my L to this spot, but when you get to that moment where they're all kind of just like saying goodbye, so tragic, so like I'm kind of getting emotional just thinking about it. Like it was a great moment,
Yeah.
and that like those two things is like, oh yeah, if I wasn't already seeing this through to the end, now I'm definitely seeing it through to the end. I don't feel turned off at all about the main character switch. As a matter of fact, I'm even more intrigued of where this game is going to go. I love the stakes, very clearly well established. Um, yeah, it's getting to that point where for me, I'm like, okay, this is starting to feel like an actual game of the year contender. Like I can understand why
Sure.
people were saying it's game of the year contender. It wasn't this wasn't the moment where I was like game of the year. Not yet. But that end of that section of the level, so good. I mean the level design prior to that is just okay of the Forgotten Battlefield. A lot of twists and turns on that one that I didn't like. It was felt like this wide space that was really walled off.
Sure.
So, um,
Yeah.
but that's a harsh criticism. So that's nitpicking.
I hear you. I hear you. So then we get to probably, in terms of comedic scenes, we get to definitely my favorite scene in the game, and it's Minoko's introduction. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
so Minoko is like an old friend of Verso's, is what we learn, and I mean it's all just like Minoko's a gestural. Um,
Hmm.
so like you've got more, but he knows English, and so you get
Hmm.
more of that like gestural brand humor of like just this like dry idiocy, but with like the voice of an old man.
Hmm.
It's got a little bit of like Baymax to it almost, of like
Uh huh.
the like I don't know how to describe it. It's just so funny. Like him going like uh I mean I we were texting and Caleb was like, "Hey man, like when do you want to like record Claire Obscure?" And I was like, "Out of the question. I will never join you again." Just cuz like I think that the
Hmm.
rhythm of that scene is so funny. Um and the
Yeah, I mean, it was more of like, hey, I need more time to beat this game, and then that's when you were
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
we were starting to quote it, and
Yeah.
of course I was just going off of memory. I couldn't remember what the
Yeah,
actual
yeah, yeah.
clip was, but
No, you got it. You got it pretty. I think you got it pretty spot on. But there's another one I think that might even be funnier. Because Noko is revealed to be Monoko's son.
hmm
Here, and and Noko's like they're going to Old Lumiere because that's where Verso believes the paintress's heart is,
oh yeah,
and
yep.
and Noko's like, "Oh, I want to go too. Like, I think this is a really good opportunity for me to like expand my horizons because
Oh yes.
he wants to be a merchant." And and like they've established like Old Lumiere is like one of the most like dangerous places you could go. And Monoko says, as a responsible parent, I think this is a great idea. And it makes me die every time. Because Monoko is like, he's very clearly like, he's like, it's one of those things where it's like, he's got the spirit.
Oh yeah.
He's got like he's like obviously trying very hard to be a good dad, but he's just completely messing up. It's so it that line is so funny. I love
Yeah,
I yeah.
Minoko's great because
Yeah.
he was he was a great standout. I mean, again, further proving the point that Jest rolls were just an amazing part of this game. Um, but
I also like that he
the
clearly knows Verso's deal.
yeah. So yeah, exactly. He knows exactly what his agenda is, right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's one of those things of like he, he's yeah. I mean, he was a great addition to the party. Whereas like well, even just like the character dynamics, like
Yeah.
he was that much needed humor to
Yeah.
keep up that charm while also being the rest of the game is going to be super serious. We at least have someone on the side that can give that comedic relief.
Yeah.
But I will say he do you mind if I go into his combat?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Um his combat, I don't know how it may be a bold statement to say it, but because I don't really know the actual reaction to Minoko, extremely underrated in my opinion.
Oh, interesting.
Despite me not knowing what other people say, there's a way that you could really stack Minoko really on, and
Yeah.
it's actually putting him in your backup party. Now that's even going to be even crazier, right? To say, but when you have Minoko in your backup party and your main party dies, and there's just that little edge that you have to get to finish off a boss fight or something like that,
He is
you
good at
win the
that.
fight, you get the feat, quote unquote, and all those like powerful abilities you could get very quickly. That is something that I unintentionally discovered and I loved it. Let's just put it that way.
Huh.
Like, yeah, he there's a way to really well balance him, and it's complicated like CL, but it is. I mean, he's a great support character. I'll just put it that way.
You know,
Because
that's
go
interesting
ahead.
because he was a mainstay for me. Actually,
Yeah,
he was
and
my
I could see how he can be.
because well, I mean, part of it is like the game is like, hey, yeah, like he has to be in your party for you to get the feat, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I'm just gonna leave him in there. And I also think he's got like uh they give him like a lot of like powerful stuff like right at the start. So it's like, oh,
Mhm.
it's not like super hard to justify putting him in your party. Um,
Right.
but yeah, no, I can see what you mean though. Um, yeah. Also, Minoko's theme banger.
Oh, yes. Yes. Amazing theme. They all have
Uh,
amazing themes, but there's something about like the
yeah,
just the outlandish feel of
yeah. Minoko's is the only one
Minoko's theme.
that makes you want to dance.
Yeah, it's I mean, I can't say enough good things about Minoko. Like he's
Yeah,
just
it's funny
he's an
because
amazing character.
he stands out, but in all of the right ways.
Right. I mean, I didn't really get attached to Noko too much, but like when Minoko came on screen, it was an instant attachment. Like I
Yeah,
like he instantly was definitely a favorite Gestural. But the like it wasn't up until Noko started to be like, hey, I want to be a merchant, like a a memorable merchant. That's when I started getting attached to the character. I actually forgot about Noko. I'm not gonna lie. Like I didn't.
sure.
I forgot that was the character that you meet in the like that's the first Gestural you meet, right? Because you meet so many Gesturals that you kind of forget about them. But yeah, yeah. I think that's all I have to say about Minoko. But
Okay. Um. So. So they move on to Old Lumiere.
mhm,
Uh. And this is the I think the only time that the party gets like split up in the game.
mhm.
Um. And. Uh.
Which essentially forces the game to tell, like the game forces you to be like, yeah, those characters that you're pushing to the side, you got to learn them,
Yeah, you gotta play these games. You gotta play these guys. Sorry.
aka CL.
Yeah. Um. It was probably CL. No, actually, it was probably Lune. Actually, for me
Oh,
at
okay.
that point, because I think I would have. Uh, I think I would have like just put Monoko on my party, and it would have the core of like Verso, Mael, Monoko. I think I basically mainlined the rest of the game with. Um,
Yeah.
uh, but yeah, I think so they split up. So it's Verso and Mael, and then Lune, CL, and Monoko. Um, and so Verso abandons Mael pretty
Mm,
pretty quickly.
yeah.
Like Mael is like, yeah, we make a good team, and then like smash cut to Verso just being gone.
Gone. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, so that's what that feels like. So
I
Dark Knight
just rewatched
Rises
that
joke.
scene. I I just watched that over the weekend. Gets me every time. So that's what it feels like.
um, People say those movies are too serious. They're funny, man. Anyways,
Oh yeah.
uh, so Mael gets abandoned. We sort of cut back to the other three, and they find like an old expedition journal
Hmm.
from when Verso was traveling with the previous expedition, right? Because he's immortal. Uh, he and Renoir were actually part of Expedition Zero, which was the first one.
Hmm.
Um, there's a historian early in the game that's like, why did they call it zero? They should have called it 100. Uh, um, and it's like, yeah, that's fair. Um,
Right.
but but they find like a previous expedition journal, and then and Lune's like, oh no, is this true? And Minako was like, "Oh yeah, yeah." Uh, and I like the touch of Minako going like he would never do anything to her. Um,
Mhm.
and it's like, and like Lune and uh, uh, Lune and Ciel are like, well, we don't know that, and they're sort of like, all right, we gotta hurry. Um,
Mhm.
so we get this is sort of the first time I think the veneer starts to kind of pull away.
Mhm.
Because the so Mael arrives at like this mansion, and it's like, oh, is it the manor that we've been going to? You know, is that the outside? And you're not entirely sure. Um, but she sort of goes up there, and uh the door kind of opens itself, and it's revealed to be like this woman who looks kind of like the curator, but like it's it's
Mhm.
obviously a woman, and you're sort of like, oh, is this the paintress? Um,
Mhm.
uh, and you see the masked girl who have we learned her name yet at this point? I can't
No,
remember. No.
no, you don't learn her name until pretty much the end of Act Two, or if not the end of Act Two.
Yeah, that's very possible. But you see the masked girl, um, and then uh, and she's like behind who we presume to be the paintress. And Verso says, I think he says, I knew you'd open the door for her. Uh, and he like tries to approach, and Renoir stops him. Um, and uh, we get like the big reveal that Verso is Renoir's son. Um, and there's a great line that Verso has that's like, "Hey, can we talk about this later? I'd like you all to survive this." um, it's a good like, okay, like we can set this aside if we are in fact on the same team, then by all means. Um, so this
Right.
was the moment for me where the soundtrack went from like an 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because Renoir's battle theme here is just magnetic.
Oh yeah.
It's so good. The uh it's just so hard to describe properly because it's just so good. Um, like I think there's like there's a way that like RPG battle themes um are like, if they're done right, they're able to make you feel something even if you're not doing anything. Even if you're just like standing there like trying to
Mhm.
think of like what you're going to do next. If a battle theme is good, it'll make you feel like that is you like accomplishing something. Um,
Mhm.
and this song, I mean, I don't know. They never released like a full version of this song. There's like a trailer version, and there's obviously the version that's later that has the vocals. Um, but Yeah, I love this fight. I think it's because it's the first fight where Renoir is like, okay, like you can actually like fight him and deal damage and like you can win,
Hmm.
uh, and you have to win. This isn't a losable fight by any means.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, what are your thoughts, Caleb?
I mean, this was definitely. I mean, like I said, for me, had the idea that this was going to be the main villain from the start. Um, and so I was like, okay, this is our first true fight, right? Sometimes like you get like a taste of what the final fight's going to be, but like,
Yeah,
and this definitely was that. Like, I was very much like, okay, okay, um, and like I was like, this is a really cool theme. I hope there's. I was very much like, I hope there's more to it. Like,
sure.
you know what I mean? Like, I like more of like, I guess more curiosity. Like, oh, if this is really good now, what's it going to be like later, or is it going to be like the same thing? You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, I mean this specific level though, um, it was aesthetically really cool level design. See, I think these two level designs right here, the Forgotten Battlefield and then Old Lumiere, are probably the most choppy to me,
Sure. I can
which is
see
kind of
that.
weird to say. Aesthetically, they look great, but like design itself is a little weird. Especially when the fact that you get split up and then it's like not a really clear map direction. I guess is the
Yeah.
best way.
No,
Not
I
necessarily
get
that you
that.
get lost, but you are kind of like, okay, where are we at in relation to the other party? Like that kind of went out the window. Like
Sure.
I was very confused. But yeah, no, I mean this is where you get the true um like this is where you start to realize you start getting the lore of the manor as well. Like this is the moment where like okay, this is not just more of a fun mini game slash side quest. There's some actual meat to the story behind this, and then the fact that coupled with the fact that you know Renoir is Verso's father,
Yeah.
like it's you start to realize this game transitions to start. This is the moment, like you said, the peek behind the curtain, of like this game is going to transition from the expedition to the story of the family.
Yep.
Not right away, but this is your first taste of it. Um, and you don't realize that this story is going to be really about the family until later. But this is definitely that beginning point of that transition, which is ironic when it is like definitively in the middle of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. Um so I'm trying to remember what happens here actually. The expedition wins technically. Oh, and then Renoir like disappears the manor. That's right.
Yes,
Uh
exactly. And then I was like, okay, so like the heart of the paintress is somewhere in the manor that we're
yeah,
opening up doors to,
that was kind of
right?
that was like my idea. Um or like what I was thinking. Um but then
Because a game can do like, oh, this feels like a side quest, but it ends up being like a main quest later on, and like
yeah,
gives you all the
yeah,
locations, so to speak. So that
that
is
is, yeah, that's definitely like, oh, like that
entirely
could be how it
possible.
is. Um, but then so then they're like, okay, like how do we? But then like Verso is like, oh, like how do, like he's like, oh, all is lost. We I have no way to do it, and Lune is like, well, apparently not. We could kill the Axons.
Yeah.
Um, and Verso's like, no, there's no way. That's a dead end. Nobody's ever been able to do it. Um, and so like and the thrust is that the curator basically says like, yeah, like I don't know if he doesn't say it. I guess Verso says it for him, but the creator is basically like, yeah, I can make a weapon that can break down the barrier to the monolith. Um,
Hmm.
but oh shoot. But he needs so much like chroma, which is like the life force of this
Hmm.
world. He needs
Yes.
so much chroma that it's basically impossible unless you were to kill two axons. But like nobody's gonna ever be able to do that.
Hmm.
um, and so the expedition's like, well, we could try, and that's what they do. um, and so
Yep.
there are three currently living axons, but only two of them are accessible to the party. One of them is Visage, uh, and the other is Seren. Um,
Hmm.
and so actually, the game does a fun thing that a lot of RPGs like to do, which is like, hey, yeah, like there's the um, I don't know if I think a character says a character is like, I think it might be Verso
Hmm.
is like,
They do.
oh, like Visage is the weaker one, so we should go to him
Yep.
first. And I was like, guess what, buddy? I'm going to Seren, and you can't stop me. Um, and it wasn't it's not I don't think I had a significantly difficult time, um,
No.
but it's a fun like way to do that at least.
Honestly, I almost kind of wonder if the game wanted you to do that. Like it kind of baits you to do it the other way. Because I did Visage first. I did the Visages first because um I didn't want to walk into something that was overwhelming, right? But I do get your idea of like, guess what? I'm gonna go my own way because sometimes I do that, but this time I didn't. However, what I was gonna say though is what I experienced was pretty balanced um, gameplay with the Visages, but then I went to Seren and all of the encounters I felt very overpowered.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I definitely felt that way, but the opposite.
okay, okay, interesting.
Like I think maybe, I mean, I would say that like on the whole, Seren is the more difficult area,
Hmm.
because it's longer, it's there's more to it. Um, the enemies, like as enemies, are a little uh the enemies are a little bit like funkier. But in terms of like scaling, I don't think they're all that different.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Seren and Visage, they're interesting.
Hmm.
They're interesting. Like once you, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Once you know everything that's going on, they're a lot more interesting. Um,
Right.
but they feel more like regular like mid bosses at the moment that
Mm.
get like upgraded to main boss status by the game. Um, Seren
Yeah.
especially. Seren is like
Yeah.
because Visage has like there's a lot going on with like him and Verso. Um, whereas like Seren is like, oh, like this is what we're hyping everything up for.
Yeah. She's very simple compared
Yeah,
to compared to Visage's, but yeah, I like the intrigue though of her, like, you know, like almost hypnotizing the expedition. Like if you're staying there too long, that you end up becoming one of them. Like that's a cool idea.
yeah,
I
yeah.
really like
No,
that
it is
aspect.
cool. Yeah. Well, and this is also I think this is also where my one other criticism of the narrative comes in, and it's that this is where Lune and CL's narratives kind of peak. Um, and they're not given a lot of build up for
Yeah.
this.
Mhm.
Especially if you haven't been engaging in like the relationship
Exactly.
system,
Yep. Hmm.
which the game doesn't exactly do a great job of being like, hey, this is really important. Um,
And you don't really get a lot of those options until after this, actually,
yeah,
too. Like, especially CL.
yeah, and so like there is just like a so like I do think like I like those characters a lot, but I think uh I do think there is a part of me that's like, okay, like we could have folded some of that like relationship stuff into the main narrative and made Visage and Seren more interesting.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, other than that, I mean, I still really liked those areas. Visage, I think, especially is like a really interesting. Um,
Absolutely.
it's a really cool like take on the idea of like, oh, like go kill these mini bosses to make the
Hmm.
main boss weaker.
And I'm a sucker for that cliche.
Yeah,
Love it.
yeah, no, it's
Like,
great.
I mean, for me, it's a simple level design, but I really love that level design. Really cool. And same as Seren's too. Like the aesthetic of that one. Like I'll say this: every level design in this game really stands out from the other as far as aesthetics. Like
Oh
it
yeah,
never feels like it repeats itself, which can be very difficult for a lot of games. Um, but yeah, world design just of those, yeah.
yeah. Um, I guess while you're talking about level design, I also want to point out that the levels are pretty clearly like a mix of your sort of standard like Final Fantasy uh Shin Megami Tensei, like your very standard like linear
Mhm.
hallway paths, and then also there's a little bit of like Dark Souls stuff. Like the flags are just bonfires. Like that's
Oh, 100%.
it's just like you rest at a bonfire, you rest at a flag, and it respawns the enemies just like a bonfire. Um,
Yeah, I will say once when I saw when I realized that was the mechanic in Spring Meadows, I was like, I let out a sigh. I was like, oh, not this again. I don't. Well, it's not my favorite
sure.
as far as the gameplay design.
No, I get that. I think it's like it's one of those things that's like the level has to complement it for me to like it.
And that's true. Like
Um,
I quickly dropped that, but like as far as like a first sign, I was
yeah,
very much like,
no, I get
oh
that.
no.
No, I totally get that. Yeah, but I generally enjoy the levels. I think it helps that like the movement is pretty fluid, so it doesn't like
Mhm.
hinder things. But yeah, I'd be really curious to see like how they would iterate on this method of designing things. Um, so after you kill the two axons,
Mhm.
let me make sure. Yeah, after you
Yeah.
kill the two axons,
Mhm.
you can go straight to the monolith. The curator like makes, I think they call it like the barrier breaker or something,
Mhm.
and it's actually like a real weapon Mael can use. He singles out Mael, which is makes a lot of sense given the context of the story. Um, but it's also like,
Mhm.
huh, like why is that happening? Um, and then yeah, you get to the monolith. And the monolith so what I thought was interesting when I was playing, because I had like seen like clips here and there of people doing more than the damage cap.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, oh, okay, like how exactly do I break the damage cap?
Did you miss it or something? Like,
No, no,
yeah,
no.
I could see where.
Yeah, no, yeah, no. I was like, oh, did I? Is it like, did I miss it? Because I was like, okay, like, especially like as you go through the monolith, because the monolith is essentially, um, taking it basically like remixes all of the previous areas, um, and does and like it's not like just like lifting Spring Meadows and putting it at the end and raising the levels. It's like it's different, but it's obviously modeled after Spring Meadows. Um, so like I was like, okay, like I am very clearly doing a recap that like this is clearly the final dungeon was my like. So I was like, okay, like at this point I think I'm allowed to ask the internet how I do this. Um, and so I was like, oh, there is more game after the paintress. Was my like, oh,
Okay.
there's like, so there is like more stuff. I didn't get spoiled, but that was like kind of the one thing that I knew. Um,
Mhm.
yeah.
For me, it was why can't I get to all these areas that I could clearly see on the map? Like, I was like,
Yeah.
it's kind of bothering me. I thought I was having that panic of, oh, did I miss a stone or something for
Sure.
SKA,
Sure.
right? So, I the but it never occurred to me that there would be more beyond the paintress, right? So once we actually get to the monolith, it very much sets itself up of like okay, this is your final area. Like the even Lune says
Yeah.
before the beginning, better prepare now before we go in there.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like a point, like the standard point of no return
Yeah.
in the game. They do a great psych in that regard.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it is, I very much was convinced that okay, I'm entering the final area, and you go through a rehash, the cliche rehash of every area that you've already gone to.
Yeah.
Like and then you get to, like, I won't go any further, but like the idea of like it just feels like the end, right? They just it gives you that moment, and so I'm kind of like, oh, I dropped the idea of my Act 3 theory.
Oh,
Like that's how
okay.
fooled I got. So
Yeah.
because I was convinced Act 3 was just going to be maybe solo Mael. Like at some point, all the expeditioners were going to die along the way or whatever, and
Okay.
then Mael would be like the final story or whatever. That's what I thought was going to happen, but or it's only Mael that can go through it. Like I just thought it was, that's how I speculated, and then once we got into this moment, like this level, that I was like, okay, okay, yeah, we're at the end.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
don't I don't
No,
know if you want
I
to
get
go
that.
through it
Yeah,
a
no,
little
well,
bit more.
so I mean, we run through all the areas, and then we end up. So, no, actually, I want to back up. We start fighting Claire's and Obscures, uh, and uh, and I just remember thinking like, okay, like the game is being obvious about something, but I don't know what that
Mhm.
is. um, like I was like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm being smacked in the face, but I don't know what device they're using to smack me.
yeah.
Um,
I don't speak French.
yeah, and like it took me a while after I beat the game to be like, okay, like I should really look up what Claire Obscure
Right.
means. um,
Well, I mean, I was too afraid to look it up because of spoilers. Like
sure.
I was, you
No,
know.
that's also fair. I was sort of like, I think it was mostly I was just like procrastinating. I was like, yeah, it'll either be
Right.
obvious or it won't. Um, but yeah, so then you end up in Lumiere, or like the monolith's version of Lumiere, and I'm trying to, and then basically you fight like you've fought like these Claires and these Obscures, and then you fight Claire Obscure, and I'm like, all right, game. Like again, like I'm being like, you're being super obvious, but I don't know what you're being obvious about because I don't know what that means.
Right.
um and it's fine. It's like it didn't like affect it, but I was definitely like, okay, like uh I think it was definitely more like, this is definitely the final area,
Hmm.
kind of like I was getting those flags. And fighting a literal Claire Obscure was just like, okay. Like,
Right.
cool. uh um and then uh you get to this area. um if I recall correctly, it has like a bunch of like paintings in it.
Hmm.
And it's like, oh, we're getting close to the top, and boom,
Yep.
Kane Sound, uh, Renoir is here,
Exactly.
and uh, so this scene, I want to come back to it later a little bit. Like I think it works really well on its own, but I also think there's a lot of like context that gets added after the fact
Mhm.
that really
Oh
enhances
yeah.
it for me. Um, but uh, I will say, uh, this Renoir fight, the music is so amazing. Um,
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to
Oh yeah.
pronounce it. Uh,
Oh, good luck.
Error. Translation. Nope. I need Google Translate. Okay. Sorry, I'm having difficulties with Google Translate on this one. All right. Unvieteme is how Google Translate just pronounced it to me. Uh, Translated to a life loving you. And I'm sure that's not
Yes.
the direct translation to. I'm not. I'm sure that's not how the writers would translate it, but that's that's the. It does get the vibe across. Um,
Right.
Easily my favorite song on the soundtrack, pretty much bar
Mm.
none. Um,
It's like it transcends from being a great soundtrack to like a whole other level, I guess.
Yeah, like well, it's an all timer for sure.
Yeah.
Like it's this game's to me, it's what solidified this game as like it's on the same like tier as like Bury the Light, One Winged Angel, um like that those like Forza Finale, like
Right.
those, that like legendary status of video game song. And fun fact, Bury the Light, singer Victor Borba, also on this song.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Um, and he's also on a couple more things. Or I don't know. Yeah, I mean, pretty I mean, just another like feather in the Devil May Cry cap, right? Um, uh, but yeah, I mean, this fight, uh, the cutscene, the drop into this song from the cutscene too is so
Oh,
amazing. Um,
seamless.
it's just it's it's just like masterful. Like
Yeah.
um I love I love Act 3 of Expedition 33, and I think the Painters fight is really cool, but I don't think the game really gets much better than this final Renoir fight. Um for me at least. I think it just like all of it really comes together uh into just again just something magical. Um
I mean, it's
yeah.
a really well designed fight. I mean, the like his fight patterns are much more complicated than they were before.
Yeah.
Like it it
He's got the
felt like a
lion.
great. What was that?
He's got he's got the lion.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's yeah, the lion. That that was something. But it was yeah, a really well done fight, really well done. And if you're thinking about it, it feels like actual again, actually tricking you to thinking it's the end of the game. Um, like it feels like a proper conclusion to this character. But when you add the context, you realize that yeah, this is definitely not the conclusion. But like it's like you said, when you go back and like realize once you know the context, the scene is just that much better, right? So you know this
Yeah.
fight and the Paintress, like those two fights were just amazing fights. I loved them both. Like I really did buy that the Paintress was a final boss fight. The
Yeah.
do you mind if I move on to the Paintress
Oh
or
no,
no?
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, like the moment like the Paintress just like rips reality, that was so cool.
Yeah.
Like I was like, you know, it was it was tough. Like I almost want to say that this was the yeah, this was the Paintress fight was probably the toughest main story
Oh, definitely.
fight.
I agree with
Like
that
it,
100%.
and adding to the context of it feeling like a true final fight. Like it again, chef's kiss to that whole sequence.
It's also the last balanced fight.
Yeah, it's true. It is. Um, because then you can, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just trying to think of anything that I want to say before we actually go into the ending of Act Two. No, that moment, when Verso is like just pulls out Sorry from his back pocket,
Oh
and
yeah.
he's like, "What?"
You had it the whole time?
Yeah, exactly. That was hilarious.
Yeah. No, I love that. I love that stuff. Um yeah, I really like the Paintress fight. I thought it was I mean the scene leading up to it where Verso is like well so I was always um a little like uh I'm trying to find the right words for it. Like the scene where he's like, "You need to go home." Well, I guess we should pause for a second. I want to roll back just a little bit to right
Hmm.
after the final Renoir fight, where uh, the curator shows up, because Renoir is like he we win the fight, but he's like, okay, I'm gonna do my thing and try to actually win. And
Hmm.
uh, and the curator shows up and like sort of guides Mael into full on, I mean, gamaging
Hmm.
Renoir. And
Yeah.
uh and so there's like this interesting thing of like Renoir obviously knows who the curator is. Uh he also has some prior understanding of Mael, even though Mael's never seen him before any of this. Um,
Hmm.
so so like all of this is kind of coming to a head. We also got a little bit of Verso in the Visage area. He sort of
Yeah.
calls out like, "Oh, that was Verso, wasn't it?" and you're like, huh? Like what does that mean?
Mhm.
um and so like once you get to the paintress,
Mhm.
you're sort of like, okay, like there's like obviously I think it's like, to me, I think what works about it is like, if you're paying any attention whatsoever, you know that something is going on. You know that there's something
Mhm.
deeper, and you know that like the masked woman has something to do with it. I think it's been revealed that she's Verso's sister, at least at this point. Um,
Mhm.
so like we know all of this stuff, but like I couldn't piece it together. I couldn't figure
Right.
out what was going on. And I was also like, okay, how does Gustav play into any of this, right? Like I was like really like, okay, like what's going on? And then the Paintress fight happens, and it's this epic thing that gets sort of, it gets uh like the prelude to it is this like confused, obviously like
Right.
old woman who's just completely lost her senses. um
Mm.
and like there's this like, okay, like what's there's this sense that I got of like, man, I'm doing this fight and I'm happy to be fighting the paintress, right? Like this is what the whole story's been leading up to. But I was also like,
Mhm.
man, like I just don't know what is happening. And I was really scared. I was like, oh man, is all of this sequel bait? um
And that's what I was going to say. I was waiting for you to finish, but I was very much like, yeah, this is like I thought it was set up,
yeah.
like cliffhanger setup.
Yeah.
But,
um and there is sequel bait in this game for sure,
mhm.
but this is not it. um
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I really like the Painter's fight. I mean, the scene where she like tears apart reality and launches these like
Just
energy balls at you is like, okay,
mhm.
like, all right, Aura Farmer, like, go off,
Yeah,
queen, I
exactly.
guess. But then what was your experience when she goes down and then she starts like healing the expedition and like giving them shields and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I forgot about that until now. Um, my reaction was I was very confused. Like I was like,
Sure.
but I was like, okay, other than I was just like, oh, that's a unique way to end it. I don't think I really put too much thought of it until just now, and I'm like, thematically, that all makes sense because you know, technically, she was the protector. You're right. So like, you get you can get the meaning behind the healing a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally forgot about it.
Yeah. I was convinced when I got there. I was like, "Oh, am I supposed to let her live? Like, is that the
Oh,
true
okay.
ending?"
Like a good and bad ending type thing.
Yeah. Um
Yeah.
because I was so confused. I was like, why is she doing this? And I had no explanation other than she was somehow a good guy all along,
Yeah.
and I was supposed to show her mercy, or something. Like I didn't know what it was, but I was like, like I've played a bunch of games where the true ending is like is like achieved by like doing a specific meeting some kind of condition in a fight. um so like it wouldn't have been like a huge surprise for that to be the way that it goes, but eventually I was like, okay, like I'm not, like nothing's happening. So I
Hmm.
was like, all right, like let's put you down and see where this goes. um and
Yeah, I didn't think too much of it.
yeah, no, and that's fair. I mean, if you're not like me and you're like, ooh, spot the trope, then you're probably not gonna
Mhm.
think that hard about it. Yeah, but then yeah, the you kill the paintress. uh Verso is like very sad about it for some reason,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
uh you go and you plant the Expedition 33 flag on the top of the monolith, and you kind of just fly
Mhm.
home.
Mhm.
Lune says something like, oh, so many questions left unanswered. And I'm like, yeah, you
Sequel bait.
think? You think?
Yeah.
Um, uh, so they fly back to Lumiere. You get like these fun scenes of like the kids like seeing Minoko and
Mhm.
being like, whoa, like it's a gestural, and like, oh, there's Esquier, and
Mhm.
uh Mael like gives the bad news to Gustav's sister and his apprentices, and like,
Mhm.
all this fun stuff. And Verso, and I'm like so scared that credits are gonna roll at any point. I'm
Mhm.
like, all right, I'm ready for this to happen, but I'm not
Y-
gonna like it. um
Yeah.
the uh so the um so Verso like goes and sits on the dock, and he opens this letter that he got from his sister Alicia. Her name is Alicia. um he got it from her like right before they went to the monolith,
Mhm.
and she basically spells out, she says it in a very like complicated way, um but she basically spells out that
Mhm.
the paintress was actually keeping people alive, and the number was a warning of how much uh of
Power.
like how much power she had, and how like old the people could be before they would be erased
Mhm.
by uh by the person beneath the monolith, who we learn is
Mhm.
the curator. um and then we get like the cane hits the floor sound effect,
Mhm.
and you get like this wave, and like nobody knows exactly what's happening, but then, you know Infinity War, everybody starts just disappearing,
Yep.
gomaging, right? Like it's not uh it's like, okay, like he's like, this is a gomage is happening, but on a much grander, wider scale. And Verso is like he's ready. He's just like, okay, time for me to die. Um, and then Mael is like kind of caught up in all of this, and then fade to black. Uh, cut to Expedition Year 47, and
Mhm.
Alicia wakes up and we get Epilogue Elysia. Caleb, where were you at?
Well, I will say, it is feeling like with everybody like returning home, it does feel like a proper ending, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, and then you get to the moment where the secret is revealed that
Yeah.
Mael is Alicia, um, which I kind of had predicted very early on in the game, as soon as the nightmares started. Um, but the like I was like, oh, yep, 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 that makes sense. And for so it kind of tricks you just enough to be like, okay, that was really the last real loose end that we really needed to establish in this game. Like to be like, okay, the other
Sure.
untold mysteries can probably wait. And at this point, I was expecting some form of a cliffhanger. Was I expecting everybody to die? No. But once everybody started to die, I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, that's a way to end it. That's really good. And then
Yeah.
epilogue started. I'm like, okay, epilogue makes sense. This is where we're going to get the setup for the next game, right?
Yeah.
Um, and it's not until halfway through where of the epilogue where I started to be like, mm, something tells me this isn't actually an epilogue.
Yeah. Well,
But
especially because it's a prologue,
right,
right? Because it takes place before any of what just happened happens.
exactly.
Um, so we get the reveal that the world of Expedition 33 is a canvas world. Um, and it's hard to explain properly because it's left very vague. But essentially, the Desandras
Hmm.
are this family of painters, and painters have this power to create worlds. These like
Hmm.
pocket universes, basically. Um, and Alicia Desandra was in a fire
Hmm.
that Verso Desandra saved her from at the cost of his own life.
Hmm.
Uh, and in her grief, Aline, who's the paintress,
Hmm.
escapes into Verso's old canvas that he painted, the only one that he ever painted. Um, and then, like, she spends so much time in there that Renoir, Desandra,
Hmm.
is like, I gotta get you out of here, but Aline doesn't want to go. So he's like, I gotta destroy the canvas, right? He's basically like, he basically is like, yeah, no, I gotta destroy the alcohol. I gotta, you know, throw away the
Right.
pills, right? And, uh, and so in the world of Expedition 33, in the canvas world, this manifests as the paintress being trapped on top of the monolith and the curator being on the bottom beneath
Hmm.
the monolith. And Renoir basically is gamaging people once per year. Like he's the one who does the gamage, and the paintress is warning people. Um, and then in this prologue, you learn that Clea, who's the eldest Desandra child,
Hmm.
um, I think we learn here that she's actually the one who created the Nevrons. Um,
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
and uh, and then we also and so like we learn that she and Alicia sort of conspired to be like, okay, like Alicia, we're gonna hide the canvas, and then you're gonna go in and assist Renoir. Um, but then Alicia, like as she's going into the canvas, she gets like trapped uh by Aline's power and
Hmm.
becomes like reborn in
Exactly.
the canvas as Mael
Hmm.
and completely loses her uh memories, and like her entire like existence as Alicia is completely lost to her. Meanwhile, Aline has painted replicas of her entire family. So
Hmm.
the Renoir that we've been fighting throughout the whole game is actually the painted Renoir.
Hmm.
And painted Verso is the one that's in the canvas because the real Verso's dead. Um,
Hmm.
the masked woman is painted Alicia, and painted Clea is nowhere to be seen, at least right now. Um, so, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of
Right.
information. Um, it's a little. I don't think it's super gracefully delivered. Um, but I think it does a good enough job to be like, okay, like here's where we actually are. Here's what's really going on.
Right.
And then you finally sort of get to like, okay, like act 3 Mael. Um
Hmm.
so again, Caleb, I'm going to ask you like where are you at after receiving all of this information?
Um, I mean, it's very much like, okay, I could definitely see where Act Three is going to go. Like it was, I was like, this is the context I needed. It is interesting that we're still going further, but it's like you said when you were at the end of Act Two, like scared that the credits were going to roll. I had so much relief when I realized it was Act Three. It was like, oh, thank God, there's so much more to this game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's pretty much when I texted you. I was like, hey, I'm gonna need a little bit more time on this game. Like,
Yeah.
um, like because I want to go around and explore a little bit before I do the final boss. Because it's interesting that they and I kind of realized it right away. You can literally go from the beginning of Act Three right into the final area.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't quite do that. I was like, I knew I would be under leveled. Um, I explored a little bit, but I didn't do much of my exploring until after the game because I just I had to get um
You have to know what happens.
I had to know what happens. It was piquing my interest too much. But I guess my question is, do you like they gave you the freedom to go right into it? Or do you think they should have had because there's some bonus levels that you could definitely do that are like full on levels, you know, like the what is it, the endless tower, like all
Yeah.
that. There's a one of my favorite level designs is actually um where it's like like I love the red and white aesthetic. It's one of the floating islands of like the red trees and just stone, and you're having to like there's statues that you sink in to like reveal the chromatic Nevron that's there.
Yeah.
Like, but the one that like the endless tower one where you go to like fight Alicia and everything. Have you played that yet? Oh yeah, you
Wait.
platinum it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The
Um,
the tower, the Reacher.
yes, yeah. Like that could have been a forced level before going
Yeah,
to the finale, and it would have really worked. Honestly, I liked the freedom of it, but there's a part of me that's like, man, I wish I could have played this level before beating the game.
sure.
But
Yeah, I think there is. I will say, if you had played that level before beating the game, you would have been way too powerful for the Renoir boss fight,
oh, that's
for
true.
Final Renoir.
Yes. Yeah.
Because that fight is pretty much like right after the Paintress. You're
Hmm.
powerful enough for it. Like you could basically just turn painted power on and go fight him. Um,
Exactly. Yep.
uh, so yeah, I get what you're saying though. I kind of agree. I think it's a little clunky, the way Act 3 is structured, because there's a lot of story stuff in the optional content that I don't know if it I would necessarily say it like enhances the narrative, or like enhances the final fight so much as it just is like good stuff to know. um
Mm.
but I'm also like I enjoy a good like okay, like I can just go rush the final fight and then take my time afterwards. Like I'm not against that by any stretch. um but I do think it could have been more graceful for sure.
Mhm.
um but yeah, I mean, so yeah, the start of Act 3 is basically uh, it's interesting because Alicia, well, so Mael remembers who she is as Alicia and sort of takes on this new form.
Mhm.
Um, and Verso is somehow still alive. Uh, and the curator sort of reveals his true human form as Renoir. Uh, calling him the real Renoir is kind of like that's oversimplifying it, but
Mhm.
original Renoir at least.
Right.
And I think it's here where Andy Serkis really starts to take steal the show for
Oh,
me.
100%.
Um,
Like I saw an interview was like the reason why he took that role was because of how interesting that you can like really play around with his backstory, and that and like you said, like that's where you could really see his true motivation. It's
yeah.
yeah, really well done as far as his performance.
Um, yeah, because there's just so much. There's so much like layers. And there's something that I really like. Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. Um, because once you get to, I guess we'll just sort of fold this into the final fight too, because there's not like a
Hmm.
whole lot else.
Not really.
Um,
Hmm.
uh, I think the game is so clever about the way it manages to have Renoir be the main antagonist twice on different sides. Uh,
Hmm.
because Painted Renoir is
Yeah.
so uh like menacing and like effective, and it's like okay, he's an agent of the Paintress, like he's got like all these goals.
Right.
um but then like you see like in all of the scenes during his final fight, you see all of this stuff where it's like oh he cares about his family, like
Hmm.
he's very clearly like this is like a fully thought out like a person, right? Like he's a person.
Right.
Um,
It's
and
like you can
then
understand everything as far as his actions are going.
yeah, like he is taking uh like I think there's such like an amazing line that he has towards the end of or like right right during like his final cutscene before his final fight where he's
Mm.
like, if saving you means losing you, then so be it. um and it's
Right.
like, oh man, like that's a guy who cares about his son. um and so like when you get to original Renoir,
Mhm.
like that's the same guy. It's the same guy, right? Like Aline maybe painted Renoir a little harsher and uh a little bit like more sadistic. But other than that,
Mhm.
that's the same guy. uh
Right.
and but he's fighting on the other side. Well, and what's interesting is it's not Renoir who switches sides, it's actually the party.
Mhm.
Because the party is like, oh, we are now fighting for the world's continued survival. Um, but yeah, I just think it's so clever. It's a little bit. It reminds me a lot of Riku Replica, strangely, um,
Mhm.
where it's like um, where like the organization like got just enough right for it to be unsettling
Mhm.
in Chain of Memories, but like they got enough right and enough wrong for it to be unsettling. But then at the end of the day, it's still Riku.
Mhm.
Like that's still really Riku, and like all of the and like
Yeah.
in the end, who the real or fake one is doesn't really matter. Um,
Mhm.
that's just a small parallel that I wanted to draw. But I think
Right.
I actually thinking of the painted Dissandras as replicas really helps me frame them in my mind. Just because it's like, oh, like they're not like real, they're not like the originals, but they might as well
Mhm.
be the same, right? But yeah, that's just something that I like. But yeah, and I mean Andy Serkis really brings it. But also I want to add Jennifer English
Oh yes. Yep.
stands right alongside him. Like the fact that she uh is going toe to toe with someone of that caliber is just so amazing. Everything about it. I think Act 3 would have felt a lot more cheap without those
Mhm.
performances.
Yes. They
So,
really gave it their all with that. Yeah.
um, but yeah, I mean, final Renoir. Uh, really cool fight.
Mhm.
Kind of just Virgil. Um, I guess he's not. So he's like Virgil Sephiroth, sort of.
Mhm. I can see that. Yeah. At least the Sephiroth aspect.
Yeah. Maybe closer to Sephiroth, but yeah. Anyways, um, but yeah, the fight is cool. I like the Aline's Thor lands in Wakanda moment. Um,
Oh yes, that was really cool.
uh,
because it's like that moment though, as far as the narrative goes, it's like Renoir's like taken aback of like, oh, could you come back to the canvas so quickly?
Yeah. Well, like
You
it's too
could feel
soon.
the
Like
hurt,
you could
right?
die. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think it's so interesting. It's so well done. But then uh the fight ends. The expeditioners win. Um. And so Verso, I think, has not uttered a single line throughout
Hmm.
most of this. Throughout, like, once you get to final Renoir, he just stops talking. Um,
Right.
and his. So Renoir, like, shows a. He, like, shows the party, like, Aline, like how sick she's gotten because she's been inside
Yeah.
the canvas world for so long.
Hmm.
Um, and Verso sees this and he's like, and so his first line of like the entire set piece is "I'm sorry," and he like jumps in. I think
Hmm.
it's implied he's like trying to go to the real world to help her. Um, but I don't know if that's actually true, but that's sort of the soft implication there. But he ends up in this like between space,
Hmm.
uh and finds uh the piece of the original Verso's soul, um
Hmm.
who is this, faceless boy that we've seen these like faceless people throughout the
Hmm.
game, and it's like it's here, like if you didn't realize it before, it's here that you're like, oh, those were all like the original Dissandras.
Right.
um and so you look back on it and it's like, oh, it was staring me in the face the whole time. um that's what I think is so master that's why I think it's so masterful, is that it's all like
Right.
right there in front of you. You're just like, because you're so focused on the paintress and because you're missing a few key pieces of information, you just
Hmm.
completely bypass it. It just doesn't
Right.
like you look at it and you're like, are these like echoes of the past? Like what's happening here? And you don't really think about it too hard. uh
You just think it's either mechanics or cliche. Like
yeah,
you don't really think much behind it.
that's a really good way of putting it. um So yeah, Caleb, I want you to, you know what? I'll let you take it from here. I want to hear what your experience of this last, I guess half hour or so of this game is.
It's time to stop painting.
Yep.
Haunting. But I was like, okay, this feels like that's like the actual end. Um, Great indicator with that. But you get to the that moment where you tell the soul it's time to stop painting, and Mael just comes in and just stops Verso right in his tracks,
Yeah.
and it becomes a moment of no, we can find another way. Mael's trying to say that. Well, and then Verso's like, no, you're lying.
Yeah.
Papa knew it too, but he wanted to believe you. And like that specific line really really helped Renoir's character. Even though he wasn't in it, that
Yeah.
specific line was like I I mean, despite being the main villain the entire time, it almost made me like forgive everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like such a cold line. And then you realize that like Mael is not as innocent as you might think. Clearly, you
Well,
think Verso
yeah.
is like, you know, Verso's not that innocent. Like lies throughout. Like you know, you don't really know his true motivation. But like Mael, you know, she was there from the start. She is, you know, she's been the believer in the expedition, like all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But now that Alicia has kind of taken over, you realize that maybe it's a great way of storytelling of like you realize that she has her own selfish ambition, just like the paintress, just like Renoir. Like it's, and that's not to say she's in the wrong either, right? So it gives you this question of when she blocks Verso, you realize that they've come to an impasse, that nothing's going to get settled but
Yep.
besides one besting the other.
Yep.
And you realize, and then they hit you with,
Who will you play as?
who will you play as, or something like that. Yeah. Mael or Verso. And my first instinct was my jaw dropped. I was
Yeah.
like, that is cold. Because I didn't want to fight either of them. I really didn't. And I was like, I genuinely probably took about 5 minutes to weigh out the decision. It took me a minute. I was really thinking it through because you understand, you know my you know Alicia's pain, you know Verso's pain. So it's like they really do hit you with the moral question.
Yeah.
What would you choose? And I don't know. Do you want me to say what I chose, or do you want to say your reactions first before we do that?
Um, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm very curious.
I waited out, and on one hand I was like, Mael, clearly that seems like the happy ending for the expedition, right? Um, but as a storytelling aspect, the you've gone on this journey of grief, and you think about the patterns of grief, and it really does feel like if you choose Mael, you repeat the pattern again,
Yeah.
that you never really let go. And it's time for that acceptance stage. Like I really was thinking of like the stages of grief in that, and
Yeah.
I did choose Verso. I did choose Verso. After a long little bit, I was like, I know this is the more tragic ending, and this was my foreshadowing earlier when I said it. I'm a sucker for the tragic for a tragic story. I will always choose tragic. So yeah, I chose Verso.
Yeah. That makes sense. I did
Now,
too,
granted,
actually.
I have seen both endings. I went back and luckily you could go to your previous save and just
Yeah.
go right to it. But you chose Verso as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've been long convinced um I mean, the simplest way to put it uh is uh is the line in Age of Ultron, like nothing is beautiful because it lasts, kind of thing. Um, and I think there was sort of a an implication, I think, that the canvas being around was starting to become a blight on the family.
Hmm.
And like the
Yeah.
canvas itself was kind of already falling apart. Um,
Exactly. Yep.
and I'm also like impermanence I think is an important part of life too. So I think I was just sort of like already on Verso's wavelength there.
Hmm.
Um, but it was hard, and I think, and I it's made even harder by the dialogue like during the fight.
Hmm.
Um, it's not a very hard fight, but it is.
No.
It's hard in the sense of like I don't want to do this. um,
Right. I mean, this is the moment where I was like, game of the year.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
this was the moment. Like this is like this transcended just normal storytelling to like actual like impact, I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. Well, and it's like to me, there's the shot at the end of Near Automata where you're choosing
Hmm.
between 9S and A2 has always is like seared into my mind as like, oh man, like this is just so, and that's a
Yeah.
completely different narrative, like
No. Yeah.
telling like with completely different ideas, but the execution here is very similar of like, oh man, just the very thought of, I mean, even just the idea that like one of these characters won't make it out is upsetting.
Hmm.
um yeah, I just think it's so effective. I guess since we both picked Verso, we'll
Hmm.
talk about Verso's ending first.
Okay.
um so uh if you pick Verso and you win, you uh uh Gomage Mael effectively,
Hmm.
which kicks her out of the canvas, which then leaves Renoir able to destroy the canvas. Because that was basically what was at stake from Mael's perspective. She was like, yeah, no, like as soon as I leave, this place is gone. Um,
Gone. Yep.
so Verso kicks her out. Uh, and so everybody starts getting gommaged, right? Like he says goodbye to Eskia and Monoko.
Hmm.
Uh, CL and Lune are obviously like really frustrated with him. Um, Lune more so. I think CL is sort of implied to like she kind of gets it,
Yeah.
but Lune is just like she's not having it, which again is
She's yeah.
understandable. Um,
Mostly because I think she has a hard time. She's always so focused on trying to find answers
yeah,
that it doesn't feel like. I think in her mind, she's like, you're not even giving it a chance.
yeah, no, well, and she's so, I mean, she's always been pretty mistrusting of Verso, anyways. So I think the fact
Mm.
that like he let them down again, right, is just so like, she's just so pissed. But then he says he goes up to the piece of Verso's soul and says it's time to stop painting, and they get up and they walk away and uh, fade to black. And then you get ending, or actually no, epilogue, a life to love.
Mm.
Um, and you get all of the real world Dessandra's gathered around Verso's grave, and they all sort of grieve. You see Renoir and Aline reconciling, and
Mm-hmm.
uh, Alicia, she's holding like the Esquier doll. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Clea's still a little like standoffish, but is also like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, like we're here, that kind of thing. And that's the end. And I was like, man, that is that's a lot. I didn't I
Yeah.
didn't really have words. I was like, man, that was incredible. Um Oh, and we do get like Alicia sees like a vision of the expeditioners like waving her goodbye. Um
Mm-hmm.
but then yeah, that's pretty much it. Um
I mean,
yeah,
for
I mean, what did
me,
you think?
it was a sad ending, but also it was sweet. It was just a bittersweet ending, and honestly, like when the credits started rolling, I was like, okay, I I feel very happy with my choice. Like I felt like I know the developers were like, they made it with the intention that there's no definitive ending or right answer.
Yeah.
There's not like a good or bad ending. I think for me, as a resolution, I love this resolution. Even before going to um, Mael's ending, but yeah, I was very happy with my choice. If I had if I was writing the story, which technically I did, um, you know, like I chose the ending. But
Yeah,
if I was actually writing the story and if it was up to me, I would have had that ending.
sure. No, that makes sense. I think it to me it's like, okay, like there's a part of me that is like, okay, we did doom all of these people to die. But I mean, it is a pretty small group of people at the end, right? Cuz it's pretty much just CL, Lune, Monoko. uh it's basically just CL and Lune, right? Because Monoko and
Right.
Esquier, they were part of the canvas, but
Hmm.
like they're not humans, right? So it's hard to gauge like
Right.
how truly like sentient they are. Um, and then the
Hmm.
Nevrons, and I guess like Painted Clea and Alicia, right? Uh, so I think it's like, yeah, like it is like, to me it's like, man, like there probably was a solution here, but everybody was so like stuck that
Right. The
this
only thing that
is,
I
go ahead.
the only thing that I think of with this ending is like from a narrative perspective is if you choose this ending, you betray the entire mission
Yeah.
of the beginning of the game, which I think is really clever, but because you realize that, oh, you're kind of the villain
Yeah.
in some
Yeah.
retrospect. Like,
Oh, this is
yeah,
something.
it's so interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I listened, I watched a video a few weeks ago, that was about how Claire Obscure plays with Final Fantasy tropes, and they equated Verso to Sephiroth, and I thought that was so interesting because they're kind of right? Like he takes Sephiroth's place in the grander scheme of like how the world works.
Hmm.
Um, right,
Yeah.
like the because Sephiroth, he's the creation from his mom,
Right.
right? Like he's sort
Exactly.
of like
I can see where you're going. Yeah.
twisting what his mom desires into his own goals, right? Like it's really really clever. And I don't know if they I somehow I don't know if they intended that exactly, but it
Hmm.
is like a really cool kind of thing. Um, yeah. Oh man, there's still so much to talk about.
Hmm.
Mael's ending is very upsetting to me. I think that
Hmm.
and I think the so she wins the fight, and Verso is like begging her to kill him. Basically, he's like, "Please just kill me. You have to
Yeah.
get him to stop painting." Um,
He's essentially a prisoner.
yeah, and then he dies or fades away, and fade to black. Uh, Fade back to Lumiere, sort of restored, and then we see like Ciel, Lune, they're all alive. Ciel's husband is alive. Um, Gustav and Sophie are alive, right? Like everyone's
Hmm.
okay. But then like hard cut 4:3 ratio, which they've been using for like all of like the nightmare scenes. Um, 4:3 ratio, black and white. You see like old Verso, and he's about to play the piano for everybody, and you get like kind of jump scared by Mael's like painted eyes thing that's going on.
Hmm.
And then Verso starts playing, and you get epilogue, a life to paint. Um, and yeah, I mean, I think thematically at least it's the less satisfying ending. But I also see like how people could read it as the better ending because it is
Hmm.
like I mean, it is sort of like okay, like we sort of brought back everything, and like that. I guess there is a part of me of like okay, like there is like an ethics question of um you know is it right to bring people back to life kind of thing. um but yeah,
Yeah.
other than that, I think uh it is, I think you're right. I think it does do a really good job of making it kind of unclear what the like is there truly a better option here kind of thing.
Right.
um but yeah.
I mean, there's a couple things to dissect with this ending. Like, for one, with the fact that the entire expedition is back, the Gamage is done. Everything that the expedition fought for and what you strive towards in the beginning of this game is completed.
Yeah.
You won the mission. The second thing to dissect here is that, unbeknownst to your fellow party members, you have no idea that Verso's a prisoner, right?
Yeah.
So the only person that knows is Alicia. who had her own selfish intention to
Yeah.
keep him alive, right? And that's where you get into the ethics question. And then that jump scare of like, she's become what the paintress has become.
Yeah.
And you realize that, hey, whereas I said, like, you've kind of become the villain with Verso's ending, you've also become the villain with Mael's ending. That's really something that's really cool to dissect about. And then lastly, when the credits roll, and this was something that I saw in a video that I realized when it was pointed out to me, I was,
Oh.
you back?
Yeah, sorry. I was getting like a visual glitch and I closed Discord and for some reason I thought it was gonna like just like minimize it, but it didn't. So my bad. Uh
Oh, you're all good.
anyways, you were saying about Verso. I think it was about being a prisoner, but
Yes. So, basically, I was saying that I'll just backtrack a little bit. You know, the Verso's essentially this prisoner, and that
yeah.
Alicia, as just like how Verso's ending was, where I said you kind of feel like you've become the villain. You feel the
Yeah.
same way with Alicia in the
Yeah.
same regard. Like her intentions were completely selfish. It
Yeah.
wasn't about saving the expedition. It was about saving Verso, right? And being in this world. Now, the last thing to dissect about it is, and this was pointed out to me in a video that I watched, and I noticed it, but I didn't correlate it. And it wasn't until this video where I correlated and I was like, "Oh, that makes sense." When the credits roll, Alicia's theme plays, which is
Oh.
the same as the menu startup
Yeah.
of the game, right? So it's Alicia's theme, but it's also a representation of the cycle repeating itself.
Yeah. And that makes sense.
You're right back to where you started. And that's where I find it very interesting.
Yeah. Uh, speaking of music, it's a little related, but I heard uh, I was listening to the composer for Expedition 33 uh, talk about the music and stuff, and he pointed out that the very first tutorial fight on the bridge with Mael and Gustav is the same has the same like leitmotif as our drafts collide, which is the
Hmm.
final the Verso and Mael fight. And I heard that and my jaw hit the floor. I was like, holy crap, these guys are
Yeah, I
crazy.
can see that.
Um,
Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah.
uh, it is like I just I the sound this soundtrack I just cannot believe it, right? Like the uh Un Vita Mi is, you know, that song transcends video games for me, but the entire soundtrack is just it's just perfect. It's just so
Mhm.
good. Um, and yeah, I can't. I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of worth. I think it. I to me, I don't see any other game getting soundtrack of the year at the Game Awards. Um,
Yeah, I don't see it either.
for some reason, people are like Mario Kart World, and I'm like, what? um, remixes of old songs, like
Right.
no,
Yeah.
that's not what we do here. Um,
Right.
but I'm also like, I also think Xenoblade 3 should have won best OST uh, in 2022. But that's again, that's a different discussion. Yeah, I just think the soundtrack is crazy. So yeah, I mean, we've been talking for a while. I want to talk a little bit about some side stuff.
Hmm.
Um, Kel, I want to talk to me about like the stuff that you played that stuck out to you, and then
Hmm.
from what you tell me, I will talk about certain things because I don't want to like completely spoil stuff if you haven't.
So
So
at this point, I have not. I have decided that yeah, I'm going to be striving to platinum this game. So I'm doing a lot of extra stuff. Um, and I'm very focused on my leveling. Right.
that makes sense.
So
Yeah.
I'm not any area that's red. I haven't gone into. Um, I've briefly walked into like the gauntlet or whatever.
Oh, the endless tower.
I,
Yeah.
yeah, I stopped it right away. So I was like, no, I want to wait until like I want to wait a little bit. I want to do some other stuff. And so I've done yeah, I mean it's honestly kind of hard to say. I'm purposely avoiding Simon.
Okay.
I've heard of Simon and I'm purposely avoiding him. I know he's notorious for being really difficult. I'm gonna wait until I'm level 99 in order to do it. Um,
Have you seen any footage of him?
no,
No. Okay.
no, I'm completely blind of it, and I don't even really know where he's at. But like I said, I want to stumble into him a little bit, but
Sure.
not like to a point where I'm not prepared. So like I said, I'm
Yeah.
not going to go into a red area for the sake of it. I think I'm like I said, I did do the one where it was Alicia uh, painted Alicia's ending.
Yeah.
Um, but and then I resurrected Noko. I did all the like the side character story stuff. Um, but that's about where I'm at. So I haven't like explored some areas. Like
Okay.
I don't like I said I don't even know where Simon's at. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So how do I want to say this? So this game has the way I see it. I think other people would maybe classify things a little differently, but the way I see it, this game has three super bosses.
Hmm.
Simon,
Okay.
the fight at the endless tower, and
Okay.
then there's a third one that I'm not going to say anything about. Um, I will
I,
say about Simon, not to, and I won't go into any detail, but I will say if there was any question about whether or not this game was inspired by FromSoft,
mm,
Simon is about as FromSoft as you get. And I'm not just talking
gotcha.
about I'm not just talking about Simon like the fight itself. I'm talking like cut scenes, vibes, all of it. It's all just like peak FromSoft. Like you could have ripped that out of
Hmm.
Elden Ring, and I'd be like, okay. Uh, uh,
Just Elden Ring turn based. That's all it
yeah,
is.
basic. I mean, unironically, kinda like
Yeah.
like you think I'm over exaggerating, but I tell you I'm not. um so yeah, and I think Simon is a cool set piece. uh Beyond that, I will reserve telling you my thoughts until you've played the fight, at
But
least
what
seen it.
so what you're saying is we need a part two.
We probably do need a part two. We at least need like a okay, like how was Simon?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
need like a Claire Obscure super bosses rundown.
Yeah.
Because Simon is definitely the most famous fight
Hmm.
for a lot of reasons. But uh, and I the Endless Tower one is it's cool, but it's not like it's I don't think it's super special. But the other one I think it's actually probably it's probably my favorite on like a story level is all I'll
Okay.
say. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, yeah.
I
But
will
yeah,
say that is
lot. Oh, go ahead.
just like one last final thought on like the extra stuff. It is surprising how much story elements you're still getting
Yeah.
as for extras. Like it is missable,
Oh yeah.
and I highly recommend going through the extra stuff because I feel like I'm still playing the game.
Yeah. Well, especially it lets you kind of flex the battle system a little bit, right? Because like you get the painted power Picto,
Yeah.
and uh, yeah, it just works. It's just so good. Um, yeah. Well, Caleb, any other final thoughts on uh
So so my question is,
yeah.
I just got one question.
Okay.
Do we want to do a part 2 to this
So, I mean, I think we do
eventually?
a yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if we necessarily do 3 hours and 45 minutes, but I think
No.
we do. I think we could definitely do some more Claire Obscure. I think I at least want to talk about those super bosses,
Right.
and maybe we can
I
go a little bit more into the lore and stuff as
right. So
well.
I'd like to explore if we did a part 2. Um like obviously the remainder, hold on one second. Oh, all right. The remainder of the super bosses and stuff like that. But I would like to see I would like to see I would like to explore like like talking a little bit more in depth about the extra stuff, like the parallels um to Final Fantasy, outside games, its influence, and kind of
Yeah,
theorize a little bit too on top of that, and kind of talk about maybe um sequel potential and
sure.
everything.
No, definitely.
Um, so it would be more like a theory type thing that I would
Yeah.
expect. Um, so if you're cool with that, I'd like to do that at one point.
No,
Is
we
do
could
a part
definitely
two.
do that.
Okay.
No, definitely. I
I
mean,
know we got. Go ahead.
we've got, we've got this whole like mega podcast to get back to,
Right.
uh but I'm sure like in the coming weeks and months we will have some dead air that we can fill with
Right.
some more clair obscure
That's
glazing.
that's where I would like to explore. But I will give some general final thoughts then. Um, this game, obviously, it is. I think this is a new record for the podcast. Um, I know we went this long for Rebirth, but I think the fact that we want to do a part two
Yeah.
explains how much of an
I
impact this game had on us.
I
But
don't
go ahead.
think we did go that long for Rebirth. I'm going to look it up.
It has got to be close to it. But I would say this is more surprising. Like with Rebirth,
You want to guess how long we went for Rebirth?
3.5 hours.
240.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we really kind of outdid ourselves on
This is almost not quite the equivalent of Kingdom Hearts 3. Um, and it might end up being to that level
Well,
when
I
we get.
mean, the problem with Kingdom Hearts 3 is you could sit us down and we'd talk for 10 hours
Yeah, it's
about
true.
that
We
game.
just can't stop.
And we've played that game already.
Oh yeah.
So, we can yap for sure.
We should do an episode where it's just we start recording and just be like, okay, we're going to talk about Kingdom Hearts this episode, and then we don't know what we're going to talk about. We're just going to talk about it and see where we go with
It's
it.
just, yeah, like we start like, okay, like what do you think about Sora, and then like you just see like where it spirals from there.
I think that would be a pretty fun idea
Yeah.
actually. Um,
No, we could always just ask the question like, okay, how does Sephiroth fit into all of this?
exactly. Yeah.
Um,
So I
yeah,
mean, I got a little off track there, but essentially, like it is like this is clearly my game of the year. I don't really see. Well, I'll just tell you this for my personal preference.
yeah,
Um, yeah, nothing's going to outmatch that. Nothing.
yeah,
Like I already said that there's nothing for me this this year. Um, but I really there's no doubt in my mind this is my game of the year. I had the amount of shock that I had with this game of just being, stunned, and it was amazing. And I there's so much complexities to this that
yeah,
there's so much to unpack. And the last thing I'll say is it is kind of reiterating what my thesis was. It is everything that a game should be, from its heart to its storytelling to its gameplay, just trying to make a fun experience without paywalls, expectations.
yeah,
It really should be the core of how video games should be. Now, I'll get into it a little bit with our next part, but the idea of expectations to turn out a product, right?
mm,
They had all the time in the world,
yeah.
and it shows. So if they were to ever make a sequel, let them cook.
Let them cook,
That's
indeed.
that's all I'll say.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I just to give my final thoughts. quick minor criticism, just to nitpick just a little bit more. I think the game probably could have used some visual cues on attacks.
Yeah.
That's kind of my main thing, because some of them are kind of unfair. um, but yeah, other than that, I absolutely love this game. I think it's one of those things where it's uh like I don't ever not no, that's not true. I only replay games that I really like.
Hmm.
And I'm on my technically third playthrough of Clair
Wow.
Obscur Expedition 33. Now the second one was like a really fast new game plus, because I wanted to get to like there was a record that I missed. Um,
Oh no. There was missable records.
there's one missable record. Um,
Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I got it or not,
did
but
you check up on the others after beating Visage? Do you remember?
maybe, probably.
If you did, then you got it. If you didn't, then you didn't, and you're out of luck.
What was do you know what the track name?
Um, Elytra Mael or something like that.
Okay. I might have. I can't remember. I do remember stopping at camp in between Visages and Seren.
Yeah. Well, I know.
And I
I
do
think the game
remember.
forces you there,
Okay. Yeah,
but
I don't necessarily skip the checkup on your others.
yeah,
Um, so I think I might have got it. I don't know, but I
yeah,
don't have all the. That is literally my next time I get on is like I'm going to be like I'm hunting after the um, records.
yeah,
So
yeah. No, and I'm sure it'll be. I mean, it's not super long, but anyways, um, I'm literally like on my third playthrough, because I was like, you know what, I want to play Clair Obscur again. um,
yeah,
Instead of the millions of other games I could be playing. So yeah, and to talk about that a little bit, um, RP Gamer gave this game. I think it gave. Let me make sure I'm not spreading false information. Um, Clair Obscur. RP Gamer, I think, gave it a 5 out of 5. Um, yeah, 5 out of 5.
yeah.
And I talked to the reviewer a while ago. I talked to him after I finished the game, and I asked, and he was saying like, yeah, no, I don't think any other game beats it out for our game of the year. Um,
Hmm.
and I was saying like, yeah, like unless Trails absolutely slaps, I don't see that happening either, just for RP Gamer.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean 2025, not exactly the most like stacked year,
Hmm.
but it's gonna be really tough to beat Clair Obscur. Like
Yeah.
Donkey Kong has to be like insane
Hmm.
to beat Clair Obscur. Um, and yeah, I mean it's just like it's one of those like once in a lifetime games.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean I think the one thing I would say is like, if you did like Clair Obscur, I but you're not like a big like JRPG guy, go play Xenoblade, go play Nier. Like there's stuff
Hmm.
in those games that is like that will like instantly feel like home if you liked Clair Obscur.
Right.
Um, so yeah, I'm so glad that a game like this that is so clearly like heavily inspired by these traditions is so was is not just so good but so well received,
Hmm.
and so popular, and is sold as well as it did, especially for being on Game Pass. Like, good lord. um,
Hmm.
yeah, just an insane experience, and I hope it teaches the games industry a lesson. Like,
Hmm.
give us some cheaper games with time in the oven, right? Like that's the
Right.
long and the short. um yeah, well, Caleb, do you have anything else you wanted to add before I kick it back to future Ezra and Caleb?
No, I think we've covered it.
All right, well, with that, I think this time we're not sorry that we liked that.
No,
I don't think we're sorry at all. I don't think we have to
no,
be.
no. So much so we got a part 2 on the way.
Oh yeah. All right, take it away, future Ezra.
And we're back to your regularly scheduled
All
programming.
right.
Um, I hope you all enjoyed that very extensive review that we did. It was a lot of fun to do, honestly. At this point, we've revealed that we're going to do a part 2 to it because there's so much
Yep.
more that we still didn't even crack the
Yeah.
surface on.
There's
Um,
stuff that I forgot to talk about in that section that I really want to talk
Yeah,
about. So,
I'm the same way. I've been, I really wish I should be writing this stuff down because, like, there's been moments where I've just been like, oh yeah, I forgot about that, and I forgot about that. Um, I will say, question before we move on, real quick. I know we talked about the at one point, in the opening scene when my when Renoir reveals himself for the first time and is just destroying the expedition. And then, did you end up going back and seeing that scene with Verso taking Mael?
oh no, I never did. I'm going to
Okay,
I'm
I
going to
was
do
just
it. I'm
curious.
going to do it right now just out of curiosity.
Okay, because it's good. I also noticed another point where Verso shows up that I was like, oh, it totally didn't even occur to me.
Okay.
But that was on my second playthrough when I noticed Verso showing up.
All right, let's turn off cutscenes. All right, Dark Shore. Let's see. Okay, he's old. The guy just got decapitated.
Uh huh.
We said we weren't going to do this, but here we are, I guess.
I'm sorry.
All
Yeah,
right.
I had to ask this though.
Freaking chroma nukes.
Uh huh.
Was that Mael? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I see him. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty obviously Verso.
It is. Yeah, isn't it cool? Like,
Yeah.
small details like that, but more to come
Yeah.
on the for a later podcast. We'll be doing part 2 very soon, but you know we love doing it, and uh, yeah, I mean the that was one of our big projects that we did on our hiatus,
Yep.
right? We both went and did this on our own. We've done a lot of taken a lot of time for it. Both of our playthroughs are 60 plus hours at least. Um, and right now, at least I'm still working at it. I'm in the journey to going for a platinum. So yeah, we're still cooking on this hiatus. What happened during our hiatus, but we also left something in the oven a little too long and overcooked it.
It's true.
and, and uh, and it's just funny to think about. It's these things happen in any form of content creation. This happens. I've been there. It's it's it happens. But Ezra and I, we did a entire series of Split Fiction. That was our other big project. We did an
Yep.
entire series from the moment we went on break to really about a month ago, I believe, um,
Yeah, we finished it
on
last month.
Split Fiction, and and then sadly turned out 90% of the footage was not usable, and
Unusable.
so
My fault.
um, it's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
Um,
No, it was funny though because I was about to go edit it and then I saw it and I was like, oh, whoops. So we did have some first reactions
mhm.
to like the end of the game. Um but I mean I don't think our opinions have changed all that much. Mine hasn't. Um
I
Ooh, am I wrong about you?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Like, um, I guess I'll open the floor to you on what your opinions were, and then I'll kind of circle back to me. But
Okay.
what was your kind of to summarize what you felt about that game? Because I feel like uh, we should definitely examine this game because it was a big game of this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Even though the fact that we did lose quite a bit of footage to
Quite a
it.
bit of that footage,
Um,
yeah. So the so there's sort of two sides to this game. There's like the narrative stuff and then the gameplay stuff. And usually it's not like that distinct, but I feel like in Split Fiction's case it kind of is. Um with the gameplay, this was the first uh Hazelight game I've ever played. Um,
yeah, same here.
and I thought it was really cool. It's a linear narrative action game. So there's not like a whole lot in the way of like exploration or like side content. Um, so like I think that really gives it a chance to like flesh out the co-op mechanic elements and then like because of the conceit of it like being like you're hopping through different story worlds, it gave it a chance to have a lot of variety in the gameplay while still
Mhm.
feeling like it all kind of made sense. um so that was, top level is kind of my gameplay feel, and then like visually it's pretty great. I really liked the art direction. I
Yeah.
think it sometimes felt a little samey, um like
Mhm.
especially in terms of like the different genres that they were doing. Like when they like broke convention, that was it was great,
Right.
but like the core areas felt a little samey from place to place.
I
um
get you.
narratively, I will say until the end of the game, I felt like it was pretty weak. Um,
Hmm.
and not for any like narrative like thematic reason. It was just like the writing felt almost a little too obvious, I guess. Um,
Hmm.
and part of and I always wonder if part of that is just like the way that I consume media is just like I reference tropes so often in the back of my mind that I can just spot one from a mile away.
Hmm.
Um, but I also think it's just like okay, there's a lot of like lamp shading. The dialogue can be a little over delivered. The villain's motivations are kind of always unclear.
Hmm.
Um, and like even at the end, you're kind of like even after everything's gone down, you're still kind of like, why did he care so much? Um,
Hmm.
but yeah,
Right.
um, but overall, as a package, right? If you can ignore a little bit of weakness in the script, I think as a
Hmm.
package, I think Split Fiction is fantastic.
Yeah.
So that's kind of
I'm
my top level opinions. I'm really curious to hear what you have to say, Caleb.
I'm definitely going to echo the fact of like I agree with a lot of what you said about like as far as gameplay wise, there's a lot of great challenges, change ups as far as gameplay goes that really makes it fun, very unique and interesting. Also love the idea of the co-op style, just really coming back to its true form. That's one of the great things that Hazelight has really brought back into light. But I really enjoyed my experience with the game. I thought it was really fun. Um, it's definitely a fun game. It's you know I don't want to skate past that. It was a really enjoyable game. I did love playing it. Um, there is a lot of weaknesses to it. Um, like you said, there was like some level design. When you get into the main narrative, the level design can feel at times almost repetitive in a way that it's almost forgettable. And I think that's as time's gone on, I feel more and more of, oh, I remember this moment, this gameplay segment, but I don't remember the level design itself that makes it set itself apart from other levels. Now the side stories, great. It was a great way to branch out as far as its designs go, and I felt they were really fun. Um, you know, that is kind of just a little bit of some changes that I have. Again, still really great experience. Still will say that this, if there's a co-op game to play, if there's a multiplayer to game this play this year, that's it. Like
Yep.
it is fun, really fun, especially you know, especially with two people. It's a great gameplay experience.
Yeah. And also, just before it just
Hmm.
not to cut you off, but I just want to add
No,
to this. If there's like a decent chance you could play this game for free, because there are people on
right,
like
exactly.
discords and stuff who were like, hey, like if you want to play Split Fiction with me, download the friend pass and we'll do it. So like that's an option.
Hmm.
It's a cheap ish game anyway, so like don't I wouldn't
Right.
I don't think price is going to be like that big a barrier to a lot of people, but if it is, then that's certainly an option.
Um. So yeah, I mean the value it's really great. I mean the the gameplay's good. I think largely as time has gone on, I've gone to dislike a little bit more of the narrative as
Okay.
it's aged. Um, and maybe this is because I went and played Clair Obscur right afterwards. um, but the idea of um the narrative likes to the narrative's goal is to challenge cliche itself. But because you're challenging cliche, you there's a challenge with it in the sense of if you challenge too hard in a certain way, you borderline on the edge of parody versus subversion, right? So, I mean, there are points where you and I were like, "Ooh, this is uh cliche in and of itself." Like there were some strong character motivations at points, but as the narrative went on, the pacing of it felt very weird in that regard. And like you said, the main antagonist, um, his motivations are very one note, and even then, it's puzzling because you have so much complexities that you really kind of don't level or understand why this antagonist is just having a total meltdown, pretty much. Other than
Yeah.
it's his life's work, right? It's not to necessarily say that this game's narrative is bad, but it's, I it's okay to me. It's very much a okay narrative. It's got some strong parts, especially like you said at the end. It really tries to pull itself together at the end. Once it kind of, I want to say, once they're kind of leaving this, I forget what they call it, this world, and they're coming back to the real world. I think that's when things really shine, you know. Um, but yeah, I guess what are your feelings towards what I had just said? Is that surprising, or does that seem more
No,
negative? Or
that's so surprising. I think for me, it's just I think that kind of I guess for me, Claire Obscure blowing it out of the water didn't really. Well, actually, here's an interesting thing. I think when we beat Split Fiction, you had not beat Claire Obscure yet.
no, I had just
I
started it.
I had.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
Yeah, you
I
had
think
plenty of time.
yeah, I'd had time to like let it settle, let it kind of sit there, and then
Hmm.
and then we finished Split Fiction. And yeah, I definitely was like, it's narrative's kind of weak compared to the rest of the package. Like it's not, um, it doesn't really live up to what I would want, especially in a story about stories, right?
Hmm.
Um, but I was not. Uh, I don't think it wasn't like reframed by Claire Obscure the way that it kind of sounds like it was for you.
Hmm.
I completely understand that, and I think I don't think that's an invalid way to feel. I think it's interesting that the timing, how it might have
Right.
changed our
Well,
experience a little bit.
right. I mean, it does feel harsh to compare the two to each other, but um, it's like I can't help myself from being like when I'm playing Clear Obscure and being like, oh yeah, this is how you challenge cliche. That's how you challenge narrative. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? I just have those thoughts in my head. But I mean, that's not to say that this game is bad. I mean, should it get nominated for Game of the Year? Yes. Uh, I mean, at this point, should it? Yes. But should it win Game of the Year? I would no. It's definitely it's definitely not my Game of the Year, but it could be somebody else's Game of the Year too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. No, it's yeah.
it is extremely fun as far as a gameplay perspective goes.
Yeah.
Um,
Great game to play like with your partner, with like a loved one, right? I would also even venture to say that like even if they don't play a lot of video games.
yeah, no, it's fairly straightforward as far as controls go.
Now, I will say maybe not if they've never played a video game,
Hmm.
because some of it can be kind of hard, and there's stuff I don't think I don't want to spoil because it's hard to describe anyways, but there's some
Hmm.
stuff at the end of the game that's like truly like mind bending in a way that like
Oh yeah,
kind of
yeah,
only really works if you've played a lot of video games before.
yeah, yeah. That's
But
completely fair.
you know, that's yeah. I think it's a um I think I would echo a lot of what you're saying. I think it's just like I don't feel as strongly about it. Maybe because I had beaten Clair Obscur before I beat Split Fiction.
That's fair. Yeah.
Um, but yeah,
So I mean, kind of going with the uh mixing of timelines for us as far as playing games go.
oh yeah,
I mean that's largely the last of our the games that we've both played in this little hiatus. But Ezra, you've had quite a few that I know you've been in the works about. Although I have no idea what you've played. Um,
yeah.
I can kind of have some guesses as to what you did, but I'm very interested to see what you've been working on in this hiatus.
Yeah. So let me. So I'm going. So let me first. We'll do something interesting here. Let me first list the games that I reviewed for RP Gamer.
Hmm.
Um, and I'll give you like like a sentence on like what I thought of them.
Hmm.
Um, and then you go ahead and guess the other games that I've played, and I'll tell you
Okay.
whether or not I played them.
Okay.
Um, so the games that I reviewed for RP Gamer were AI Limit, which is it's a Souls-like action RPG. I really liked it. I played it twice, and I think it's really good. I think it's probably not going. It's not going to like blow anybody's mind, but I think what's there is pretty cool.
Hmm.
Um, and then I played a game called Tainted Grail: Fall of Avalon. Tainted
Hmm.
Grail is like a world, like a dark Arthurian legends kind of thing, and Fall of Avalon is like uh, uh, sort of Elder Scrolls ish. Um,
Hmm.
and I enjoyed it. It wasn't my cup of tea, but I gave it a pretty good score on RP Gamer. I think I gave it a 4 out of 5. Um, and uh, yeah, I really liked it. Uh, it was in like not the best of technical states when I played it, but it's gotten a lot of updates since. So, um, you know, hopefully they've addressed a lot of those, and I think it's out on like most platforms too. So, if you've been Caleb, I know you've been itching for an Elder Scrolls game, so I don't know if
Yeah.
this would exactly scratch that itch, but it's I think for anybody who's been like
Mm,
dying for something like that, I think it might be uh, something worth playing. Um,
right.
and then the last game that I've reviewed for RP Gamer, since our hiatus at least, is a game called Dragon is Dead.
Mm,
If you, it's a side-scrolling roguelike
okay.
action game. Not terribly remarkable. Pretty solid, like a really solid combat system, and like fun build variety and like gear interaction stuff, but a lack of um any like true variety in like the enemy encounters or like any sort of like events or anything, and a really boring narrative delivery. uh that was kind of like
Hmm.
it's a fun like turn your brain off, listen to a podcast game. But
Hmm.
if you're looking for something with some like real meat on the bones, I think you're probably best going somewhere else. um
Oof.
but it's gotten a lot of it's got this also has gotten an update, a lot of updates. I look on my Steam account, and I see an update like every couple days, sometimes more than one update in a day. So like the dev
Ooh.
team is constantly
Hmm.
going at it. So definitely worth like keeping your eye on. And yeah, I know there are a lot of people who liked it a lot better than I did. So um, yeah. So those were the three games I have played for RP Gamer.
Nice. Nice. Um.
Oh, and I'll tell you. So aside from Claire Obscure,
Hmm.
I have one, two, three, four, five games that I've played
Okay. Okay. Um.
that I remember at least.
Well, I guess first off, before I start guessing, I will say, yeah, definitely take a look at all the articles that Ezra has wrote
Yeah,
for these games.
we'll link them in the
They're very,
description.
yeah, they're very short. He wanted to provide a little bit of a short summary of it, but really he wanted to really shine light on those articles because he does put a lot of effort into it, and I think it's important um to shine a light on that. So definitely give it a look at it. I and yeah, yeah. So I'm kind of getting into the guesses. I know two are for sure a lock. One of them would be Elden Ring Night Rain. Um, and then Lies of P. Was it Epilogue or was it
Overture.
Overture? Thank you.
I think I just answered
Um,
your question.
thank you. Um, so those two are for sure. Um, oh,
So there's two. I'll give you some hints just
mhm.
to even the playing ground a little
There
bit.
was one that you were going to play. I can't remember. Go ahead.
There, two of these games you're never gonna guess. So we're not gonna worry about them. One
Okay.
of them you wouldn't guess, but it's possible. We've mentioned something related to it in this show.
Death
So
Stranding.
no, no. I already
No.
told you I haven't played
Okay.
Death Stranding.
Oh, I
So
know. I thought it was a misdirect earlier in the show. But
that's fair.
um,
That's fair.
so we've already talked about it.
We've talked about something related to it. Not this thing specifically.
Was there a Destiny 2 DLC? Or am I on the wrong
No, no. I think I taught. Yeah, the last Destiny 2 DLC I already talked about on the podcast. I think.
Yeah. Um. I think I give up.
Okay, that's all right. So you were right about Night Rain and Overture.
Okay.
The two games I was telling you you weren't going to guess. One of them was a game called Haste Broken Worlds. Really quick sentence on that because I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Decent momentum based roguelike. Had a good time with it. Never going back to it. I think for some people it's gonna be like a really fun time and they're gonna sink their teeth into it, but there's just not like enough. It's another case of like there's just not enough there to like carry you past a playthrough.
I get that.
The other game, well, there are three main games that I really want to talk about. So I'm going to swing back to the other game you wouldn't have heard of. The other game I played, I actually just recently finished it, is Hollow Knight.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I actually, I picked up Hollow Knight. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna actually like sit down and get through it this time, even though I'm not a big fan of 2D Metroidvanias. I'm gonna do it. And I enjoyed it. It was pretty good. Don't have much to say beyond that. I think it's got like some solid ideas and combat stuff. I don't think it really quite reached me the way I think it did for a lot of people, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah. So, Caleb, you've never heard of this game. It's called Sanabi, and it's
No.
and I'm gonna tell you, out of all of the games that I'm gonna talk about, this might be the one that I'm like, Caleb, you might want to play this one.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, partly, I've already told you to play Lies of P, but
Yeah.
So Sanabi is funny enough, published by NeoWiz, who also publishes Lies of P. I didn't realize that, but it's a 2D platformer. It's a 2D physics-based platformer with a grapple hook as the main gimmick, and not a grapple hook like you grapple from like specified point to specified point. No, like a Spider-Man grapple hook. So like you could grab onto walls and swing from them. You can grab onto walls and like stick to them. You like grapple onto enemies and like auto kill them like Sonic. It's
Okay.
so like the gameplay stuff, awesome. The story stuff, amazing. Like when I tell you like it, I was blown away by not just the narrative but also like the narrative presentation. Like man, I have not played a 2D platformer that like striking probably since Celeste.
Hmm.
And like, yeah, I was so impressed by Sanabi. It's one of those things where it's like you start and you're just like immediately like you have so many questions and you think you're getting answers until you're not, and then you get the
Hmm.
real answers and you're like, oh my goodness, it makes so much sense. And then like it all like it's so good. I like genuinely, and it's a pretty easy uh thing.
I'm
It
looking at some gameplay right now.
Yeah, it took me about uh 7.5 hours, or sorry,
Oh,
eight and
that's
a
not
half
bad.
hours. And like, yeah, I don't know. I loved it. I would go back and amend my 2024 game of the year list to include it somewhere. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, it just absolutely fantastic game. Um, yeah, that's
Yeah,
Zombie.
it's definitely intriguing. It's now on my radar. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it's too bad in price either. It looks like on Nintendo it's $16.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
Not bad.
yeah, it's $15 on Steam. I don't know why it would be higher than.
Well, I rounded up.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It
for
was like 15.
taxes. Yeah.
Yeah, I just rounded up.
Um,
um,
but yeah, fantastic game. Fantastic game.
okay. So I'm curious,
Okay.
what did you think of um Overture?
I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
Go ahead. Go. You were gonna say
I was
something.
gonna say, what's it like, being a year after, more like a year and a half after the original release, going back to this world and getting this,
Yeah.
extra bit of context and content
Yeah.
in
I
this
yeah.
world.
So I was definitely like I had to like uh you know go into the database and remember everything that I knew about uh the original release. And I don't think I quite like got everything in the DLC, just because I was like, wait a second, who's this and why?
Hmm.
Um, but uh, but as I was playing, it was like, okay, like I'm getting a little bit more of this, and it was also like pretty clearly not at all disconnected from the main game in any way, but like I didn't feel like, oh, I was like missing something. Um, in fact, my main criticism with the Elden Ring DLC, which was that it
Hmm.
basically had zero effect on the base game, uh,
Hmm.
at all. Actually,
Ooh.
uh, Lies of P Overture is nothing like that. Um, which I think part of that is it is like it takes place before the main game, even
Hmm.
though like the main character gets transported back in time. So
Right.
you're in the past. So there's like some stuff of like, okay, like you go back to the future, of course some things are going to be different because of some stuff you did in
Hmm.
the past. But the yeah, I just think I narratively I think it was I think it was really cool. I think I guess it could spoil a little bit just because it doesn't really
Mhm.
spoil the main game. And also, like, what is there to spoil about Pinocchio? Um,
Right.
uh, Arlecchino was definitely like the most interesting uh, non-essential character in the story, at least to me.
Mhm.
Um, and so him being the main antagonist of Overture uh, was fun. It was fun. I think he's a little diet Joker. I will say
Mhm.
a little diet Heath Ledger, but I won't. But I don't really fault them for that. I also think it's like it's a little easy to look at that performance that way. Um, I think the voice
Mhm.
acting in base Lies of P, little awkward. Mostly
Mhm.
from a direction standpoint because they got some great voice actors. So I don't think it had anything to do with the
Right.
actors. I think it was just the direction was kind of off. Uh, Fantastic in Overture. Um,
Good.
Even like returning characters were awesome. So I have really nothing negative to say there. Um, the narrative itself really cool. Like I think there was Lies of P's narrative. I already thought was like leagues better than anything to do with Elden Ring, which is my only real FromSoft experience is Elden Ring. So I can't
Mhm.
like really say anything about like Bloodborne or Dark Souls or anything like that. Uh, Elden Ring has a really interesting world, uh,
Mhm.
more interesting than Lies of P, I would say. But in terms of a narrative, Lies of P outshines it every time, and I think that's still true with
Mhm.
uh, Overture. Um, I think giving the player an actual like character and not just a blank slate really helps
Mhm.
because um, because P is very obviously his own character,
Right.
um, and his and like he has a lot of like relationships with like not just Geppetto but a bunch of other characters that color the that color a lot of like the encounters that happen in the game, and so it makes a lot of the climactic boss fights of Lies of P, both base game and Overture, that much more effective. Um,
Mhm.
and like even if like because in a game like Elden Ring, right, you stroll up on one of the most impressive and important characters in the lore and then
Mhm.
curb stomp them, and maybe somebody will be like, hey, thanks for killing them, now I can go fulfill my destiny. But like you the player don't care about that boss. You don't care about the person you just killed. In Lies of
Mhm.
P, you're probably not like sympathizing with most of the villains, but you at least like have motivation beyond
Right.
they're in my way, right? Like that's because I think that's the main criticism that I have with like most video game, like what people call, and this is a tangent a little bit, but like what most people call like minimalistic video game storytelling, to me just reads as uh like just viewing enemies and certain things as just obstacles rather than characters.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's not always the case with Lies of P, but uh, when it hits, it hits. Um, and then from a gameplay perspective, it's more better Lies of P. Um, if you liked base game, you're gonna like Overture. If you didn't like base game, I don't think you're gonna like Overture. uh, I don't think it's gonna like solve any problems, right? Like say,
Gotcha.
Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is not gonna solve your problems with Breath of the Wild, right?
Right.
Kingdom Hearts 2 might solve your problems with Kingdom Hearts 1. Um,
Maybe.
depends on who you are. Depends on who you ask.
Hmm.
Um,
That's true.
but yeah, I think I think it's a really solid addition. Um, I think yeah, and I would say I think the collection of bosses is really really good. Um, they added a bunch of stuff, like they added like a dedicated like boss refight system, which
Hmm.
like why every video game doesn't have that is shocking to me. Um, right, like I want to go back and fight the Xehanort trio.
Right.
Why do I have to do a whole playthrough or like have a whole separate save
Exactly.
just
Why
to
do I
do
have to
that?
get all the way back? Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
so yeah, I think I that's my take on Overture is cinema. Uh,
Okay.
yeah, Caleb, I'll
It.
continue recommending Lies of P till the day I die.
I will say it is still on my radar. It is not lost to me. Um. Yeah. That's why I guess I was more curious to hear your thoughts on Overture
Yeah,
um because it as a complete package now. I was curious as to what your perspective was on it. So,
yeah.
um, yeah, I mean,
Especially,
largely. Oh, go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say you'll probably like it'll probably go on sale for like $45, right?
Right at this point,
For the whole thing. Um,
which
like
is kind
I
of the
think you
plan.
could probably yeah.
To be perfectly
Yeah,
honest, that's the plan. It's
yeah,
like for me, that's in the category of buy it on sale, a good
yeah.
deal on it. You
I
know what I
wish
mean?
I wish there was the demo still. I wish the
Yeah,
demo had stuck around. Oh, I guess I should
yeah. I
also
wish I had
mention.
played it.
Um, I should also mention they did add difficulty modes.
Hmm.
Um, and interestingly they set it so that the hardest difficulty is the base difficulty of like when it originally launched. So you can only
Oh,
get
interesting.
easier. Um,
That
which I like. I
is
like that.
very interesting.
I like that. I
Hmm.
played it and beat it at original difficulty, but I think having easy modes in games is important.
Hmm.
Because like I think there's more to a game than just like the like mechanical mastery of it, right? I
Right.
think for some people they view that as the only thing. I don't think that's the only thing. So I'm
Hmm.
glad that they did that. It's also there's a whole bunch of other like quality of life stuff that I was picking up on where it's
Hmm.
like they told you how much stuff you needed to sell like in the menu in order to gain a level and stuff like that. Like there's like a bunch of like information
Hmm.
that they gave you now that they didn't have in the past. I'm like, man, I don't want to play another Souls like that doesn't have this stuff. um,
Right.
but yeah, great stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, like I said, I was very interested to hear your thoughts on it. Um, Now this one's interesting to me because you
Yeah.
know,
Speaking of Elden Ring.
I don't know. It just had Elden Ring has never really like I've seen gameplay of it. It's kind of like Dark Souls in this category. I know it's a Souls like of yeah, I just can't get really appealed to it.
Sure.
Um but I am curious to hear your thoughts about Night Rain, and does it live up to the hype that is uh the base the base game this franchise has what it normally has to offer.
I'm gonna answer yes, but no. Um,
Hmm.
so Night Rain is a like 3-player
Hmm.
roguelike Elden Ring.
Hmm.
Um, and if you had sold me this as for the same price, but as like a gameplay mode in base Elden Ring, I think I would have a much different take.
Okay.
Because this to me is like, oh, this sounds like a really fun like mode that I could like
Hmm.
take my character, hop in, have some fun with this, but
Right.
then it's not like the main thing, right?
Hmm.
Night Rain being its own release makes it there are some core problems that I have with it that don't stop me from liking it, but it does stop me from being like a massive fan.
Hmm.
Um, so uh, it's I don't know how to. So the main conceit, the like inciting incident of this game is that the shattering, which is the inciting incident of Elden Ring, happens,
Hmm.
and then like there's this lost land that
Hmm.
gets swept up by the Night Lord. And so there are these like rains that are destroying everything, and then like there are these heroes that get called from other places to this place. They call it the Round Table Hold, but it's also like another like liminal area. I don't exactly know. FromSoft lore is weird, um,
Hmm.
but so like you have like these heroes that are all like bound by this quest to defeat the Night Lord. Um, or the Night King. I don't remember. It's it. The narrative's pretty simplistic as FromSoft
Hmm.
narratives are. There's a lot of like lore in like who you end the game with and like who does what and like the history, but none of that's really gonna matter to a lot of people. Uh, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Um, so you have these 8 characters who all have it's a little bit like a hero shooter, except none of these characters are from base Elden Ring. Problem number 1. None of these characters
Hmm.
are from base Elden Ring. Not a
Okay.
single character from base Elden Ring appears unless they are uh, uh like it's not even clear whether or not the ones that are from base Elden Ring are those characters or if they're like another person. Anyways, problem number 1, no characters from base Elden Ring. I think that's a massive disappointment. They could have,
Right.
expanded on the world a little bit, had some fun with it. I don't know. do something with your world other than tell really bland stories. Um,
Mhm.
that's harsh, but yeah. Um, so eight characters, hero shooter style, but they all have it's the same base like assets and engine as Elden Ring.
Mhm.
Um, so it's so every character is able to wield every weapon. It just depends on like are you at the level for the rarity of that weapon, basically. Um, and like leveling is pretty basic. You can only level up to level 15, and there are like predetermined places to level up. It's not that hard. It's pretty easy to pick up on. So like weapon requirements are out the window, but I will say cool thing is that every character has like a specific weapon type that they have a unique move set with.
Mhm.
So like the Duchess, she uses daggers, so she has like
Well,
really
that's
quick dagger hits, and like
mhm.
the Wilder uses great swords uniquely. Um, I think Iron Eye's bow, he uses bows. I don't think they're all that different, but I could be. I think his heavy attack. I lied. His heavy attack does a 3 arrow shotgun. Um, I don't think that's what happens with other characters. But that's I think the only real difference. Um, so that's it. That's pretty cool. The other major difference from Elden Ring is instead of a mount, you can just sprint. So there's like the normal like Souls-like sprint where you like hold
Mhm.
down dodge and run really slow, and
Mhm.
uh, then there's the what they call the surge sprint, which is just a really fast run. Um,
Gotcha.
and you're gonna need that because you're gonna be running around. I don't think it's a pretty big. I don't think it's a big map. Um, but it is the same map every time. The difference is like where everything is put. Not it's not. It has nothing to do with like terrain or anything. Like I think it's like it takes the way I think it works is it takes the map and then determines like what's going to be on the map, and
Mhm.
places everything accordingly. It doesn't like
Okay.
randomize the map itself, if that makes any sense.
Right.
Um,
Right.
so you have 3 nights, or 3 days, excuse me. 2 of those days are going to be spent in the map of Limvel, I think is
Mhm.
what it's called, Limvel. Um, and the trying to think of the best way to describe this. So you run around the map, you complete certain objectives, like you defeat like world bosses and like enemy camps. You get weapons. Weapons will have like passive abilities, so you're hoping to like get like a build going. Um, so you could have one that does like, uh, and it's all gonna be stuff that's like really um simplified versions of the build crafting that you'd see in like a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring or something like
Mhm.
that. So like you're not going to be meeting a lot of requirements. You're not going to be like hot swapping and all doing all this crazy stuff. Like it's pretty simple, pretty easy to understand. As long as you're like reading everything and making sure you understand how things work, like it's pretty easy. Um, the so you're running around. There is a Fortnite circle. So the
Oh,
uh,
really?
yeah, so the rains that are like destroying the world will like
Mhm.
close in, and it's just like the Fortnite storm. It'll
Hmm.
it'll damage you until you're back in the circle. Um,
Gotcha.
and then at the end of the day, you will fight a boss. It'll be like from a pool. So there's like a pool of a bunch of night one bosses and then a bunch of night two bosses.
Hmm.
Um, and some of those bosses are going to be like from base Elden Ring. I mean, every boss except for the Night Lord bosses are pulled from a past game, I think. So
See, that's kind of a little disappointing. A little bit.
yeah, like there's a night boss that's going to be like one of the commanders from Elden Ring. Some of them,
Hmm.
like one of them is like Nameless King from Dark Souls 3, which I thought was weird. I was like, isn't that an event boss? um, so like, there's not a lot of like unique fighting to be done. Unless you haven't played like Dark Souls, in which case you're like, oh, like I don't know how to beat that boss, and then
Hmm.
you beat him because it's a multiplayer game, and yeah. Um, so then rinse and repeat for night two. Night two will have like better rewards and stuff.
Hmm.
And then uh, and then day three, you
Hmm.
will fight the Night Lord, and it's like a set of 8 bosses. Um, you can only fight the one boss. There's one boss, and it's like the three-headed dog boss, um, Cerberus basically. Um,
Hmm.
and then like once you beat him, it unlocks 6 more, and then once you beat 3 more bosses after that, you unlock the final boss. Um, so that's like the core system, the core like ideas of Night Rain. Um,
Hmm.
if it sounds really derivative, that's because it is. Um, and I really do look at. So I've really enjoyed Night Rain. I think part of that is I really enjoy Elden Ring, and so uh, the gameplay loop is appealing enough, and it's fun enough to just kind of run around and fight bosses and stuff. So like I'm down for that. Um,
Hmm.
but I keep thinking about like what if this was not a FromSoft game?
Hmm.
Uh, and I have to say I do not think it's there's a lot that's like left out. So the I was telling you like the map isn't randomized. There's only the one map.
Yeah.
Now that's a little
Okay.
misleading. There are uh, there are these things called shifting earths, and
Hmm.
I don't remember how many there are off the top of my head, but I think it's like 6 or 7, and it's basically like taking uh like an environment from base Elden Ring
Hmm.
and having it like overlay onto the map and have like an event tied to it. So like
Gotcha.
one of them is like uh trying to think of the best way to put this. So like one of them is like if you get to the bottom of this volcano crater, you can upgrade your weapon to max rarity no matter what rarity it is. Or
Hmm.
like there's one area where if you clear the main boss of that area, it'll give you a free revive and stuff like that. Um, so uh, there's some variety. Not much. And if I'm gonna criticize Dragon is Dead, a $15 indie game, for not having variety, you can bet I'm gonna criticize Elden Ring Night Rain
Right.
for not having variety in its roguelike gameplay. Um, so that element I think is pretty disappointing. I also think there's no like there's I shouldn't say there's no there's very very little like customization of like the runs themselves that can be
Hmm.
done, and I think that's really disappointing. Um, like uh, I think about like Balatro, right? And I think like there are a bunch of like different decks that have different effects. I can play on a seed. I can play on like a challenge mode, right? And again, very different games. I'm not saying that Elden Ring has to do like everything like Balatro, but I am saying that like there is like part of what I enjoy about roguelikes is not just like the challenge of the randomness, but also like having some fun with like the sandbox and like the way the game works. And so for basically none of that to be present in Night Rain is disappointing, I think.
Hmm.
Um, and then I think the way the game handles narrative progression is incredibly strange. Uh, because it feels like, and I wasn't, in fairness, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the narrative while I was playing it. Um, but I I was really surprised to find out like not only do the characters all have their own individual stories, but like so there are these things called remembrances uh in the game, and it's like I'm not entirely sure. It's basically all eight characters have their own like stories that are going on,
Okay.
and um, if you're doing a remembrance, you're kind of instanced as that character, and so if you play and like in some of the remembrances you get like an objective that's like go do a run and fulfill these requirements in a run, like go kill these guys, or go into a cave and find this thing, something like that. Um, what's really weird is that if you're playing multiplayer, only one person's remembrance objective can be cleared.
Hmm. That is
So
weird.
like if you and I were playing and we were both doing the same character's remembrance, the way I read it, at least, because I haven't tested this, but the way I read it is either we could do my remembrance or your remembrance, but we'd have to do it twice either way.
That's dumb.
Now, you can play single player. I don't think
But
this
then there's
game
no.
is.
I was gonna say, but then there's no reward to play multiplayer in that specific aspect.
Yeah. Well, and like I don't feel like the game is really all that fun in single
Mm.
player actually. I think it's all right, but it's not I don't think there's nearly as much like appeal um as there is in the multiplayer uh framework. Um
Mm.
so I think that's just strange. Um Again, I think customization is a real sore spot. Like, skins are fun, and with some of the post launch content, they've done some of that where, like, the shifting earths are a little bit more accessible. Um, but like the relics, which are what you use to sort of upgrade your characters, um, are like they're pretty boring overall. They have kind of boring effects. Like they sort of you can the most interesting ones are the ones that like change your starting weapon and or like access different effects of like skills, but uh like that's really basic stuff. And honestly, I don't. Honestly, there's an argument to be made that I feel like those things shouldn't be tied to the relic system. But
Mhm.
that's a different. That's way more in the weeds than I want to get to. Um, so yeah, I say all of this. I've enjoyed the game. I've enjoyed playing the game. I will probably play some more of the game tonight just because it's really easy to like hop on, do a run, and hop off.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I think it's just it's frustrating because it's one of those things where I'm
Yeah.
like, if this weren't FromSoft, right? If Sonic
Exactly.
Team made this game, right?
Hmm.
Would how would I feel about it?
Right.
And I don't know. If Game Freak made this game, how would I feel about it?
Hmm.
And I think there's a real question there, and it's I'm all for I'm on honestly nothing about like the core of this game is problematic to me
Hmm.
basically at all, right? Like I think I'd rather play like games that were built from the ground up for single player, but I'm
Right.
not. But like fundamentally, I'm not against this game. I just think it's like it being released in this state with so little content because they're really it's really not a lot of content.
It seems
uh
rushed, is what it feels like.
yeah, and the story goes that this is sort of the like game that they used as like a way to train some newer people at FromSoft. And again, I'm not wholly against that. uh but I think it is like it's one of those things where it's like again, I can count I think two like actual characters from base Elden Ring who are in this game, and both of those characters I'm not sure are the same character.
Ooh.
You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Hmm.
Like they're reusing the boss, but they're not calling them the same name.
Right. Right. Right.
So like, and they do that in Elden Ring, right? So there's already precedent for that being a thing. Um, so I'm not. So like there's stuff like that that's like I'm already pretty critical of FromSoft for like their narrative stuff and for like their uh like their gameplay, like their systems level stuff, because I think systematically a lot of their game design, at least in Elden Ring, is like, man, what are you doing? Like, again, as much as I enjoy these games, and I do really enjoy these games, there's just so much that I look at it and I'm like, man, what is happening? Um,
Hmm.
yeah, I think that's kind of my overall opinion is like, is I'm like, man, like FromSoft's kind of riding the line for me
Right.
with this one, and I'm not, and I know a lot of people like it a lot. I know a lot of people consider it like slop. I think calling it slop
Ooh.
is a little harsh.
Yeah.
But I also again I come back to like do I think it's harsh because it's FromSoft, right? Like
Hmm.
um, that's the kind of battle that I'm having with myself in my head, and because I know a lot of people will just see FromSoft and any like criticism will just leave their brain, right? Like that's uh, so I'm not here to say don't buy Night Rain, because again I've put a fair amount of time into it. I enjoy it. I'm probably gonna play it later, but I don't think it's like amazing or anything. And for FromSoft, I think to me it's like okay, it's time for them to really change it up, I guess, and like
Yeah.
really like I think what I want to see is like the next FromSoft game, be it Dustbloods or whatever. I want them to just lock in and make
Hmm.
something that's not just impressive on a gameplay level, or not just impressive on like a world and like immersion level, but on a gameplay level, narrative level, and a uh, like systemic level, I guess.
Right.
Um,
No, I get you.
so that's my opinions on Night Rain. Turns out the theory that people have more to say about stuff negatively is true, because I think I talked more crap about FromSoft in both this and the Lies of P discussion than I did actually praising Lies of P. uh, so
That's fair. But I mean, you did it in the light though of praising Lies of
yeah,
P. Like I could understand where you were coming from with a lot of those points. Um but yeah.
yeah.
No, you've been busy. You've been
I have been. It's been fun. It's been fun. And again, I think uh yeah, I liked every game that I played. Every game that I've mentioned, I've liked. Um
Mhm.
Today. Uh Full stop, I think. Unless I mentioned something that I don't remember. But
Mhm.
so like don't if I'm sounding at all mean, it's mostly from a place of like having played enough of something to notice the cracks. Um,
Mhm.
there was a game that I could be really mean about, but I'm not going to because it's not it's like not worth the energy. So
I get you. No, I
yeah,
definitely understand that.
but it's been a
Um
good 2025 so far. I'm looking forward to
yeah,
the rest.
I think this next, little these next few months are going to be pretty pretty big, especially for the podcast. We got
Yeah,
a lot of fun stuff planned out that I think it's going to be really special. I'm just excited for what's to come. I mean, the you know, I'm imagining news is going to kind of die down a little bit. Um, we'll get more probably to Gamescom and then TGS, but largely I think we're past the point in the year where we're going to be getting heavy gaming news. So this is going to be the time of the year where a lot of our reviews are going to be coming out, and yeah, I know you're cooking, and I know I'm cooking. I
oh
got
yeah,
quite a few projects that I'm excited to get into. I have told Ezra this. I am still actively working on our book club with Tales of Berseria. Um, I just also have Claire Obscure, and so I'm kind of splitting my time with that. But yes, it's not like I'm not doing it. So I am working on it very steadily.
I'm really excited to hear what you think of Berseria after Claire Obscure, actually.
Right. So I mean, we'll see. I I I I don't think I've played enough to have a full opinion yet.
Okay.
Um, so I mean, I can't even tease anything. I wouldn't feel right to tease anything just yet. So, um, but yeah. So, with that being said, um, Ezra, you got any final things to say before we bid adieu?
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna have a lot less games on the list next time I come
Mhm.
back. Um, yeah, I'm hoping to play. Uh, I'm hoping to beat the most recent Trails game that just came out in the West. Hopefully by that time. But I'm not like super confident about that.
I get
Uh, because Trails is about to pop off. They got the remake and the newest game coming out
you.
soon.
Mhm.
So, um, yeah, that's kind of next down the line. But yeah, yeah, glad to be back.
Me too.
So
Alrighty.
yeah.
With that, we're sorry we like that.